Good morning, and a very warm welcome back to the second day of the CMA's Data, Technology and Analytics Conference. My name's Will Hayter. I'm Senior Director for the Digital Markets Unit here at the CMA. That means I work very closely with the data unit on work like our mobile ecosystem study or our work overseeing Google's Privacy Sandbox commitments. And the DMU and the data team will continue to work hand in glove as the UK's digital markets framework is brought in through legislation. So after a superb first day, we've got another exciting day in prospect. We're starting this morning with a series of 4 talks from data scientists from consumer and competition authorities around the world. And they'll be sharing some examples of how they're using and developing data techniques. After lunch, we've got 2 really exciting keynotes in prospect, one from Benedict Evans and one from Susan Athey, and 3 excellent panels, one on future technologies, one on interoperability, and one on some external perspectives as to how authorities are using data, technology, and analytics skills. So, final quick reminder, please do submit questions via the online conference platform, and that's whether you're in the room or on the live stream. And without further ado, I'm going to bring on our first speaker. David Dorrell is Director of Data Science in the CMA's data unit. He's responsible for data science, data engineering, digital forensics, and e-discovery. And his presentation is going to build on Stefan's from yesterday, but with a particular focus on development of data pipelines in the data unit. David.
Thank you very much, Will. So, I'm David, and before I get started with my presentation, can I just say how fantastic it is to be here? And it's slightly crazy as well for me. It was only back in February 2019 that I walked into the CMA with 4 data scientists, met by Stefan, who said, hey, let's get building the data unit. And here we are, 3 years later, with 50 people in the unit, and a conference like this, a brilliant conference, brilliant people in the room, brilliant speakers, and everyone online as well. So it's really, really exciting. And I'm here to talk to you about how the teams that I'm responsible for, our data science team, our data engineers, and our e-discovery specialists, are really working to transform how the CMA can use and acquire and use data. Now, the CMA is a competition authority, as you know, and the types of information and data that we receive on a regular basis is very varied. So it ranges from anything from information notices and data requests that we send out to businesses. We also go out and we seize evidence through dawn raids, so imaging mobile phones and imaging servers, extracting data that way. We also have evidence submissions. So this is where legal parties are submitting evidence to us. We have contacts from the public, and we also take data through internet investigations. So that's where we're going out online to harvest data to inform our intelligence functions and identify cases. And finally, as an organisation, we make a lot of use of external data sources. So that can be things like getting data from other government departments through data sharing, but also procuring data from private sector providers. So we're a very rich and diverse data organisation. But what we're not like is some of the big operational agencies you see in government, but also the big businesses and big digital platforms. So we don't have big applications where we're running routine data through those applications, structured data as well. I kind of like to describe the CMA's data as like data splurges. You know, it arrives in big chunks. We often don't know what's going to be in there. We have to unpack it. We need to find out. We need to get into the data. But, and there is quite a big but, the data opportunity and the data challenge for the CMA is changing. So you would have heard an awful lot yesterday about how digital is transforming not just digital markets, but also traditional markets as well. That means that the CMA, in its routine casework and market studies, is starting to receive data at ever-growing scales. And there's also an opportunity there for us, and that's what really excites me as a data scientist and as a leader of these teams, is the opportunity for the CMA to take more advantage of data, take more data into the organisation, and to really exploit that to help us in our mission to protect consumers and make markets work well. So to date, we've been going in the data unit for 3 years, and much of our data work is focused on individual cases. So that kind of includes things like supporting our consumer protection cases with large-scale web scraping, or, for example, on our market studies, going out and allowing CMA to receive very large data sets and using our cloud-based data infrastructure that we built in-house to process that data and make it available for analysis by our data scientists and economists. So this has been exciting and it's been really good work. But the next stage in the evolution that we're looking to move towards is actually thinking about data pipelines. So how can we bring data into the organization regularly at a greater scale? For those of you who aren't sort of in the data world, I want to kind of explain what I mean by a data pipeline. So at a technical level, what we mean is having sets of code and programs that we write that are automated, that take data and pass it through a number of steps, changing it, manipulating it, cleaning it, and getting it ready for processing. And all of that's done in an orchestrated way and automatically. So that sounds fantastic if you're into that kind of technical kind of thing. But to make it kind of a bit more real and to use an analogy, now I could use the whole data is the new oil analogy, but I'm not a huge fan of it for lots of reasons, not just the environmental one. So instead I'm going to talk about water. So if we think back 150 years ago, in like the village where I live out in the fields of Kent, the village had a well. And there was a well, and it was a good well, and there was always water in it. But people used to have to come down and collect the water from the well and take it back to their houses and use it for their daily chores and tasks. Now that water wasn't always clean, and it didn't always taste nice. And then in the Victorian times, so 100, 120 years ago, an entrepreneur moved into the village, and my village became the first village ever to get running water. And actually mains water driven in pipes into the village. And that didn't just mean that people could get water into their houses, so no more inefficiency of everyone having to go out to the well to get their own data. But it also meant that the water that came through was clean. It was consistent. There was pressure. So all these things, the analogies for what we try and do with data these days is to stop people having to go to the data well with their bucket, pick up some dirty data, bring it back to their laptops or their computers and clean it up, and having everyone around the organization doing the same, which is massively inefficient. Often people don't know how dirty their data is when they get it back onto their own programs. So by building data pipelines, we can actually curate that data, we can clean it for people and make it available in an efficient way. I'm now going to talk about a couple of examples of where we have already built data pipelines in the CMA. The first is our evidence submission portal that Stefan touched on yesterday. And this is very much focused on where legal parties are making submissions to us. So these are large submissions. They can be anything from 100,000, 200,000, millions of documents, and different types of documents, PDFs, emails, text messages, WhatsApps, all kinds of information coming through as evidence submissions from parties. Now, that's tricky data to deal with if you're a data professional, but the one thing that stands us in good stead is that there are industry standards around the types of formats that these evidence submissions should be made in, and that gives us scope for automation. So that's why we set about building our evidence submission portal. Now, I'm going to talk you through briefly how it works, and for those of you who have the pleasure of being here tomorrow for the closed session, you'll hear much more technical detail about it, so I'm not going to go into too much. But actually, the first thing to get right when we're talking about the evidence submission portal was actually a big non-technical thing, which was actually to firm up our guidance that we send to legal parties to be clear about the kinds of data we expected, the format and structure of those evidence submissions. So we worked closely with our frontline teams to define that and make it happen. Once we had site guidance, then we knew what we should be receiving. So we built first of all, an SFTP, so a secure file transfer server in the cloud, where parties could submit directly to us. Gone are the days of hard drives being sent by courier to the CMA. We then, behind that server, we have a pipeline, an automated pipeline, that takes every evidence submission and then at a click of a button, unpacks the submission, checks it's in the right format, validates it, makes sure that there are no corrupt files, etc. And then if there are issues, we're able to rapidly feed that back through our e-discovery team to the parties to get it corrected or changed and sent back. If it is validated correctly, as correct, then it's automatically transferred to our e-discovery team for onward processing into our review platform. So why have we done this? I mean, just to state the obvious, having clear and consistent guidance has reduced the amount of errors, even without the pipeline. By building something in the cloud, we have something that's scalable, that we can expand, and we can expand our processing power as we're bringing evidence through. That means we can receive ever bigger submissions. In terms of the parties submitting to us, the benefit is that we identify issues and problems with those submissions and get them back to the parties quickly. In days gone by, what would have happened is a submission would have come through, it would have been sat waiting for processing for a while, then the discovery officer would have unpacked it, found there was a problem, and 2 weeks later we would have gone back and said, hey, there's a problem, can you resubmit? Lots of lost time for people who want to get things done quickly. And it also means that our e-discovery team, some of whom were sat at the back of the room, are spending less time fixing bugs and issues and more time just processing, pushing data, and supporting our case teams with review. And fundamentally, it means that our CMA case teams get their data, get their evidence more quickly. So for our mergers cases, we used to target around 5 days from receipt of evidence through to getting it available for review. We now target and generally deliver in less than 1 day. The other thing that we can do, and we talked about this yesterday, is actually start to change and enrich the evidence as it comes through our pipeline. That's really exciting for us because we can then start to try and prepare tags and metadata for our reviewers before they even see the evidence. And this is what we call enriching our evidence submissions. To give you a kind of example of what we're doing, so imagine an evidence submission coming through. It has 200,000 documents in it. Within our pipeline, we're opening that submission, we're extracting all those documents, we're removing the text from the documents, all automatically, and then running algorithms across that text to extract content so that could be looking for names of businesses, names of other entities, place names. We have algorithms can extract key phrases from documents using machine learning. And we also extract other kind of poignant relevant words for competition issues. And then we combine them into tags, which we then attach to every single document. So for one submission, if it's 200,000 documents, in a matter of less than a couple of hours, we can process that, attach all these tags, and it's sent for onward processing and into our review platform, where the case teams can see this information. So that's our evidence submission portal. The next thing I wanted to talk about is the work that we did from our data science and data engineering teams to support the COVID task force. Bill talked a little bit about this yesterday. So the COVID task force was set up by the CMA right at the start of the pandemic when we spotted that there was significant consumer protection and competition issues occurring in the UK market, things like price hiking. Before I go on to talk about our work, it's just worth noting the CMA, unlike some other competition authorities like the ACCC, doesn't have a consumer contact centre, doesn't have routine consumer contact. That's handled by a different organisation, Citizens Advice. We do have a general inquiries helpline, and we do have contact points for things like cartel whistleblowers, but the volumes of contacts we traditionally receive from the public are relatively small. So what happened in the pandemic? Everyone rightly was very concerned about the issues that we're seeing in their local shops and in local businesses around price hiking. And we started receiving very quickly, large volumes of consumer contacts. It was a crazy time. We'd gone from receiving on average 600 contacts a month from the public to receiving 600 contacts a day. And our email and telephone lines were rapidly overwhelmed. So the first thing we did was set up a web form, and we built that within 3 weeks and got it available on the government website. That was fantastic. In fact, it kind of fixed the issue about how we were going to receive all these contacts from the public. But it did leave us with an awful lot of data coming into an organisation where we didn't have a contact centre and we needed to be able to process, review and look at what was happening. And unsurprising as you'd expect in the CMA, there was an awful lot of good activity going on trying to get into the issues and try and understand what we could do to help. From a data perspective, that meant we were getting multiple requests, and we were in danger of ending up with a classic data problem of a spaghetti mess of code, analysis and data with figures flying everywhere in the organisation. So we took the decision early on to build a pipeline to process this data. We had a web form that was receiving contacts from the public. We stood up in a matter of a week a dedicated automated platform using mixed predominantly open source software, but some cloud services, to receive that data, process it, and curate it. That meant we were able to rapidly and in an on-time way rather than a real-time way, but every day deliver data and insight into the CMA about what was happening in the UK economy. It wasn't without its problems, though, and I'm just going to quickly touch on 3 areas where we use data science techniques within our pipeline to really start to help resolve some of the challenges we had with the data coming in. So as you will all remember, the early stage of the pandemic, it was rapidly evolving. No, we hadn't been in a situation like this before in the UK, and the nature of issues that were coming up in the markets were changing rapidly over time. At the early stage of the pandemic, we were predominantly concerned about price hiking on essential products. But even so, even though we had a structured web form, much of the information of value was actually in the free text. But we were receiving thousands and thousands of contacts a day, so having humans review and extract the information just wasn't practical or feasible. So what we did was use machine learning, in this case, something called named entity recognition. For the technical people in the room, it was a convolutional neural network model that we built. And that extracted the key information out of the free text. So things like the product that was being complained about, the price that was being quoted, the name of the business, if it was in there, the region or town in which it was based. And so this deep learning model we built into our pipeline. So every contact that came through the pipeline, we extracted that information. What did that mean in practice? Because it all sounds really, well, if you like data, it sounds really cool and exciting. But actually, what did it mean for the CMA? Well, it meant that we were able to provide granular data rapidly on what was happening. So we were able to track as price hiking moved from loo roll onto essential foods like pasta and flour into hand sanitizer, and we realized that actually the nature of the problem we were dealing with was moving very quickly. We were able to provide granular data to our economists who were rapidly able to do in-depth investigations into individual supply chains to see if we could justify why the prices were being put up so much. And we were able to send warning letters to businesses, individual businesses, to say we've noted that we've had this number of complaints relating to these products, and these are the prices that you're selling your products for. So it informed direct action. Another challenge we had was business names. So again, the evolving nature of the information we were receiving meant every week we were receiving thousands of new businesses into our pipeline, new complaints about new businesses. And it's amazing how many different ways people can spell business names like Ryanair or Ho Seasons, who are a big holiday let business in the UK. And so we had this issue with the fact we needed to resolve the business names into individual entities. In this case, from a technical perspective, we took a more simple approach. We used what's in the world of data science called a gazetteer approach, which is essentially creating a directory of business names and matching those variants against them. We used clustering techniques, so unsupervised clustering techniques, to group business names together to update our directory. And we built this into our pipeline. So again, as the data came through, we were resolving business names in real time. And that meant that every day or every week we were able to give updates to the task force about which businesses were receiving the most complaints, which businesses we were seeing increases of complaints against. And that allowed colleagues in enforcement to identify those businesses where there seemed to be the most egregious issues. And our colleagues from consumer protection were able to take cases rapidly against holiday lets and various other businesses and secure millions, tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of pounds of benefit for UK consumers. One of the final issues I want to talk about that we had to tackle was, again, within our web form, we were able to put in some structured questions around the sector, the market sector that the business, the person was complaining about, related to. Now, but you can't ask a member of the public to give a detailed, granular breakdown of which sector and which SIC code it related to. So we had some really standard questions for the big areas we were receiving complaints, so things like holidays, people not getting, and airlines where they weren't getting refunds due to cancellations. But as you'll see, if you can see this chart, for most of the time we were still receiving 20 to 30% of our complaints with an other sector label coming through. Now, when you're receiving it, by this point, by this point we received well over well, tens of thousands, if not 100,000 complaints. So that's an awful lot of contacts where we needed to understand the nature of those complaints and which sectors they related to so we could, as an organisation, take action. So again, we used machine learning. So we manually labelled a large corpus of those documents and then trained a model to allocate the contacts into particular sectors. And that allowed us to pull out some smaller but still very important sectors where there were issues. So the example that's given on the slides here is around early years care. So this is about sort of nurseries where people were no longer able to send their children to private nurseries but weren't necessarily getting refunds. But also things like weddings, where we weren't actually getting a huge volume of complaints compared to people complaining about holiday lets, but the value that they were complaining about, when you're thinking about a cancelled wedding, you can be talking about tens of thousands of pounds. So what did that allow us to do? It allowed us to identify the sectors, but also then do other forms of deterrence activity. So rather than taking enforcement action, but sending open letters to those sectors, directly addressing the kind of issues that we saw in the complaints, setting out our interpretation of the law and essentially warning businesses that they needed to come into line. So that's two examples of where building these data pipelines has really helped the CMA, and it continues to help the CMA, to use data better and in a more stronger way. In terms of the benefits that data pipelines bring, they give you greater control over the data as it comes into the organisation. It allows you to essentially, I describe it, to curate it. So this idea of actually having one version of the data that everyone uses, reducing that risk of spaghetti. And you can enrich the data as well. You can make it more accessible. You can add analysis to it, all in an automated way before it hits the end user. These pipelines that we're building are in the cloud, therefore they're scalable. And we're able to maximize the power of cloud processing to process data at really large scale. For the business, that means that we get richer analysis to inform casework, to inform the identification of cases as well, more data. And Bill talked about a lot yesterday morning in a really powerful way, which I was really pleased about. So thank you, Bill, about the importance of bringing data into the CMA, the use of data to identify and diagnose problems. And then finally, it can inform different ways of thinking about how competition authorities and how the CMA can interact with markets, looking across sectors, identifying different issues, and using that to inform deterrence activities as we did in the COVID task force. And we're continuing to push on with this work now. So we've got a number of in-flight projects and potential projects that we're taking forward. So just to call out quickly, because I'm over time, for example, we're currently looking at the companies register in the UK, which is used all over the CMA, as you'd expect, to inform intelligence for cases, to inform merger investigations. And we've taken that data into a bespoke data pipeline using record linkage and probabilistic matching to deduplicate and clean that data. And that's what underpinned our recent State of Competition report. But we're also then now looking to take that data asset and make it available throughout the CMA. I'm not going to talk about any more of these examples because I'm over time. So at this point, I'm very happy to take questions.
Thanks very much, David. Now, we worked together on the COVID task force, so I'm going to say that presentation brought back fond memories from March and April 2020. Some good questions rolled in. I'm going to start with, how did the CMA ensure that the new tools and processes it built were known, understood, and actually used by both staff and external stakeholders?
Yeah, I mean, that is a real challenge. I mean, I think for the two examples that I gave, so the evidence submission portal and the COVID task force, there was a very clear business need. So we had information, in the case of the COVID task force, coming in, and the organisation needed to be able to access it, and therefore the work that we were doing was automatically well received because we were delivering insights and analysis into the organisation in near real time. So that adoption wasn't a massive issue, and the evidence submission portal, again, there was a real business issue that we were building the pipeline for. For some of the more, should we say, kind of innovative and different ways that we want to use data, I think what we've learned over the last 2 to 3 years is it's very important to start with the engagement with the end users early. Really, I talk to them about how they can use data, have a two-way discussion between your data specialists and those frontline teams, talking about the potential use and how they might use it. And then, again, I think another key thing which we found is, again, working with economists and other data users in the organisation as well.
Great, thank you. Now, there's a term in this question that I haven't heard before, but I'm going to try it. Is there a risk from a, quote, datavore strategy of collecting and retaining an ever-expanding and possibly unstructured range of data? And does the CMA have the vires for that?
So, I think I've never heard the term datavore. I assume that's kind of someone who just goes around devouring data and bringing data into the organisation just because it's there. And certainly you can see that in other organisations, and I've been in organisations where the call from the top's going to say, go out and get some data, and it's going to solve our problems. We're not in that space in the CMA. I mean, what we're talking about here, and when I'm talking about data pipelines and some of the case examples I put on my final slide, these are examples of where the CMA already uses data. But it's about, and often uses the same data across different parts of the organisation. So what we're doing from a data science and data engineering perspective is actually bring more of the same data in to inform better analysis, bring it in what we want to do is bring it in once and have it stored in a central repository in a curated way. So we're not going out and harvesting loads of data just because it's there. It's really about identifying the use cases for data across the CMA and trying to bring pipelines in to meet those needs.
Yeah, thank you. What has the CMA learnt from its COVID task force experience in terms of upgrading or expanding its general contact by the public?
Oh, it's a really good question. I think certainly the fact that we need to have routes for consumer contact that are scalable and can respond to changes in the economy. And whilst our COVID web form is still available and running, and our pipeline is running still, but as a CMA, we're in the process of developing a new, more general web form backed by a separate pipeline as well. So having that scalability within it, I think from the work that we did together, Will, I think the importance of when there are particular issues, making sure you bring everyone into the room early, the data specialists, the frontline teams, and the economists all together. And I think that was a real benefit of the task force approach, that we didn't have people working in very disparate ways, and we were talking on a daily, if not more frequent basis. So yeah, I think those are probably the two main things that I think we learnt from the work.
And perhaps a related question, I mean, people running cases, competition or consumer enforcement cases in these authorities are generally are used to dealing with legal or economic input, and indeed they may often be lawyers or economists themselves. What are the skills that they need to demonstrate in commissioning good data science input to those projects?
I think the skills that the commissioners do the work aren't that dissimilar to what you would see from case teams dealing with economists or lawyers. I mean, my personal view, and I don't think it's necessarily shared by everyone, is that you don't need everyone to be a data specialist. What you need to have as a data analyst or a data scientist within any organisation, what you want is people coming to you with interesting questions and problems, and have a willingness to sit down and have that two-way conversation about how best those problems are tackled. The worst case scenario for a data specialist is can you go and get us some data, or can you, even worse, can you do some analysis that tells me this? And actually what you want is the questions and the opportunity to have a two-way discussion about what data could be used, what techniques could happen, but how we could use different techniques as well.
Great, and I think probably last question, how do you go about exercises with large data labeling requirements, particularly when there's a significant cost to the time spent doing that labeling work?
Fundamentally, as a data scientist, that's a judgment call about which techniques is best to use. So this for those in the room who maybe not fully got the question, when you're using some machine learning techniques, you have to have labeled data for which you can train your model on. So you have inputs to say that this is a 1 or this is a 0. Or in the case of our COVID task force work, we needed inputs that said this is a group of complaints, and they're categorised in sectors that we could train our models on. And that takes time to actually prepare the data ready for training. And so it's a judgment call about the problem, the scale of the data, and how quickly you're going to use it. Because there are other techniques which are complementary, which don't necessarily require labelling, but naturally less specific.
Great. If you'd all join me by thanking David very much for that fascinating presentation. Now, next, I'm very pleased to say we've got a guest from the other side of the globe with us, Sally Foskett from the Australian ACCC. Sally is Executive Director of Data Strategy, leading the Strategic Data Analysis Unit at the ACCC. She's going to give us a presentation on how to analyze algorithms, use compulsory information gathering powers, and machine learning, all in the context of the Trivago case. Over to you, Sally. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you so much to the CMA for inviting us to come and participate in the conference yesterday and today. I've learned so much, and I'm looking forward to learning so much more, so thank you very much. Today, I'm going to be talking about, if I can get my slides up, there we go, no we don't, there we go. Today I'm going to be talking about how we analyse algorithms at the ACCC, and I'm going to talk about this in a general sense and cover off on some key concepts that are involved in thinking about analysing algorithms before diving into a bit of a case study in relation to the ACCC's recent case against Trivago for misleading and deceptive conduct. And I've called the talk today Algorithms and Acronyms. You might be wondering why. Look, the reason is, as a public servant, I am prone to using lots of acronyms like ACCC. And as a data scientist, I'm also prone to using lots of acronyms as well. So there will be some acronyms throughout the talk today, but hopefully you'll bear with me. So stepping back a little bit, I thought it would be useful to talk about why algorithms are relevant to competition and consumer protection authorities. And the answer is algorithms are increasingly used to implement, and some would argue, make decisions across the economy. Decisions like which products to display to consumers, in what order and for how much. Decisions that have trade-offs for product safety, for example, the classic trolley problem about which set of pedestrians the self-driving vehicle should run into, and decisions about how to participate in a market vis-a-vis competitors, for example, how to price products or how to distribute goods across the supply chain. And because algorithms are used to implement, maybe make decisions across the economy, it's really important that competition and consumer regulators have the ability and the will and the courage to obtain and analyse those algorithms and their implications for competition and consumers. So how do we do this? Well, at the simplest, an algorithm is a set of rules that process an input into an output. And the rule can be really, really simple, like divide by 2, or the rule can be very, very complex, and we can have really complex systems that we might refer to as the algorithm. So a point to make here is that when working on a particular case, when we talk about the algorithm, it's really important to be specific about whether we're talking about the entire system or whether we're talking about a component of the system. And when we are looking at a big system, it's useful to remember that it often is comprised of several parts, so we can kind of break down the problem into looking at those component parts. Now, the rules that comprise an algorithm are written in a programming language like Python or Java or C++, and that code is stored in one or more files. And just like we can, as regulators, analyse Word documents or Excel spreadsheets, we can also obtain Python files or Java files and have a look at them and read them and see what they say. Like many authorities, the ACCC has the ability to compel firms to produce documents or furnish information that's potentially relevant to a breach of the Competition Consumer Act. So in this context, producing documents relates to things that already probably exist, like source code files, and furnishing information is really about asking firms to collate information in response to a specific question. on the screen here, I've got an example of what source code looks like. Probably many of you have seen code before, but if you haven't, this is it. I've pulled this example off of the internet. It is not Trivago's code. I don't know much about what this code is doing. It was just kind of a random example. But looking at it, I can tell you, well, it's written in Python. It looks like the beginning of a function called backward. And based on the comments, this has probably got something to do with backpropagation, which is part of a process of training a machine learning model. So just like when you look as an investigator at an email and you can say, well, this is from this party to this party on this date relating to this subject, somebody with some experience looking at code can look at code and pull out some features of it fairly quickly. So we use Section 155 of the Competition and Consumer Act to obtain source code from firms where we think it's relevant to getting to the bottom of a competition or consumer issue. And we also use that section sometimes to ask firms to produce pseudocode. I've got an example here. So pseudocode is a description of an algorithm that's written at a higher level of abstraction than the source code itself. It tends to be language agnostic, and we do find this helpful in terms of piecing together where bits of source code fit into a broader system. So that is sometimes what we ask for as well. Now, when I talk about how, well, algorithms are just rules and the rules are written in code and we can look at the code and tell you what the rules are doing, the common refrain is, well, what about machine learning? How can you possibly examine machine learning? So unlike traditional algorithms where the rules are explicitly defined by the programmer, in machine learning, the rules have been derived from data through I'm generalising here, but a process of trial and error, looking at many examples. And people often describe machine learning as this impenetrable kind of black box that we can't hope to understand. I am using a bit of rhetoric here. It's not the case that we can't look at what machine learning models are doing, and it's not the case that there is no underpinning logic. The challenge for regulators and for people who are trying to understand how algorithms work is that the logic is just a bit different. It's too complex to kind of extract into a narrative that we can understand with our minds and explain to the court in a really coherent way. So while human reasoning tends to be linear, so when I'm explaining my reasons to you, I'm limited to using one word at a time, and I'll naturally do that in a way that has a beginning, middle, and end. Machine learning reasoning tends to be really complex and multidimensional with many different moving parts at the same time. Human reasoning tends to be deductive or abductive, so reasoning to the most likely explanation, balance of probabilities, or reasoning from the general to the specific, whereas machine learning reasoning is kind of the opposite. It's inductive, so it's extracting general rules from many specific examples. And as part of that, I also think machine learning reasoning tends to be a little bit more probabilistic. It tends to incorporate more nuance in terms of how to make decisions about the world based on examples that it's seen before. Does that mean we can't examine machine learning models? No, it doesn't. So one thing to keep in mind is that some machine learning models are more interpretable than others. Linear logistic regression has been used in science for many decades to help understand the relationship between different variables. And even more complex machine learning model structures like neural nets, we can have a go at extracting a narrative about how they work by using model agnostic methods of interpretability. I've listed some common methods on the slide there, in part to inject some more acronyms into the talk, but also because I wanted to point out that there are multiple methods available. This is an active area of research, and the application of these methods does involve a degree of subjectivity and human reasoning to apply, as we saw in the Trivago case, actually. Another thing worth keeping in mind is that machine learning models are very much a product of human decisions. So a human has decided what training data to use to train the model. A human has decided often, although this is maybe changing, which fundamental kind of structure to use for the model to store its understanding about the world in. A human's decided which loss function to use, that is what the algorithm is trying to optimize for. A human has decided which evaluation metric to use, that is how does the business determine whether the algorithm is achieving the business goals that it was set out to achieve. And critically as well, a human has decided where the algorithm is going to be deployed, i.e. which consumers it's going to be affecting, which markets it's going to be affecting as well. So hopefully I have convinced you that regulators should have the ability and do have the ability to dive into algorithms. I'm now going to take you through a bit of a case study, which was the ACCC's recent case against Trivago. Now, I have been very, very careful that all references to Trivago's algorithm in this talk relate to information that's already in the public domain. In particular, I've referenced the court's judgment about the algorithm, and in some of the slides you will see paragraph numbers that relate to that judgment, both so you can look it up if it's of interest, but also just to, I guess, alleviate any concerns about diving into confidentiality issues. Now, what you can see on the slide here is a still from a television advertisement that ran on several Australian networks in about 2017 that was run by Trivago. And the actor in this ad repeated the phrase that Trivago would help you find your ideal hotel for the best price. And we argued that best price, because of the context in which this phrase was delivered, was a representation to consumers that Trivago, the website, would help consumers find the cheapest price for a particular hotel room. Trivago, of course, is a multi-sided platform, so the consumer goes onto the site, runs its search for a hotel room, for example, Canary Wharf, London, June 2022, and is then presented with a series of listings of different hotel rooms. And each listing has one or more offers attached to it, so different prices for those hotel rooms offered by different advertisers. The advertisers being the hotel itself, online booking sites, or online travel agents. And if the consumer sees an offer that they like, they can click on it and are then taken to that advertiser's site where they can choose to book the room if they'd like to. When the consumer clicks on an offer, that triggers the requirement that the advertiser pay to Trivago cost per click, also known as CPC, another acronym for you. And that's basically how Trivago made most of its revenue. This is what consumers saw. This, I think, was from mid-2017 on its Australian website when they ran a search. So you can see I've put a box around a listing at the top there. And on the right-hand side of the box, we see this big green button saying View Deal. That big green button is at the bottom of a box, which is referred to as the top position. And the offer that occupies that box is called the top position offer, or TPO. And if you look closely, and you do have to look quite closely, next to the big green View Deal button, in smaller text, we can see there that there's more deals in this top instance, 22 more deals. Fast forward a few months, and there's been a change to the interface, and now instead of saying more deals 22, we've got a little bit more information. So in this example, it's more deals from 192 Australian dollars, compared to the top position offer, in this case, of 204 Australian dollars. And the question for us was, how did Trivago's algorithm determine which offer would be the top position offer, or the TPO? So the investigation team brought in my team, the data team at the ACCC, to help them try and establish this. And I've listed on the slide here basically how we helped the team from beginning to end of the investigation. So we helped them define requests as well as compulsory information gathering notices for data, sample input and output data, as well as the source code itself. We helped the team analyse that data. We did some descriptive statistics. on how different inputs were distributed according to different outputs. We went through the code line by line by line to understand what it was doing and explain to the investigation team what it was doing. And I should mention, it is really resource intensive. So I hope I'm not giving the impression that this is necessarily easy. It's not. It's time consuming and resource intensive, but it is possible. Once we had analysed the data and source code and the investigation team had formed the view that there was a merit in the case, we helped them define the questions for an independent expert. Likewise, ultimately, Trivago also engaged an independent expert to whom those questions were put. Throughout the proceedings, we helped the team interpret the expert reports and the evidence that they gave, both for the hearing on liability and then down the track also on hearing on penalty as well. These are the questions that we put to the computer science experts, duly with some paragraph references there. I won't go through all of them because I don't actually need to. I'm just going to go through a few of them. So firstly, how the top position algorithm operates. Again, this is in the judgment. The experts agreed that the algorithm took into account a number of raw inputs that I've listed on the slide there. So happily, offer price is in there. That's the price of the hotel room. And we also see a bunch of other inputs, including that CPC cost per click payment that I referenced before. Algorithm assesses those inputs in ways that I'm not going to go into detail, and then outputs a composite score. And basically, the offer with the highest composite score gets the top position for the listing. Now, the experts were asked to give an opinion on the relative importance or the weighting of the different raw inputs. And interestingly, they came up with some different results. So they applied different methods, came up with different results. One of the methods gave a result that the most influential input was the offer price, that is the price of the hotel room, followed by the cost per click payment. But using another method, which was, if I can, I guess, overly simplify this, more based on the actual data that we had and not so much theoretical values, using another method, the most influential input was the cost per click. How did they explain this apparent difference? Well, the expert that was engaged by the ACCC, Mr. Bajanov, explained it with a running race analogy. And indeed, there were many analogies used throughout the proceedings. He said, consider looking at the factors that drive running performance in a group of people, such as a 100-metre sprint. If we look at what factors determine the time in which a person can run 100 metres, like age, we might conclude a different set of factors have an influence than if we look at someone's probability of winning a race within a particular group, that is, within a particular group of people who are all the same age. And the expert that was engaged by Trivago, Professor Parks, explained this as follows. He said, there's a simple and consistent explanation for these two seemingly conflicting findings. CPC, that is the amount that the advertiser paid to Trivago upon their offer being clicked, plays the role of tiebreaker amongst offers that are similarly priced. What did the court make of this contradiction? Well, His Honour said it's not necessary to form a concluded view about which of the experts' approaches is preferable because each method addresses a different question. So where does that leave us in terms of the case? Well, if we go back to our list of questions, there were actually a couple of much simpler questions in there that ultimately were quite important in the overall outcome. So one of these questions was, how and to what extent, if any, does the top position offer algorithm filter certain offers made by advertisers? And the experts had agreed, and this was consistent with what the data team had found, offers are filtered out by a minimum cost per click. And so, in at least some cases, the cheapest offer of the hotel room did not appear on the Trivago website, and this alone was sufficient to render the representation misleading or deceptive. The other simple question that the case kind of, I think, concluded on the base of was this one: how frequently are higher priced hotel offers selected as the TPO over alternative lower priced offers? That is, how frequently were they not the cheapest offer? And the experts agreed that in about 66.8% of listings, the top position offer was a higher priced offer than the lowest in the listing. And Professor Parks, the expert engaged by Trivago, acknowledged this. He said, when it's the case that the TPO is not the cheapest offer, i.e. when it was more expensive offer, the variation that best explains that decision is the cost per click. And it kind of has to be, he said. I love this line. You don't need all of the fancy analysis that we're talking through to understand that. So even when we're dealing with a complex algorithm, even when we've got really complex methods of interpretability available to us, sometimes it's actually a simple kind of descriptive statistic that can really drive a narrative through the court. The other point I wanted to make about the Trivago case is we also used some expert from a behavioural economist, and this was contested evidence, but it was ultimately accepted by the court. I won't go into detail about this, but you can read about it in the judgment. What the expert said and what the court recognised was that a traditional economics approach assumes consumers are maximisers who gather all available information on all available options and all attributes of every option to come to a rational decision that maximises preferences. But there's extensive research showing that this rational decision-making approach is not descriptive of how most consumers make decisions. I think it's really encouraging that the court was willing to recognise this expertise, and I think it bodes well for future cases looking at different types of dark patterns on digital platforms. So the outcome of all of this was that the court found Trivago did contravene the Australian consumer law by making representations about how quickly and easily its website would help consumers identify the cheapest offer that matched their search. And fast forward, this whole process took 5 years, but by the end of 5 years, the court did make orders of penalties for 44.7 million Australian dollars, about 30 million euro. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Sally, and I look forward to being able to pepper my data team colleagues with questions about PLP and Lime and SHAP in future on the basis of that presentation. Some good questions again rolling in. I wanted to start with asking, I'm going to assume that the judge in this case wasn't a computer scientist themselves. How did you find the experience of translating all of this material and thinking the technical material for the judge?
Yes, I think the experts carried a lot of weight in that regard. They did resort to analogies a lot of the time. So we saw the running race analogy. There was also an analogy about apartment prices at one point as well. But turning something technical into a story that was really relatable, I think definitely helped. And we were fortunate as well that His Honour did really engage with the material and ask questions of it. So yes, I think analogies can help. I can't recall if we did this in Trivago, but another approach we've taken is picking a single consumer in the data and kind of walking through, well, what happened to this particular consumer? So putting forward a single example can sometimes make something technical a little bit more real. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So you said analysis of the algorithms was quite resource intensive. How many staff at the ACCC have expertise with algorithms, and how many did it take for this case?
Good question. So over the course of the matter, I think we had 4 data scientists working on this case. But like all enforcement matters, it was quite lumpy, the amount of resources required. So sometimes we wouldn't do anything for 6 months while some other process was underfoot. And then we'd have someone on it full time for a month and then off again. In terms of how many data scientists we have who can do this sort of work, I'd say it's around 5 at the moment. Really, what you need to be able to do is to solve problems and be interested in solving problems. That's the number one skill that we look for. And then knowing one programming language is a requirement. As long as people know one with the help of Stack Overflow, they can kind of work through other languages as well.
You mentioned the difference between overall systems of algorithms and individual components.
Mm-hmm.
Were there any issues in the Trivago case with identifying the right component to look at? And does the interaction between the different components make the analysis more difficult?
I might answer this one in the general rather than speaking specifically about the Trivago case. So sometimes we've found that the most interesting bits of the algorithm weren't the bits we were necessarily looking for. Sometimes we think we know what where the potential area of misleading deceptive conduct, if it's a consumer case, is, and we have on occasion actually found sometimes bugs in the code that have led to something that was represented to consumers actually being false. So even where we think we know where we should be looking, it's useful to review the algorithm in its entirety, because sometimes we pick up issues in other parts of it. And this is something I think businesses should be thinking about as well, is regularly reviewing their code, not from the perspective of, I guess, the core business requirements, but also from the perspective of whether this is actually compliant with regulations.
And then, again, this will need answering in a general way rather than specific, I'm sure, but what I found interesting about this case was that the practices at issue were really visible, I mean, on the face of the advertisement or on the face of the site, with the different availability of deals and the strike-through pricing and so forth. How does the agency, how do the data scientists go about thinking about those practices that may not be visible on the front of the site? And again, thinking about generalities rather than specifics.
That's a good question. I'm not sure how best to answer it. I think we just keep an open mind, like anyone working in investigations should. Critical thinking is about asking good questions. So when we're looking at code, we're constantly thinking about, well, why has this decision been made? Going back to that point I made about machine learning models, and I guess more generally all code being the product of decisions that someone has made, being aware that decisions have been made and thinking about why is really useful.
And then someone's wanted to get stuck into the acronyms here, but how are CPCs determined in these markets generally?
I think it depends. In this case, the CPCs were bid by the advertisers, so the advertisers determine what the bid amount should be.
And again, a slightly broad question. I mean, some of the approaches here, I think, are akin to mystery shopping in a digital world. I mean, to take your example of picking an individual consumer and kind of walking through the journey they take. Mm-hmm. What are the limitations of those mystery shopping approaches on the internet of 2022? That's
a very topical question. I think that so there's a difference between, I guess, gathering information in a kind of covert way, in a mystery shopping way, that we might see with something like a web scraping approach, and gathering information using our compulsory information gathering powers, where we are going to the trader and asking them specifically for information. Concerns about the admissibility of mystery shopping evidence potentially apply to that first category that I talked about, but not to information that's gathered using legal compulsion mechanisms.
Great, thank you. So I think we're going to move to a coffee break now. For those online, the next session starts at 10:55 sharp. And with that, I'd like to just say thanks very much to Sally for the great presentation and answering questions. Hello again, welcome back. Hope everyone's suitably caffeinated and refreshed. After the first two excellent presentations, another couple to come. Next up, we have Emanuel Weitschek, who is a data scientist at the Italian competition authority, AGCM. His presentation is going to discuss advancements in data extraction and analysis on the part of companies, which make it possible for companies to obtain and use detailed information about their customers and potentially adopt personalized strategies. And he's going to look at this in the context of the online airline market. So, Emanuel, over to you.
Thank you very much for the good introduction, and I would like to thank the CMA for inviting me and for organizing such a big and interesting event in a very superb location. I'm Emanuel Weitschek. I'm a data scientist at the Italian Competition Authority. I started to work 3 years ago as a data scientist at the authority, and I will present an empirical work about price discrimination. It's a joint work that I did with the Düsseldorf Institute of Competition Economics, Stefano Azzolino, Manuel Razza, Kevin Sartiano, and me. The work was published in a scientific journal, the Journal of Theoretical and Applied Electronics Commerce Research. So if you are interested, you can download the paper. It's open access, and read it and get more details about the work by reading it. The purpose of this work is to perform an empirical analysis to investigate whether the airlines companies apply price discrimination based on the customers' data they directly collect through their websites. It was an empirical study. The source code is published openly on GitHub, so you can also download it and extend it or test it with on other carriers' websites. The particularity of the study is that we also took control data from a GDS, that is Amadeus, to an API, a public API that was interfaced at us with Amadeus, that is the system where the airlines sell their tickets to corporate customers like travel agencies. So we know that big data technologies and have significantly increased the possibility for sellers to adopt personalization strategies in, especially in online market. So companies personalize their website according to the data they collect from user profiles. What we want to investigate is if they also personalize the experience, if they also personalize prices. They acquire through cookies and through tracking mechanism information about the customer. Does this information also influence the prices each customer become, or or group of customers? Indeed, price discrimination is when the same commodity is sold at different prices, either to the same customer or to different customer. And we as policymakers have to assure that those strategies are not harmful. Competition is a privileged place for data and algorithms and artificial intelligence, and as we heard in the talks before, firms make extensive use of algorithms based on big data and artificial intelligence for taking decisions, for instance, on pricing. So there are two potential critical issues for competition and consumer protection, that is collusion, tacit and explicit collusion, and discrimination. In this work, we investigate more the one of discrimination, in particular the price discrimination, a practice where the same commodity is sold at different prices to different customers. we have to say that price discrimination is not unlawful. It can lead to absolutely efficient results, but greater knowledge of the algorithm and to understand how it works can help to understand whether there is a competitive problem or not. There is also another practice that is called search discrimination, where the results obtained from a search query are personalized according to a user profile. Airlines use dynamic pricing. There is a very competitive environment, and so algorithms decide often the price at which we get the tickets, and are regulated at market conditions. And the main influencing factors are the seasonality and the availability of places. Dynamic pricing applies to the whole market and to all consumers without distinction. In price discrimination, the price of the products and of the services is regulated on the consumer willingness to purchase, and there is an analytics on individual consumer, and the maximum price is determined according to its willingness to pay. The aviation sector was one of the first to make the investments in analytical and intelligent technologies. That's why we choose to investigate this particular market. And airlines often use intelligence data mining system due to a huge amount of data that is generated. Let's see how airlines sell their tickets, how the market is. We have a direct distribution that is mainly the company's website, and some brick and mortar store mainly located at the airports. And then there is the indirect distribution, in particular the global distribution systems, the online travel agencies, the aggregators, and the consolidators. In this study, we compared the prices that are set by the airlines, by three airline carriers on their website, with the ones on the GDS, the Global Distribution System, which is the system where travel agents and corporate customers acquire the tickets. This is the experimental settings. We focused our investigation on 3 airlines, namely Alitalia, Ryanair, and Lufthansa. The study was performed in 2021, where Alitalia was the main flight company in Italy. Now we have, it was changed to ITA. And we also take 2 itineraries, namely a national route and international route. Rome-Catania. Catania is located in Sicily. Rome is the main hub of Italy, the capital city. And we also take into account Rome to Munich. It's international flight with the Lufthansa carrier, the German carrier. The flight dates were defined on July 2021. It was a Friday, and the way back was on Sunday, so a weekend flight with just 1 adult and hand luggage fare that we took into account. We acquired the data very long time before the flights. The first data acquisition was performed in February to March, 1 month, 4 times per day, at 9, at 14, at 2 p.m., at 6 p.m., and 6:30 p.m. And then we also did another experimentation near the departure flights from June to July, another 2 weeks. And importantly, we defined 4 different user profiles. The profiles were defined as 2 mobile users with iOS and Android, everybody always with the same IP address, and then 2 desktop users, 1 macOS user with an Apple, and 1 Windows user with a Chrome browser and the Apple user with the Safari browser. Always the same IP address and with cookies activated. So we did this data acquisition with these 4 different user profiles 4 times a day, and for 1 month, very long time before the flight, and for 2 weeks near the departure dates. In order to assess the presence of price discrimination, we've collected the flight data from the direct distribution channels, the company's website. So we programmed the scraping mechanism, the data acquisition software. And then we also collected the control data that is collected from the GDS Amadeus for Alitalia and Lufthansa. The GDS gives information about the price, about the fare basis, and about the seats availability. Ryanair does not adhere to the GDS system, so we, for acquiring control data, we performed cookie-less searches and did with this mechanism the data acquisition. As software, as toolbox, we use the Selenium platform. It's a scraping tool that it's possible to interact with the elements of a web page, and it's possible to define the different user agents with browsers. We use fixed IP addresses, and it's possible to save then upload and session cookies. The control data was collected through the Amadeus API. The extracted data are so neutral, there are no cookies, and there is no tracking mechanism. This is a slide representing the software architecture. The software was written in Python by employing some and integrating libraries like Amadeus and the Selenium toolbox. We see the flight companies, the user profile, and the itineraries are modeled. It's an object-oriented software. It can be extended. It instantiates all these objects, and then there is an interface with the carrier websites and with the control data from the GDS system. All the data can then be exported into a spreadsheet, and we use the Google API, Google Spreadsheet, for storing the data, also for permitting analysis with cloud computing facilities of Google. The data is available, the software and the data are available on the software is available on GitHub, and also the data is available with the website, on the website of the journal. We acquired more than 1,000 observations during the acquisition a long time before the flights, and nearly 500 observations near the flight departures, and we perform 2 types of analysis, an inter-user profile check and an intra-user profile check. Inter-user is where, if for different users, different prices are proposed, and intra-user is if to the same user that performs 4 times the query a day and has always the same IP and always the same browser, there are some price differences offered by the companies. And we got some interesting results. During the acquisition, long time before the flights, 11 out of 1,132 observations present price difference in the intra-user profile check, that is to the same user. In particular, the website, in 3 out of 11, the website price is greater than the GDS price, and in 8 out of 11, the website price is lesser than the GDS price. We explain such differences as price caching. It all happened in the Alitalia flight carrier, and we see on the table the price difference among the total price of the website and the control price on the Amadeus platform. That is, our explanation was that the two systems were not aligned in real time. So during a morning and an afternoon, these prices differed, and then on another day, just during the morning search, also these prices differs. And in other cases, there was a case where the website price was higher than the control price, and this was also, to our opinion, there was a alignation problem of the two systems, two selling systems. During the near time before the flight data acquisition, 118 observation presented price difference, all for the carrier Lufthansa. The website price was lesser than the GDS price, and this was our explanation was that the prices are very dynamic, and not only technical issues were the cause of this divergence, but also the competition among final sellers, and maybe also the pandemic scenario that required price adjustments. This data acquisition was done 2021. We can see here on this chart the price difference between Lufthansa prices and their controls. In the inter-user profile check, there was only one case of price difference. It was, but anyway, the price difference was not so relevant. When doing mobile searches, we got a difference of 30 cents, not very much, with respect to the desktop one. So to conclude, in the study we found some interesting evidence, but there was an absence of clear price discrimination. None of the three airlines changed their offers based on their customer profiles, but the results are limited to the studies and of part of the Italian market. In the paper, we discuss also the effects of the pandemic restriction on this research and the implementation of new pricing strategies. As further research, we can expand the study with additional airlines and additional companies or additional passengers, like business passengers. The software is object-oriented and it's open source, so if researchers or economists are interested, they can expand it and implement new interfaces for other websites or other GDS systems. We can look on different routes, different types of price discrimination, for instance, including aggregators and consolidators, login, perform also a price competition analysis as we analyze the same route for two different carriers in the Rome Catania. And also discrimination of group of customers and according to the airports, for instance, small versus bigger airports. Here you can find related literature. You can download the paper, and on the paper you will find plenty of references and of bibliography. And this was just an example, a pilot study of how competition authorities could design and develop auditing algorithms, monitor platforms in different sectors and in different platforms, for instance, in transports, hotels, e-commerce. We did a similar study on hotels and also in e-commerce. And the computational methods can be used for estimating how much the use of algorithm may lead to anti-competitive and discriminatory outcomes. And then artificial intelligence techniques, machine learning methods, and algorithmic modeling can be applied to analyze the data. We have a data-driven approach to auditing and data collection, and we call that the main thing that we can do as agency is to integrate the acquired data, the public acquired data, with requests for information or with other data from the companies, perform again the analysis with this new data, integrate the results, and if we see a competitive problem or a discrimination or a consumer protection program, intervene with our powers. So the artificial intelligence is used to support enforcement activities. I thank you for your attention. I'm ready to answer questions, also via email, and I thank my co-authors for permitting this work.
Thanks very much, Emanuel. Thank you. Thanks for a very interesting talk, Emanuel. Start off with a broad question, which is, how have you integrated data scientists in your other cases? Because I guess this was a quasi-academic study,
yes,
done sort of slightly outside the authority. How do you integrate when they're inside?
I worked as a data scientist since 3 years in the competition authority, and as every data group, we are giving advices to digital cases, also to consumer protection cases. A big work I've done is to design and develop the online request for information system. So the data acquisition, if we have to acquire data from firms, it was done before. It was done via email. Now we have this platform that I've developed and that I've released, and maybe I will, during the next conference or the next event, I can give a talk about this big project. We also integrated with data science method to analyze, for instance, price increases during the COVID pandemic. It was also a very big project I worked on. We collected prices from grocery stores, from a big data project from many Italians, grocery stores, supermarkets that were communicating prices and analyzed the increase during the pandemic. We have plenty of other projects on market monitoring, and on consultancy for cases and for consumer protection and for competition.
Yeah, thank you. Now, I suspect that quite a few, at least casual observers, might expect this to be in an industry where there is price discrimination. So I'm curious as to whether you found the results of the study surprising, and if airlines have personal data about consumers, which they surely do in some cases, yes, why don't they use it and connect it? Do you think there are types of personalization that you might not have been able to test for in the paper?
But maybe the study was a pilot study. It was limited to 3 airlines, to just to 2 routes, and just 1 flight in days. It was also performed during the pandemic, but it could be expanded by considering, for instance, logins, by considering more advanced more data, and considering also different aggregators and consolidators, and maybe then the results could be a little bit different. But also with these results, we got some differences that are worth to further investigate.
Great, thank you. Could you give a bit of a sense of how easy or difficult some of those expansions, those next steps for such a study might be? I mean, for example, the OTAs or the aggregators, that's obviously an important channel.
It's just a question of requirements analysis and of coding. So it's you need manpower, you need good programmers, good analysts, and also a good cloud infrastructure for acquiring and for analyzing the data.
Great, thank you. Now, I've got a quite technical question here, I think, which I'm going to ask, and without necessarily fully understanding the question. Dangerous, I know. Might time-based price changes reflect machine learning applied to demand, as in the exploration phase rather than the exploitation phase? Or using timing as a latent variable for third-degree price discrimination?
We should ask the airlines if they indeed use machine learning algorithms. I think they use them, maybe not all of them, but it could be, yes. But it could be that there is a very advanced machine learning algorithm that adapts the prices according to the market, according to the competitors.
And did you test for whether the frequency of searching for flights made a difference to the prices quoted?
We just acquired the data 4 times a day, so the frequency was 4 times. It was 1 search during the morning, 1 in the early afternoon, and 2 in the evening at 6 and 6:30, just to see if there are some changes according to the flights. But we according to the near searches, but we didn't measure, we didn't monitor such discrimination.
And you mentioned some other cases in commerce and hotels. Are you aware of evidence anywhere else for systematic price discrimination?
On the hotels, we have some interesting results, but they are not public. So maybe we will speak in a more restricted conference, only for the agencies. But as I said during the talk, price discrimination is not unlawful. So the companies are allowed to sell at different prices to different consumers. Normally, usually they don't do it, because if a customer gets to know that the company discriminated, maybe in an evident way, then this will be a negative advertise for the company. So and so they tend to be, they seem to be fair with each customer. Maybe they discriminate with special offers, they discriminate for logging when you log in and when you have special programs, special discounts, but usually they tend not to discriminate, in my experience.
Thank you. Now, Sally talked about the ACCC directly interrogating the actual algorithms themselves, the code, like in the Trivago case, which I think you didn't do here. What do you think might be the benefits of combining the kind of observational work you did there with the kind of work that Sally was describing in this case?
Yes, it will be also nice to combine the searches with real searches from humans. You could set up, for instance, I read that many studies have been set up with collaborative environments where real users then perform the search, and I think this could give an additional value to the experimentation and could lead to interesting results.
And probably a couple more questions. Do you have what advice would you give other authorities looking to begin their own study like this?
Yes, to design a flexible code, because what often happens is that website change the layout, not their graphical layout, but their structure and their HTML layout or the programming language layout, and so the scrapers will not work doing the scraping. So you will have, if you want to monitor, for instance, for a longer period of time, you will have one day that your code will not work anymore. I have also a collaboration with the university, with a PhD student who is working on data extraction from web, on intelligent scrapers that adapt their functioning according to the changes of the of the websites with an intelligent mechanism based on artificial intelligence. This is a very interesting project, and I think this could, if it works, because it's an academic study and it's at its middle stage, but if this will work, we could have a very powerful software to acquire data without changing the code every time. Big companies that do the scraping have plenty of programmers that do scraping on many websites, on many platforms. They have plenty of programmers, mainly located in India or in other countries, that adjust the code daily to perform the scraping in an efficient way and to get the data. It's like companies protect themselves in order not to be scraped, because from us, but also from other from competitors, and so it's a hard task to get the data every day with your defined software.
Great, thank you. I think we might draw this one to a close and say thanks very much to Emanuel for a great presentation.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Oh, thanks. Excellent. So next up, we've got Jens Kultima from the Danish KFST. Jens is a data science specialist in the Danish Competition and Consumer Authority, and his presentation is going to discuss the authority's bid viewer collusion detection tool. Jens, over to you.
Thank you. I'm excited. Nice. Thank you very much. And thank you, organizers, for hosting this conference. I think it's really great to gather us authorities with a technological data perspective. And I think the timing is right. I think many of us have been working perhaps a little bit siloed on very similar projects. So I really want to thank the CMA for pulling this together and for also mentioning that you want to do this regularly in the future. I want to thank my leadership team. I was specifically hired for this project about 3 years ago. And my experience has been that I was given this sandbox. It's like, we want to find cartels. Go find them. And as I will hopefully show you in this presentation, it's a rather challenging task. But also, as mentioned, I think by Flavio yesterday, it's a relatively low-hanging fruit. And I think other authorities are also joining in this relatively low-hanging fruit. And then we also mentioned, let's not just pick the low-hanging fruit, let's actually plant some trees. And I think that's really what we're aiming for with this project. It's an international collaboration. Right now, there's 5 authorities contributing to this project. We're talking to many more. And I'm really hoping that we'll be able to perhaps use this as a pilot project for how can we jointly collaborate. Bid rigging. If a public authority wants to provide a service, build a building, build a road, generally they have to do a tender process. And in that process, companies can come in with their bids and say, hey, I can build this road for this amount of money. They're also, in Denmark, not allowed to collude with each other, so agree on higher prices, or agree that we will take this part of the country and you guys can bid for that part of the country. In generally, it increases the prices. Otherwise, why would they have a cartel? And different academic studies show that sometimes it's 20%, sometimes it's 100%, but there is definitely a price increase. And here I just mentioned that 24% of the public spending in Denmark goes through this process. So there's potentially a lot of money to save. I want to jump straight into a figure. This is an output figure from the tool that we have developed. The tool is called Bid Viewer. And what you see here is each color representing where a company wins. These are two companies. We know they're the largest players on that specific market, and they have the capability of participating in all of Denmark. And then looking at this figure, it's relatively obvious to me that the yellow company wins the south and the green company wins the north. So this would be an output figure of this particular tool. And then the next question is, why do we see this pattern? And I'll get into that a little bit later as well. How do we data scientists collaborate with investigators, economists, lawyers, attorneys, judges, and other specialists to understand the patterns we see? So in brief, this may or may not be collusion. There have been many ways of identifying collusion in public procurement. There's many others than the one I'm talking about. I'm just showing this slide to essentially show that we're looking at market screens, which is a proactive approach. We collect data, and then we screen different markets, which is a slightly different approach than just collecting whistleblowers, for example. What is a screen? If someone, as we get older, we might go to the doctor and we'll have a screen for cancer, for example. In this case, when I'm talking about screens, it's essentially a method to identify collusive bidding versus non-collusive bidding. And then the technicalities would be, in the previous graph that I showed, is that collusive bidding or not? The algorithm will tell us we see this pattern, and then we have to learn whether it's collusive or not. But a screen is essentially, we want to find the companies and the tenders that are suspicious and that may collude together. I will keep this talk relatively high level, in part because there's a lot of things I want to say, and in part because we published an article. I will recommend you to read it if you are interested in the more details. So this tool, Bid Viewer, is designed to identify bid rigging and collusion in public procurement specifically. And I mentioned screens, so we're using different screens to identify these patterns that companies, how they're bidding. So there's bidding patterns in the article we mentioned if somebody takes turn winning. I showed you the one with the geographic market sharing. There's also non-geographic market sharing. And then we get into network methods. There are some statistical indicators. They're mentioned in the article. And those indicators can then be used to build machine learning models, which Sally talked about earlier, for example. So why have we built this tool? I think the first reason is to identify collusion where we otherwise couldn't. If we only rely on whistleblowers, we'll be very limited to those markets, and those may not be the most relevant markets. The way we built the tool is also to enable the further investigation. Screening is the first step, and then in the second step, we want to understand why do we see this pattern. So it's also a more complex tool than just running a single screen. And as we also talked about in other presentations, it's about conserving resources. And I think one of the points I really want to make here is that this is a tool we developed in Denmark. We're already collaborating with another lot of agencies. And I think, as Stefan said, the overhead of copying code to someone else is basically zero. So we're really inviting that collaboration. The way this works is we get a data set, we clean it up. That process was a little bit talked about earlier in one of the talks by David this morning. And then we run these screens. Companies and tenders are flagged, and then we inspect those flags. A question I often get is, okay, so you develop this tool, does that mean it will identify cartels and no human will look at this? No. This tool will be a supplement to the methods of how we are working. And there will always be a human part of this process. And once we have identified specific flags, specific companies or tenders, we will start and initiate a traditional case process. About planting trees. So I spent about 2 years working on this tool. It's me primarily together with a few others around Europe. And so far there's about 10, a little bit more than 10 different screens that we have implemented. And I can really see that this year we will start growing more. There's already 5 different new screens in the pipeline that we want to work on. And in collaboration with other authorities, we have another 50 ideas of things we want to implement. Leaning on Emanuel, implementing code very modular. So this entire framework is very modular. It takes about 20 lines of code to add a new screen. All you have to do is write one single Python file, put it in a folder, and there you have it. So for me, having worked with this for a while now, it takes me 1 to 2 days to develop a new screen. So I can really see how this can go faster. So this is just an example that I ran on my laptop. This was a data set with more than 23,000 companies, 50,000 tenders, and about 900 different markets. And I ran 12 screens on my little laptop. That took 45 minutes. May not be impressive for some computer scientists. They're like, well, I can do a Google search in under a second. But we could easily run this in parallel. Then we're down to 4.5 minutes. And then we can at least see that, okay, we can rank hundreds of thousands of companies within an hour if we run this in the cloud. And each of these screens are going to be differently computer heavy. So there are some screens that are machine learning based that are relatively fast. And there's actually some screens, for example, the geographic market sharing, where you compare every pair of company and every possible pair of region over all markets. And then we're starting to get into large computational problems or computer heavy. And then we're also coming into a field where we need to have more expertise. How do we optimize these algorithms? Getting data engineers, cloud engineers, and cloud architects to how can we really do these things more and more efficient. And I think that, again, speaks into the necessity for each agency to have these capabilities, which then says, okay, so we're Denmark. There's 2 of us right now in Denmark, data scientists. And we will not be able to leverage all of that. So if we can lean on other agencies with more resources, that will support us and we can support them. And on that note, I know we're starting in a collaboration with CMA on this specific tool, which is really exciting. So I'm also looking forward to working with the CMA on this. And that brings me into this network of people that I am involved in. I put data scientists in the middle because that's from my perspective. Having made this slide, I realize it's a little counterintuitive that the red circle is the biggest one because we're generally the fewest people. So happens when you make slides. My point here is that joining this field a couple of years ago, I thought that I would be solving this computational problem by myself in a basement. And that is definitely not the case. I need to be able to communicate with the economists, the investigators, attorneys, both external and internal, public buyers, so that they know what this tool is doing and so that they can give us data in a meaningful format. And the authorities, both national and internationally, but also researchers around the world. So for me, I'm really interacting on a day-to-day basis with a wide group of people. One of the exciting wins for me in this was that I was able to present at the OECD conference Work Package 3 last year, which talks about the new guidelines for cartel detection. And in that specific document, they had only listed the winning prices. So I was able to present to the OECD and say, hey, I'm a data scientist, we're working with this. We also need the losing prices. We need to know whether companies canceled their bids, whether they were invalid, and all those types of things. So that's an example where I'm able to come with my expertise and say, hey, lawmakers, I think you're doing a great job. This is what I can contribute going forward as well. I want to give a shout out to my close collaborators because I think in this field, we are a relatively small group of people working with antitrust and working with especially bid rigging and cartel detection. So I'm happy to be joined by Daniel, who is here, Apo from Finland, who couldn't make it to the conference physically. I imagine he's listening to this now. Olof as well in Sweden, and Susanna and Alfonso. Alfonso is here. And working together with these people from different authorities, we all have different backgrounds. And I think that's really where we're starting to get a lot of work done together. And the researchers, especially David Imhoff, I think I email with David on a bi-weekly basis. And it's exciting for me as a public servant and working for the government to be working closely together with these researchers. Katie asked me, so Katie is one of the organizers of this conference, she asked me, please, can you have all of your slides in size 16 so that they're readable? This is my one slide that is not size 16. My point here is that these are 18 papers on different methods for cartel detection and collusion detection. 14 of them are published in the last 3.5 years. That means all of these are published after I started to doing the research of what's out there in this field. So someone mentioned yesterday that we also need to go out to these conferences and stay on top of the game. I think I have already made my point. We're working together with a number of international authorities, one-to-one. We're talking with another 15. I'm very grateful to be working together with the US Department of Justice, to be able to present for them, and to be able to have a fruitful collaboration there. Pulling data science together. We had the first Nordic data science gathering a couple of weeks ago, hosted by us in Denmark, and we were 8 data scientists getting together, talking nerdy stuff for a couple of days, and it was really exciting. So we talked yesterday about collaboration and working together, and I'm in a position where that's what I'm already doing. So I just want to give a shout out to those who are to the lawmakers and to those who are organizing the structures we're working around and say, hey, a platform for code sharing, a platform for data sharing, a forum where we can talk confidential information with each other, regulations and simple agreements that enables us data scientists to communicate with each other. That's really what I would like to see moving forward in the next couple of years or next year. And also technical conferences of data scientists gathering. So how do I look at this ecosystem? I look at it, I see the scientific research at the bottom. There's a great scientists out there that are doing a lot of work that we're not able to do because we don't have the time and we don't have the knowledge. And they're developing screens. I think there was a screen development recently and all the code was published. Python code was published, including all of the data and the training sets. And I'm like, that's great. It takes me an afternoon to copy paste that, put that in my program, and I have saved myself quite some time and effort. So the scientific community is really, really important. On top of that, I picture a layer of each of us countries developing each of our tools, which we're already doing. I talked to many different authorities, and we're battling the same challenges. And here I see, in the bid rigging space, we have invested about 3 years of my time into this project, and I'm aware of other projects around the globe solving the same problem, and getting together, talking about methods, which screens worked for you, which ones didn't work, what do you think about this one? Sharing the code, we're already doing that bilaterally, sharing data. Within the Nordic countries, we're very privileged because we have a close, tight relationship, so we can actually more closely share code and data rather easy. And seeing that internationally going forwards, I think is really an opportunity for us all. And then on top of that, sharing the methods and sharing the code, sharing cartel cases. This is a field where there's not a lot of data, and each cartel is surely going to be different. So that's another point of collaboration. And also sharing the successes, but absolutely sharing the failures. I'm moderating a session tomorrow, and I'm hoping to share some of my knowledge on both successes and failures. So I have 1 minute and 10 seconds left. And I want to talk about the pink elephant in the room. The pink elephant is the data. So we're talking about finding the needle in the haystack. It's not about finding the needle, it's about finding that haystack. As a public authority, it's challenging for us to gather data in Denmark. And some authorities have it much, much easier because they have electronic systems that are already running. And I can see in some countries it's actually moving backwards, where they now have access to the winning and the losing bids at relatively high quality, but in the coming years they will not have that because of legislation and because of how their authorities are working. So I really encourage us all to think about that. And again, every haystack is going to be different because each of these countries and cartels operate differently. So some of the training data that we're working with are publicly available. It's a cartel case from Brazil. It's one from the US. It's 3 of them from Switzerland. There's one large from Japan. And the one from the US, for example, it's an Ohio school milk case from the 1960s. And I'm like, how likely is it that that is going to be the way cartels are operating today? So that really makes it important for us to share knowledge with each other. So yeah, this is my last slide. High quality data, complementary screens. This tool is rather modular, working together, and then really learning from each other. That was me.
Jens, thank you very much. Fascinating presentation again, and lots of questions I think arising. I wanted to start by asking how concerned you are that firms might try to adapt their behavior to dodge the screens. So I mean, for instance, the map example was pretty stark, but could they do the geographical divide in a less obvious way, for example?
They could. It's a very good question. I imagine that would be one of the first questions to get. And if I Google cartel screen method, I will get a lot of already published results, scientific journals out there. So there's a lot of information already existing in that space. And I think a good screen would force the companies to behave competitively. Imagine if we were able to develop screens so that the only way they could avoid getting caught would be to actually not collude with each other. And I think we're also in a position where we have to catch the ones that are doing the obvious things. And then it will be a cat and mouse race. And we see that all over the place. But I think we're in a good position.
How do you envisage the governance and ongoing maintenance of this tool, particularly given all the collaboration you described? Is it open source and everyone can make changes, or is it people making layers on top of a foundation model? How does it work?
If I were to design a system for that, I would have a core group of developers, maybe from 3 or 4 different countries that would meet regularly. That would be the core developers of, for example, this particular tool. The way I built it was that there's a core, and then on top of that you have all the different screens. So you can add screens and you can modify things outside of the core without affecting that part. The tool is open source, and we share it with other public national competition authorities. And there will be a challenge if a lot of authorities start to making their own modifications without wanting to contribute back to a shared core. But I really hope that we can have a joint effort.
Indeed. We've already heard talk of metaphors for trying to explain some of this complex stuff this morning. So I really liked your finding the haystack one. And thinking about that finding the haystack, how cooperative have you found the public procurement authorities that you've been trying to get the haystack from? How has that relationship worked?
I think it's a lumpy ride, to quote Sally. Sometimes good, sometimes less so. And I think much of it might be because they don't know what the tool is doing, and they don't know how we're operating or why we're doing these things. So I think communication with those, and that's also why I included them on my slide, the public buyers, because we really need to engage in a conversation with them and say, hey, we have this tool and we're actually on the same side. And yes, it might, in the beginning, add extra effort to them because there might be more importance for them to store and retain data in formats that we can use. But I think that is the way to go forward.
Thank you. And so obviously this focuses on public procurement, which, as you described in the slides, is already a big number. And there's clearly lots of work to do in this area. What would be the next 2 or 3 areas that you would want to apply this kind of screening tool to?
I think online pricing is something that we've already talked about with the flights, for example, and I think there's a lot of other online pricing areas that we can look into, and that's also a place where there's a lot of data accessible. One example in Denmark is we have a public database of pharmaceuticals or drugs, so they have an auction every 2 weeks, and that would be another example where you could apply this.
How do you go about testing the effectiveness of different screens?
It's a very good question. I think this is where collaboration comes in, because as a sole developer, I will not be able to do all of that work. And David Imhoff, for example, he did his entire PhD working on some of these screens. So I think really engaging with the scientific community. There's also ways of designing simulated data sets where we can think about what are the possible cartel cases we can think of and see if these screens work, but also using old cartel cases, which is what we're doing.
I mean, this is a bit of a connected question. How possible is it to quantify, whether as a number or as a percentage, the successful screens that then lead to successful investigations or cases?
I'm inclined to say 42. It's possible. I mean, I think we're in the infancy of this. And I'm aware that there have been attempts previously in the past developing these tools, and I really want to underline this is not find all, catch all, perfect solution. I think this is a very good start at moving forwards. And I think when we're moving towards convincing judges and attorneys in a courtroom, having statistical models predicting, okay, how probable is it that we see this pattern? And those are things we can already do today, is say, what is the likelihood that I see this pattern, these two companies bidding this way?
And actually, to that point, how much have you tested these screens and the use of them in court so far, or are we before that stage?
So in Denmark, we are working on a number of leads with this case, or with this tool. And again, I really think it's in the infancy, and I think moving forwards in the next couple of years is going to be very exciting.
Indeed. I think final question probably, how effective do you think public communication to firms about the use of these kinds of tools could be as part of the deterrence arsenal of authorities?
It's a choice we have made in Denmark to be open about that we are developing this tool. We're also talking specifically about some of the methods. The way I wrote that article that I mentioned is that it's a rather non-technical introduction to how are we working with this, specifically so that we're able to communicate, hey, this is a field that we're looking into.
Great. Okay, so we're going to break for lunch in a moment and ask both those here and on screens to reconvene at 1 o'clock. But before that, I'd like to thank Jens and the other three speakers very much for an extremely exciting and interesting morning. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, and welcome back from lunch. I hope you enjoyed it. Starting off the afternoon's proceedings, it's my great pleasure to be able to introduce Benedict Evans for a keynote before our first panel. Benedict is an internationally renowned technology analyst based in London. He's spent 20 years analysing mobile, media and tech, and has worked across equity research, consulting and venture capital. He looks at questions about what matters in tech, what's going on, what it means and what happens next. He writes essays on these themes, published on benevans.com, and a weekly newsletter with over 170,000 subscribers, a number that includes myself. So very pleased for that reason to be able to hand over to Benedict.
Great, thank you. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So thanks for inviting me to speak. I'm sorry I can't be there today. I'm in Chicago for various complicated reasons. I was asked to talk about regulated technology, and I thought it would be kind of useful to start just by giving a brief sense of what technology itself is interested in and thinking about at the moment. Which by and large, as I sort of discovered sometimes to my cost, is not regulation. And in fact, if one talks to people working in the sort of Financial Times or Wall Street Journal, they'll kind of tell you the same thing. That's not where the traffic is. And whenever I write about regulation, no one reads it, except people who work for regulators. But I thought nonetheless, it would be kind of useful to dig into, therefore, from the other side. And so I think if one was to ask what's important in technology 5 years ago, one would have said mobile, and the whole conversation would have been about smartphones. Today, there's sort of three different conversations that are going on and kind of in parallel. Firstly, there's a bunch of people in technology thinking about what we'll be doing in 2030, ideas like kind of Web3 and metaverse and quantum and so on. Secondly, though, most actual technology companies today are deploying ideas from 2010, 2015, ideas like kind of SaaS and cloud and machine learning. And then the rest of the economy is being overturned by ideas from sort of 1995 and 2000, and ideas like maybe people will buy stuff on the internet. So you have these three kind of very separate conversations depending on which part of the technology industry you're talking to, and obviously which other industry you're talking to as well. And so looking at each of those very briefly, those visions for the future, there are these two kind of generalized concepts for things that would be a universal platform that you build stuff on. That would be the next smartphone, if you like, or the next open source. And that is Web3 and metaverse, which I'll talk about in a second. Meanwhile, there's lots of other technologies out there that are kind of narrower and deeper. So things like quantum or robotics or computational biology, which are also very interesting, but not things that you might remake the whole of the tech industry around. However, Web3 and metaverse are both these sorts of ideas that this is the next generational change in technology. And so Web3 is an idea that cryptocurrencies are not just store of money or speculation or money or financial transfers, but instead that a blockchain is a computer that you can use to build software. And so that you would be able to build a podcast system or a Twitter or an Instagram or indeed an Amazon running on a blockchain in a way that would be public and distributed, in which all the participants would have votes. Meanwhile, metaverse, to the extent it means anything, and I'm afraid it's now becoming an impossibly vague term. But what it meant originally was the idea that VR and AR would be the next universal device, that everyone would wear a pair of glasses, just as everyone has a smartphone today. And both of these, of course, would be complete resets of the market environment. So just as we went from mainframes to PCs, we changed who was in charge when we went from PCs to the web, and then from the web to smartphones. Those reset the technology market. And so the people working on both of these believe that this is a way that we will reset the market again. Meanwhile, the rest of the tech industry, I think, can best be summed up by this phrase digital transformation, which always sounds like a kind of a parody of marketing slogans. Said the other day that if you say digital transformation 3 times, then a partner from Accenture will appear in the corner of the room and offer you a contract. But what it actually means is that in the 70s, big companies got mainframes, and in the 90s, they moved from mainframes to PCs. And now they're moving to cloud and software as a service and machine learning. And those are kind of generational changes in how enterprise computing works. And as you go through that change, you have an order of magnitude more software. you go from having half a dozen applications to having 50, 100, 250 applications inside big companies. So massively more software companies. And those are all kind of fundamentally changing what it is that the company might be doing, how it might be doing its work, just as we did when we went from mainframes to PCs. Then in the rest of the economy, everything the internet did to music or newspapers is now happening to everyone else. So this is a visualization of that. This is the decline from peak of newspaper advertising, bookstores, and then pay TV in the USA. And the point here really is a time lag, that the same kinds of processes are applying to all of these, but it took 20 years between the decline of newspapers and the decline of pay TV. And as you go through that process, there's a sort of fundamental unbundling of everything. All the value chains and the gatekeeping based on physical break apart. You have new models and new entrants and new gatekeepers and new winners. And you could have made that slide in 1995. It's just a question of when it happens. Particularly topical in the UK, that's been happening in TV. And so it means that UK broadcasters are suddenly competing with US media companies, which always had much bigger budgets, but never competed directly. But now Netflix and Amazon are competing directly. And so UK 16 to 34s watch more subscription videos, so basically more Netflix, than all content from all UK broadcasters combined. So they've gone from being big fish in a small pond to small fish in a global pond. The retail industry itself, of course, has had a huge surge of adoption as we went through the pandemic, varied a great deal by what country we're in. But what I wanted to show with this chart is a kind of a slightly unusual way of splitting retail. Instead of saying that you have apparel and shoes and toys and books, and those are all different categories, instead I've divided this into food and non-food on the basis that not food has to be delivered or collected, but non-food can come through the mail. And so if you look at UK retail on the basis of everything except food, we've gone from 30% penetration to 40% online penetration, which has pretty profound consequences for anybody in brand or retail, or indeed thinking about council taxes or thinking about commercial property. One consequence of that acceleration is that as we've broken all these channels apart, we have new entrants. And so Shein, which is a Chinese smartphone-only fast fashion brand, is now the largest US fashion retailer, bigger than Zara and H&M combined. And it's done that with no stores, instead app only, and with all the acquisition budget going into advertising instead of to rent. Meanwhile, Amazon has built its own toll booth, as channels always do. So Amazon did $31 billion of advertising revenue in 2021, and $31 billion of ad revenue is not only probably producing more cash flow than AWS, but it also means that the Amazon ad business is bigger than YouTube, bigger than the global newspaper industry, roughly the same size as Google's display business. So another example of, I think, an unexpected, unanticipated competitor is Shopify, which provides software to make it easy to run an online store. And Shopify's customers did about $175 billion of e-commerce in 2021. Which means that Shopify was about 45% of the size of Amazon Marketplace. So this is now one of Amazon's biggest competitive questions: isn't a consumer-facing brand, doesn't run its own store, would not fit in a conventional market definition of Amazon or as an e-commerce vendor. And then one more example of an unconventional competitor is Apple, which decided to use its control of the smartphone platform to insert itself into the advertising industry, despite not having an ad industry, having a material ad business of its own. With this rather interesting formulation, it's rather like the Yes Minister joke, that I give confidential briefings, you leak, and he's being prosecuted under the Official Secrets Act. And so Apple has this formulation that we personalize ads, and that's completely different from tracking. I made this point on Twitter a while ago, and Adam Mosseri, the head of product for Instagram, replied he would be very happy to use the language that Apple uses for its own products, but instead Apple forces him to use Apple's language to describe his product. Now, if one thinks about all of the things that are going on, therefore, I think the sort of, for anybody in the consumer industry, consumer or retail or brand, there's sort of two fundamental questions. There's a logistics question, like how do I get it? And then there's a discovery question, how would I know what I want? And in the past, you had all these separate budgets that weren't really interchangeable. So you couldn't say, should we open stores in that country or just advertise there? But now you can. Now you say, should we advertise? Should we have free shipping? Should we put the money on Instagram or into returns? Those all become one budget. And so all of those kind of questions of how you touch a customer have been kind of thrown wide open. Hence, one of the most interesting announcements in the last couple of weeks is that Unilever no longer has a CMO, because the CMO role is now also responsible for selling directly to consumers, which is something they've never done before. Now, but stepping back from that, though, and circling back to the tech industry, I think it's kind of interesting how many of these spaces the broader tech industry isn't interested in. And so, and neither Google nor Facebook have a significant presence in TV. Indeed, Apple isn't really doing anything in TV. We are on a very small experimental budget. And so a useful kind of way of looking at this is that the technology industry builds something that changes other markets. But Emanuel is fundamentally concerned in technology. So technology now thinks about quantum and metaverse and Web3. It doesn't think about the music industry. So if I now shift and talk kind of directly about the regulatory consequences of all of this, I think it's kind of useful to get a sense of scale and to think about just how quickly technology has become so much more important than it was in the past. That when Netscape kicked off the consumer internet, there were maybe 50 to 75 million PCs on Earth. Even when Facebook launched, there were less than 1 billion people using a computer. And now there's close to 5 billion people. And so the importance of technology has happened really very, very quickly. And of course, as it's become so much bigger, software ate the world. And so all the world's problems get expressed in software. All the bad people are on the internet. All of our own worst instincts are on the internet. And so we have this kind of wave of ideas around things that we need, that are social and political problems, things that need regulation, things that need policy intervention of some kind. And I think that's kind of natural and normal. And it's kind of interesting to compare that with a bunch of other industries, such as, for example, railways or industrial food or cars, all of which are also big and important and complex and got industry-specific regulation. But it's also, I think, important to kind of pause a minute and say, well, what do we mean when we say we regulate cars? Because if we actually think about what that means, there's sort of 10 or 15 or 20 different questions, and those are all kind of complicated. And you can't actually go to General Motors and tell them that they need to stop teenage boys from getting drunk and driving too fast, or that we need to build more urban mass transit. And so there are many different questions, and there are questions for different companies, also questions for different regulators, and many of them have trade-offs. But this is kind of a nice illustration of the problem. This is Amsterdam, I think, in 1900, 1970, and then today. That was a set of political decisions around how you treated a city. Should you pedestrianize the city or not? That was not a competition question. And so I think the general kind of point I would try and make is that there's a kind of common thing that people in technology say is that technology policy is too complicated and it's full of trade-offs and it's too hard and it's too difficult. I'm not saying that. What I would suggest is that policy itself, in fact, is complicated and full of trade-offs. And technology actually isn't any different from any other field of policy. It's not any easier or simpler or to resolve than any other field of policy. Where it is different, I think, is how quickly it's happened. So this compares the growth of cars in the USA with the growth of Facebook. That we all grew up with cars. We all understood that if you ask General Motors to make cars with gasoline that doesn't burn, they kind of can't do that. We don't necessarily have the kind of the same innate understanding of what a market definition might be, what a competitive pressure might be in technology. And so to just draw that thread out a little bit more, I wanted to give some examples. So this is a very widespread, widely known proposal from Elizabeth Warren, American senator and presidential candidate. You can't run a platform and compete on it. Well, that sounds good. It also has a great advantage that you can kind of fit it in a tweet, and you can fit it on the bumper sticker of your car. So I thought I would show you this ad. This is an ad for a piece of software called Sideways from 1987 that lets you print your spreadsheet in landscape. That's what it does. This is a piece of software that lets you print your spreadsheet in landscape. So in other words, it's that button. Now, I don't think many of us believe that that button should be illegal, and there should be a separate way to install a print preferences dialog box. And so this kind of gets to the challenge. We all kind of agree that it was a problem that Microsoft bundled Internet Explorer in Windows in the late 1990s, but none of us today believe that a new phone shouldn't come with a web browser. And I think most of us would understand that if you actually follow Elizabeth Warren's logic to its natural, if you follow the natural logic of that, then when you buy an iPhone, you wouldn't have any apps on it because any of them are things that somebody would want to compete with. Indeed, I'm old enough to remember when you could buy a separate camera for your phone because phones didn't have cameras. And so when phone companies integrated cameras, that was unfair competition to the people who wanted to sell you a separate camera, but that was actually kind of the nature of integration. So again, it's kind of interesting and difficult. My favorite argument in this category is that Amazon competes with its suppliers. Amazon has private label products. This is a table from an FTC study from 1932 listing retailers that provided private label products, which is basically all retailers for the last century. All retailers for the last century have used data and analytics and steering and self-preferencing to steer people to buy their own white label products. So what is it exactly that's different when Amazon does this? And then a third, I think, interesting discussion, and this has been a particular talking point in European antitrust, European competition, is this observation that large technology companies have bought huge numbers of startups in the last decade. And so prompted by this, late last year, the FTC did a study and got Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, and Microsoft to give them data on everything that they bought. And it turns out the number is that those companies had bought about 400 startups between 2010 and 2019, which sounds like a big number until you divide it by 10 and then divide it by 5. And you realize, yeah, it's actually not that many companies per company per year. More important, though, is if you look at what those companies are, 80% of them were less than a $50 million acquisition, and most of them have less than 10 staff. And so you have to ask, if you're an entrepreneur and you've been building your company for 5 years and you've only got 7 people, and Google comes along and offers you $5 million and you say yes, why would you say yes? Because it's the entrepreneur's choice to say yes. And the answer is you probably weren't a big competitive threat to Google if you took a $5 million check, particularly in the funding environment of the last couple of years. And that takes me to kind of a final sort of set of data to point to. I often wonder how many people outside the technology industry understand how many startups there are. Those people in the room, my apologies for those who don't, I hope this will be informative. In Silicon Valley, every year, the US venture industry funds roughly 3,000 new companies and then gives follow-on funding to another 8,000 to 10,000 companies. So there's about 3,000 to 4,000 new startups every single year. And if one looks at the funding environment for that, obviously 2021 was kind of
I'm wondering how long to leave it before concluding. I'm just going to, maybe backstage, just let me know prospects for bringing it back on.
to kind of challenges and kinds of challenge that are kind of new. And the obvious one, of course, is geography. What does it mean for a UK or European regulator to tell Facebook to do something, particularly to tell it to have an opinion on an acquisition that maybe wasn't in the UK? Secondly, how do we think about market definition? You know, what kind of market definition would put Amazon and Shopify in the same category? What kind of market definition would apply when generally the most important competitive threat to a company comes from somebody changing what the market is? You know, Microsoft did not do mainframes. Google did not do PC software. Facebook did not do a search engine. Shopify, Snapchat does not do a social feed. And so generally the biggest competitive threat to a technology company comes from somebody who's doing something different. Then, of course, there's the speed point that I think we all understand, that it's a problem to spend 5 years doing the market analysis and doing the project on an industry that changes this quickly. And finally, of course, conflict. I was at a competition conference at the beginning of last year, where beginning of 2020 rather, where a competition regulator said, well, I go and tell a technology company to do this, and they go across the road to the privacy regulator who tells them not to do that. And so just to illustrate each of these, firstly, this is breakdown of global advertising revenue. The UK is bigger than France and Germany combined, incidentally, as it is for most technology measures. But which regulators in which places do things that apply to which parts of the market? How do you think about market definition when, as I showed you this chart earlier, Amazon's biggest competitive question is a company that isn't a consumer-facing brand at all? How do you think about speed when the center of the tech industry changes entirely every 10 to 15 years? It's not just kind of the nature of the product or that particular question, but even the question of who's dominant changes completely. Because what you see here is IBM and then Microsoft and Intel, and then Google and Facebook and Amazon, and then Apple and Samsung. And so you have changes in where the dominance is. So that kind of prompts the question, well, dominance of what? IBM still has market dominance in the mainframe business. The mainframe business, in fact, is still growing if you measure it in compute capacity. But nobody in the tech industry has thought about mainframes or IBM for about 20 years. So which dominance is it that we're thinking about? And of course, how do we think about those conflicts? there's a, as I said, if you competition regulator goes to Facebook and says, make it easier to export my data, and the privacy regulator goes to Facebook and says, make it harder to export my data, and the engineers at Facebook says, well, we're engineers, we can do either, but we can't do both. And I think that kind of takes me to a final point, which is this is a screenshot from the EU's draft DMA. This is the last public draft, in which the EU decided that decided that messaging apps should be interoperable. What that has to do with markets, I have absolutely no idea, because they're not markets. But be that as it may, it decided that messaging apps should be interoperable. And so here's the relevant clause. Now, imagine, again, you're an engineer being told to implement this. What are you being told? Well, you have to allow any provider. So those 5 engineers in the government building in a suburb of St. Petersburg have built a messaging app. Well, that's any provider, so you have to give them access. So if somebody makes an app that lets them spam all WhatsApp users, you have to give them access. And you have to give them the data under the same conditions and quality that you have, which means you have to give them all the data that you have. And you have to guarantee them data protection. Well, which of those is it that you want us to do? You want Facebook or Instagram or YouTube to give, or Google or Apple to give any third party completely unlimited and restricted access to their users without any restrictions at all, while also guaranteeing security and data protection. That's not really on the list of options. So one final comment, and this is a Dilbert cartoon from about 20 years ago. These are kind of questions that come up quite often. And they're questions, I think, that sometimes reflect my chart comparing car adoption to Facebook adoption. Absolutely, we need to regulate the tech industry. Absolutely, we need competition regulation and privacy regulation. But we kind of need to understand how that fits into the context of the market and the technology, just as we did when we regulated cars. And we kind of need to understand that absolute statements generally don't work very well. And so with that, I will stop, reach the end of my presentation. And then I think we have now a panel conversation.
That's right. Thanks very much, Benedict. That was an amazing amount of information, insight, challenges, all in the space of 24 minutes. And now I know there'll be lots of questions. Indeed, I have a few of my own, but you're going to have to be patient because you get a chance to ask Benedict questions as part of the next panel. So I'm going to introduce the chair of the next panel, who is Dr. Vicky Nash. Vicky is director of the Oxford Internet Institute, where she's responsible for leading the department's engagement in digital policy matters. Her particular research interests draw on her background as a political theorist and concern the theoretical and practical interpretation of liberal values in the internet era. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Vicky, who's going to introduce your panelists.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I'm sorry, I should have given you something that would have been a slightly more relevant introduction for this audience, but never mind. So it's a huge pleasure to be here today. I've got a fantastic panel that we're going to bring for your delectation. We are also going to be hearing from Ben later on, and another virtual member as well. But if I can bring up my physical members first of all, please. So I'm going to have Nick Sieber, who is here. He's partner at Deloitte and head of European tech regulation. Next, we have Brian O'Kelly, a fantastic tech entrepreneur, co-founder and CEO of Scope3. And I'm hoping that virtually, if we can bring her in, we have Dame Wendy Hall, who is the Regis Professor of Computer Science at University of Southampton, and I should say somewhat of an academic goddess in my field for her founding with others of web science. Wendy is not on Zoom, I gather. Is she joining us at all, or is she not joining us at all? No, no, Wendy, no problem. So that means we'll have a little bit longer to talk, which is no bad thing. If I can kick off, so that the focus of this panel really, I suppose, is to make us think ahead, to look ahead, to think a bit about what the most important technologies and trends are that the competition and consumer agencies need to be focusing on in the next few years. Now, it's up to you whether you want to think very near term, slightly further away. I'm hoping we'll cover both in the panel. I think we're going to start, if it's okay, with Nick. Very kind of you. I know you stepped in at the last minute for Paul, who is unfortunately ill. But if I can hand over to you, and I think you've got some exciting new data from Deloitte to share with us. Thank you.
I do. And for anyone with slides, going after Benedict is a slightly daunting proposition. doubly so when you step in quite late. So I'm going to be talking on behalf of my colleague Paul Lee. He is the head of research in TMT for Deloitte. It's a role which we take very seriously. It's his only role. He doesn't serve clients other than generating amazing insight. And I'm going to be talking today about our Digital Consumer Trends Survey. It's a survey we've run for 7 years. As it says on the slide, it covers about 40,000 people in 23 countries. We run it with professional polling support in the UK. We delivered it to 4,150 adults in a demographically proper format. It was run by Ipsos. It finished in May, so we have a huge, huge amount of data which we're just working through. And so today I'm going to be talking about 5 observations which we've pulled out in order to provide this world premiere of our data this year. I was expecting a bigger reaction, but I'll go with that. Thank you for humouring me. Okay, so as I said, five observations which we're going to make. The first is around a new question we asked for the first time this year, which was to try and understand consumers' expectations of who is responsible for protecting them against various online threats. And you can see that we asked them about keeping data private, preventing cyber attacks, preventing misinformation, and then preventing counterfeit or stolen products being sold online. And broadly, you can see from the data that consumers are saying it's not us, it's not the users. It is either online platforms or governments and regulators. And we think that this is a reasonable attitude for consumers to have. As we were talking earlier on, in any other part of our lives, it's unreasonable to have to make your own padlocks and figure out some of the stuff. You know, if I go to a supermarket and I buy an egg sandwich, I shouldn't need to test it for salmonella. If I buy a hairdryer, hypothetically, I don't need to make sure that it's not going to electrocute me. And if I'm looking at my online pension statement, I shouldn't be worried that my life savings are going to disappear. You know, we have a reasonable expectation that in our modern lives, we are protected. Now, one thing which I would say is that the ongoing crisis of consumer trust and consumer protection in the world of crypto and Web3, which is obviously a very current topic of conversation, as we're seeing various stable coins. I use the rabbit ears as an understatement. Stable coins, it turns out, not so stable. Funds for holding crypto investments are not so stable either. And we see this as a huge opportunity for regulators to potentially step in and maybe help give consumers more trust that gas fees and scams and frauds are not going to mean that their precious assets are going to evaporate. Another question we asked was about whether individuals have taken steps to protect their privacy by making use of different functionality on their devices or services. And you can see here that 35% of people have avoided buying a device because of privacy concerns. This came up last night over dinner, talking about home personal assistants, connected assistants in the home. 56% of people have avoided using a service because of privacy concerns, and then the last one, 58% have avoided connecting different functions of a device, like camera functionality, because of privacy concerns. This is obviously interesting data, and our data often appears as little footnotes on other presentations like Benedict's. One of the things we found, though, and I don't have a slide to show it, is that the individuals who are most likely to use these services and devices are also most likely to be confident in turning these services off. And we think our hypothesis is that growing familiarity and experience of using digital devices and services means that when people are setting up an app, they're quite happy to say, no, I don't want to share my location right now until I understand what the value proposition is or what I'm getting from that. Or I don't want to use the camera, I don't want to have notifications. And this is unlike, say, 20 years ago. If you were setting up a new computer, you might feel very worried that if you don't click all the default options, something's going to go wrong and then you're not going to be able to use it. So we feel like this is actually a positive thing, that the most competent and confident users are happy to not use different aspects of functionality because they can use them later on if they want to. This is a question on here which we've asked for a number of years now, and we've seen an increasing level of likelihood that users accept all cookies. So the top point here is that about 3/4 of users accept default cookie settings at least half of the time. Anecdotally, from speaking to media companies, our view is that it's probably more than this. And this is an example of what Jonathan called the privacy paradox yesterday, that users are much more likely to accept, even if their own self-belief is that they decline those permissions quite often. Another aspect of that same theme I referred to just now is that we also see an increasing level of awareness about what companies do with the data which is shared online, but also a decline in the level of anxiety about that data being shared. And again, we think that this is a trend towards increasing understanding that because of prominent data protection regulations, consumers are actually feeling like sharing their data is not going to lead to terrible outcomes. It's just a case of value exchange online. So we're maybe feeling quite positive on that front. We also see a number of instances of people using private browsing or app tracking changes. One of the findings in our survey was that there was much more, I think twice as many male users as female use private browsing and the kind of no history when they're browsing the internet. We don't know what that could be linked to. If anyone has any ideas, I would love to hear that afterwards, if anyone has a view. This is the second last of the bits of insight which I'm going to share. So this is about the preference towards tailored ads. And I think on that point about a continued theme, you can see that there is a much greater preference towards seeing tailored ads for people who are trending younger on the demographics. But again, those individuals are also much more likely to use non-tracking browsers and search engines when they browse. So we think it's again that sense of having their cake and eating it, wanting to be able to both benefit from personalized experiences online when it suits them, and also to hide their web usage when it suits them too. The last thing which I'm going to talk about very briefly is just going back to that point about cryptocurrency. And we saw two things. One is that the understanding and intent to purchase cryptocurrencies is pretty low, other than for a group of users who are broadly 18 to 24, 25 to 34 years old. That also trended towards male users as well. This study was conducted in April and May, so even in the last month, there's been a huge change, I think, a sea change maybe in that level of trust around crypto, and we've seen with some high-profile collapses of different services that I would expect if we were to run that same question again this month, the intent to purchase crypto would be significantly lower. I guess in wrapping up, the thing which I would say is, as regulators, providing clarity, transparency, giving users confidence they understand the rules of the road and where they're protected and where they're not. You know, where does caveat emptor apply and where doesn't it? That, I think, is a really important thing to get right. And if you can do that, the usage of these different services will increase, and the utility and value which society and individuals get from them will increase as well. So that's my little spiel.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. It's very interesting just to hear you talk about the differences between different age groups, and we can reflect on that later. I think some of the work we've done at OII, over about the last sort of 15 years now, suggests actually that another course important difference is between those demographic groups within age groups. Yeah. So the idea being that younger users may generally be better at protecting themselves, more aware, more literate, etc. But even within that, there'll still be some individuals who are vulnerable or less able. So I think that's an important point to bear in mind. We have good news. So you'll see we do have the wonderful Wendy Hall with us. So I'm going to turn to Wendy next. Wendy, thank you so much for joining us. I'm afraid I introduced you in your absence earlier, so I'm not going to do it again. Can you hear us?
I can. I thought I was coming in at the beginning of the panel. I should have been listening more to that.
That's all right. You can do it. You can do it without everybody else.
Here at the panel. Oh, I see. You were a keynote, Ben. I do apologise. I'm so sorry. I thought you were. I saw you as part of the panel. I hadn't realised. I've missed what you said. Could you just repeat a few things? What was the? Come on, Vicky, help me. What was the big take home from Ben's talk?
Ben's talk. Oh my goodness.
Quick recap.
Yeah, old technology, new technology, looking at the future, and also, think very carefully, I suppose, about how markets are disrupted constantly and remade, and also maybe unlearn some things you thought you knew about some of the sort of key regulatory principles we work with.
Right.
Over to you.
Is this my bit then?
This is your bit, Wendy. You've got 5 whole minutes, all just for you. But I can go to Brian. I can go to someone next if you prefer it.
No. I'm perfectly happy, Vicky, to do my bit now. I'm here in my office, which is amazing. I'm sorry I couldn't join you, but I had to be here today. The whiteboard makes me look like a professor behind me. So, so you asked me to talk about. I don't really know anything about, markets and competition down the pipe, and I'd love to. And I think let me just talk about AI first, because I have the national AI strategy sort of hat on. I'm on the AI Council, thinking about AI skills, and AI is everywhere, and at the moment, and I think I was quoted the other day as saying AI is invisible, and it largely is. People talk about AI machines. Actually, AI is mostly software, and it is coming into our lives in many different ways. And actually, if you're talking about, I heard Ben talk about marketing and markets. It's one of the ways that it's coming in a very invisible way, because it's sometimes very hard to know whether, although there was a big story this week about whether the Google AI was sentient. And I think I can categorically say it wasn't, because people like Mike Walters at Oxford is saying that too. And we don't have sentient AI yet, but we certainly have AI that can mimic human conversation to a certain extent. And there's also, the thing about Elon Musk buying Twitter, and his sticking point at the moment is Twitter can't prove they've only less than 5,000 of their people on Twitter. I hate using the word users, by the way, because we're not users, we're prosumers. We produce data. We are not just users. We are part of the social machine, which Vicky will have heard me talk about before. This people and technology doing things together, they don't really realize but we are part of that social machine, not just users of machines. But the thing about, I think it's very valid to ask how many people registered on Twitter are people and how many are not people, are bots, or I think it's a really valid, and we are sleepwalking into a world where that's going to get worse and worse and worse. And if you think about the metaverse, I've gone off into the metaverse before I've really finished on AI. You've got all these problems on steroids. Who are you talking to? What are you talking to? How do you know who anybody is? And this issue about anonymity, protecting anonymity, which some people want to, go to the death over, is part of the problem, right? We need I think we need to really grasp verifiable credentials, distributed identities, things that the standards people are working on, to help us make sense of this world and try and make sure you do know who is talking to you and who you are talking to, or at least you could check. And we do, you know, when we do anything with the banks, you have to prove who you are before you can open a bank account. We need to do this in the Wild West of the internet. And then there's the question of who governs that, who regulates this space, and that we're talking about several different things that are coming together. You've got the issue of who regulates, who governs the internet, and you've got the issue of who regulates and how you regulate artificial intelligence, which is not an easy thing to answer. At the moment, the EU have put out have their act going through, which is a largely risk-based approach to AI regulation. The US, as I talk about, I'll just plug the Four Internets book, you know, you take the cultural values of the region you're in. So the US is largely consumer and market force-led. Oh gosh, I was supposed to turn that off, wasn't I? China, of course, has a very different approach to all this altogether. It's government controlled. But here in the UK, through the Office for AI, one of the big things they're going to be doing this year is producing a paper for consultation on how the UK wants to regulate AI, or its approach to regulating AI. And there's always the issue of don't regulate too fast or too much, but you've got to keep people safe in some way. And I think I'll finish. I've probably done about 4 minutes, have I? Something like that. I don't know, Vicky, am I okay for another minute?
Last half minute. Go on, Wendy.
Yeah. I want to finish by just mentioning Web 3 without the 0.0. This is the new wave coming where it's a big change in the way the internet might run. And I do feel it's time for it, but it's a question of how it comes and what the standards are and who. But this is the idea where we get our data back. We give the power back to the people. The idea that we all manage our data in Tim Berners-Lee would call it a pod, or a wallet, or a vault, or whatever you call it, using some sort of trusted third parties like we do with banks and our money, just to manage that for you over your lifetime, and it will completely flip the business model of the current web and internet. That's coming down the pipe quite fast, and I think that will affect this business. It will change a lot of things and shift the power on the internet. If we can do that, I don't know. It's all hype at the moment. It's not. And just yesterday, I read, I think it's just gone out this week, that Jack Dorsey, who was the founder and CEO of Twitter, has launched something called Web 5. We're jumping over 4. That's a marketing thing, but this is a part of a major movement shift that's going on in terms of trying to get the data away from the hyperscalers and the datagopolis and give the power back to the people, but that has to be incredibly well, I don't want to just say regulated, but it has to be done in a way that enables people to keep their data safe. Lots of issues. I'm going to finish there. I could talk about it forever, but that's it.
Thank you, Wendy, very much. So a couple of quite big issues to think about there. I think perhaps the role in the near term of AI and the regulatory challenges that poses, and then these possibly very different models of the web that we might be in, well, quite ideologically based models, I would argue, but that might or might not be coming. Brian, you get the last 5-minute contribution here. How would you see this as an entrepreneur, CEO of a company? Are we identifying the right things? Would you push this in a different direction?
Well, I'll start by saying that when I was asked to speak, I was fairly intimidated. I'm a longtime follower of Benedict, brilliant computer scientist, the full resources of Deloitte. How could I compete on a vision for the future? And I get the privilege of being last, and I will say that, Ben, none of your charts went past 2021. I would love to see the trend line for where all those things are going to be. You're showing us data about what people think today. Will these even be relevant in 10 years? 10 years ago, crypto was not on our radar, and 10 years from now, crypto may not be on our radar. 10 days from now, it may not. But I thought that one really interesting point was that for me, in the world that I live in, crypto is very important. But that survey showed that for very few people, is it an important issue? And I think that's the biggest challenge when we think about the future. My job as an entrepreneur is to create a future. I go to investors. I'm one of those, thousands of companies that get funded every year. And I pitch a vision for a future that's different than today. My current vision is that we should factor carbon into every decision we make, that we should have an environment-driven economy, that consumers should make decisions. We should push consumers to buy products. We should have advertising factor in the carbon of the underlying infrastructure. Benedict's presentation didn't mention sustainability. Wendy didn't mention sustainability. You didn't mention it. Why is that me that's the only person up here who thinks that this is a major issue for the next decade? If I did a show of hands, I'll do my own survey, how many of you think this is something that people care about and that will impact technology over the next decade? I want to do a bet because I like money. How many of you think that the other issues that Benedict raised are more likely to be important at this conference in 10 years than either the metaverse or Web3? I'm willing to bet one of those is more important, or one that's not even on that list. And I'm sure somebody has a prediction market that they can take the other side of it. But I think that's the interesting part for me as an entrepreneur. 15 years ago, I invented a new way of targeting ads, programmatic advertising, the ad exchange, DSPs, SSPs. If you don't know what those are, you're very fortunate. So many national security issues, privacy issues, competition issues. If you know what Jedi Blue is, that was me. I invented header bidding. If you follow the whole thing with YouTube and Google, that was me too. That was me they were kicking off of YouTube and my startup, which was kicking Google's butt. And then they kicked my butt. So I've been at the middle of trying to bring a new technology to life. And you know how much support I got from regulators? None. I went to DC and said, Google's cheating. And they said, who cares? Facebook is also doing the same thing as Google. They're launching an ad exchange. That ad exchange was a disaster. It never really launched, but that was enough of an excuse for Google to keep cheating, I'll say. You don't have to say that. But I think that's the real problem for innovation, is that the ideas we brought into the world needed regulation. We had major problems with privacy. We had major problems with the impact of these new technologies on people. And by the time we finally understand them well enough to poll people about how they feel about cookies and privacy, guess what? Cookies are going away. That question is irrelevant if Google ever does what they say they'll do and rips cookies out of the browser. And now we have cookieless technology, which just means they use our emails. It is worse, and it's not in the browser. It's not a browser preference. We have no control. And when Apple says, hide my email, there's a new startup that helps publishers reject hidden emails. We are in an arms race for consumer data. We are in an arms race for innovation. And that arms race is one that's being funded by billions and billions of dollars of money from Silicon Valley, and it's being fought by tens of billions of dollars from Google and Facebook and Apple. And even knowing the companies that matter is hard. 15 years ago, what internet company was the largest in the world? Yahoo. Yahoo had the most consumer attention. It was the most advanced behavioral advertising company in the world. Today, Yahoo barely exists and definitely doesn't matter. I believe Facebook today is the Yahoo of 2007. I believe that consumers aren't going to use the core Facebook product in 10 years. I don't, and I don't miss it. I think Instagram is extremely vulnerable to competitors. I think we see TikTok. I think the interoperability point is critical because it's allowed Facebook to hold on to this data monopoly. I think that watching how we as consumers use these products is fascinating, and I think we should keep doing the work that Benedict does. I think we should be very careful about AI. But I'm not here because I'm a great futurist. I'm here because I'm an entrepreneur, and my job is to create a future that is better than the one we live in today. And I believe that's why all of you are here and care. We all want the same thing. We want a better future. We just have no idea what it's going to look like.
So to me, that's a really excellent point to finish on, because I'm going to ask a question to you and also to Benedict that I was thinking about. And actually, I must apologise, Benedict. I do feel Wendy put me on the spot there in the same way that I put my students on the spot, and I think I failed the task that she set me of summarising your excellent talk. So apologies to you for that. That's all right, Wendy, don't worry. But as I was listening to everybody speak, so one of the sort of most basic questions I think, in this sort of debate is what counts as a disruptive technology, right? So if our concern is that, in this space there are significant network effects often that ensure that the market players that are dominant now in any sector will continue to be dominant for some time, is that really true? And what counts as a disruptor? So in your market, for example, what counts as a really genuinely disruptive technology that you would bet on to be big in the next 10 years? What do you look for?
I have no idea, but I'll tell you the most disruptive technology in the past 20 years is this, that we have computers in our pocket, and that this was the singly most disruptive technology we've seen in our lifetimes, and may, in 50 years, we'll look back to becoming almost like cyborgs with this deeply embedded technology. But I don't know what the next one is. That's sort of the scary point, is that I have no idea.
Benedict, would you agree with that? I mean, you have this fantastic perspective that looks both a long way back and a long way forward. Is it if you look at what did prove to be genuinely disruptive, and I think in those great sort of 15-year cycles that you produced, we could see some of this. Would it have been impossible to predict those in advance? Or can you identify some characteristics of what counts as genuinely disruptive technologies in this field that should reassure us, if you like, that there will always be competition of a sort?
Well, maybe three answers to that. The first one would be that, Keane said in the long run we're all dead. And so it's perfect. You can say, look, in 15 years' time, Google and Facebook will have disappeared the way Kodak did. That doesn't mean you shouldn't do something if they're causing a problem today. But equally, you shouldn't say, well, we have to break them up because otherwise they'll be around for the next 100 years, because that would be like breaking up IBM in 1990. I think I'm actually in a hotel that is the former IBM building in Chicago, which is now no longer in Chicago. Second observation, I think, would be everything is probably disruptive to someone. I mean, my favorite example of this is that online, the web was very disruptive to travel agents, but not really to airlines. So there's a sort of similar conversation now about electric. And this is clearly a huge problem for people who make machine tools and components of the car industry, not necessarily disruptive to the car industry itself. So each of these changes affect something somewhere, but it can be quite hard to predict where. And I think the third one, picking up on the point about mobile, is, imagine you were trying to predict what would happen in smartphones in 2000, and you were not a time traveler, but you got it completely right. You would have said, well, it needs unlimited bandwidth, and it needs to be a real computer running a real PC-class operating system, and the portals will have no role, and the ISPs and telcos will have no role. And people would have said, what do you mean AOL won't have a role? The mobile operators won't have any role at all in the mobile internet. This is insane. So no one would have believed you. And then you just said, well, which companies? Well, obviously Intel and Microsoft and Nokia. And so even if you got it right, you'd have missed kind of the last 10%. That was where all the value was. I think the kind of a general point might be here that there are some industries where talking about what will happen in 10 to 15 years' time is the next product cycle. Whereas in technology, 10 to 15 years' time, you've kind of passed over the horizon into science fiction. You have sort of some vague idea of what we might be able to do in 10 years, but nobody has no kind of sensible person would start making predictions about what the technology market structure will look like then. I do think, kind of tying back to the point that I made in one of my slides, that the difference in technology is because it moves so fast, the competitive question is very often something that's changing what the market is, and that doesn't happen every 50 years. It happens every 5 or 10 years' time. The competitive question for Microsoft was the web, and that was only 10 years after Microsoft had effectively become the dominant company in the tech industry, which is kind of well inside the typical reaction cycle of regulation. And so that speed of change isn't just kind of an abstract point, and it's not a reason why you shouldn't do anything, but it does mean that you kind of have to really kind of challenge your market definition.
Fantastic, thank you for that. A question perhaps for Wendy. So Wendy, you've obviously had a very long career looking at the emergence of new technologies, trying to understand them as they emerge, see how they're used, see how they develop and what regulatory challenges I guess they pose. You mentioned a couple there, and I just wanted to bring up Web3 again. I mean, from a competition perspective, of course, this is a great potential offering, the suggestion that we can, really quite radically democratize ownership of key resources that underpin many of these industries, namely data. I know, Ben, I think you might disagree to some extent on this, but Wendy, should we hold out much hope, do you think, for fundamentally different models to underpin, this whole sector?
Well, I think there's a really good point for discussion. There's three things. I had COVID last week, so I might have COVID brain and forget what the three things are. The first one I'm going to talk about the point about sustainability, because as I understand it, right, what Tim Berners-Lee is doing with Solid, he's not using blockchain at all. He's got an architecture and he's then putting the data in the pods, and that's what they've got, a not-for-profit doing an open source version of that, and then there's a for-profit selling the way to use it, so that the first people that might use that might be governments as a way to handle managing data with citizens, particularly in health and so on. That doesn't use blockchain. Most of the Web3 things that I see emerging are blockchain plays, blockchain and crypto plays. Is coming out of the gaming world, and that worries me on the sustainability point. It worries me on several points, like who's doing the design? Is there any diversity in the design of this, or is it just the tech nerds taking over again? And all those issues. But I think sustainability is a big one. And the Jack Dorsey play that he's announced just this week, I think is a play that says, I want to do a new version of it for the web, let's call it that, but there are new versions of the internet at play as well. But let's just talk about new versions of the web, which puts the whole idea to re-decentralize it and empower people with their own data. The Jack Dorsey play is a sustainability play. And that potentially changes business models. Now, I totally agree, by the way, that I think Facebook's probably, they made a big play on the metaverse, but I just don't think they'll win through on that. And so I do agree on that point. I want to say just something about the different, if you had a model where we manage our data rather than we just use the social networks, they manage our data in a way that they play it back to us as their market model, as their business model. Then there's all sorts of new business to emerge from that. But you're still going to have to find things. So you're still going to need search engines of some, but they will be different. And I think so for a company like Google, I think this is and I have no idea, of course, what's going on inside Google. But, there's a huge, if this Web3 happens, we could really, we've got to be able to find who's got what data, and so there's a major play there for a company like Google, which is very different to the Facebook thing, which is, the whole Web3 thing is really anti the Facebook idea. But the other reason why I think we need Web3 is because there is, VR and AR. As you said, I've been around a long time. I've been playing with VR and AR type stuff for many years, as with AI. But what's happening at the moment is the availability of huge compute power, not necessarily sustainable, but we do have a lot of compute power and a lot of data, largely generated because we've got the internet. That's what's enabling the sort of machine learning, deep learning AI developments. And it's what's enabling VR and AR to maybe it's the time that people will want to start, because of what is coming out of the games industry too. I cannot imagine walking around with goggles. At my age, I find it hard to walk around or generally, let alone with things on my head. But the youngsters will take to all this like ducks to water. But I do think that we are going to have to verify who we are, as I said, in this space. Otherwise, it's going to be such a dangerous place. It's already largely being run by the games industry and the porn industry. And, it could become such a dangerous place if you don't have some laws and regulations that somebody's got to know who this avatar belongs to. If it does something bad, who do you blame, and who pays the fine or goes to prison? And
thank you.
It's much worse than just what we've got with the effectively two-dimensional web space.
I know I can't rely on any sort of bodily cues actually to move on to the next person. It's always very difficult doing this hybrid. So I mean, Wendy, for me, that moves me on to the very last question I wanted to ask before we go to the audience, which I think is one for you, Nick. So, Wendy, you flagged there, several issues other than competition, which are really key consumer protections issues, so particularly around things like authentication, identification. Obviously, Benedict, you talk quite a bit about privacy. And I suppose, Nick, from your perspective, the work that you've been doing at Deloitte, it sounds as if, to me, what you're identifying is a continuing and possibly expanding role, actually, for regulatory agencies in protecting users. I know there's one message here, which is that younger people are more aware, they are more able to take protective actions, they understand these things. And yet, it's by no means a sort of entirely positive picture. So I just wonder where you felt you stood in that, what the data's telling you.
Yeah, it's a great question. So daily I work with internet companies who are trying to operationalize and practically respond to the bow wave of different regulations coming across competition and online content and behavior, consumer protection, privacy, illicit finance, taxation, and so on and so on and so on. Having clarity of regulatory intent is super important. So that point which Benedict made about that poor, probably quite highly paid, let's be honest, Silicon Valley engineer being caught between the demands of privacy and competition, there needs to be regulatory cooperation in order to create clear expectations of these global platforms so that you get what you want. So it's not, being able to follow through on lots of the ideas which have come through on the panels about regulators working together both between different countries and blocks, but also between different parts of the regulatory ecosystem. And I feel very encouraged by what I see within the UK, and we've talked about it a bit today, the DRCF, the Digital Regulation Cooperation Forum, if I've got that right. Thank you, Will. And bringing together the regulators for data and privacy, for financial conduct, for competition, and for communications. And that kind of cooperation, consistency, and clarity, I think, is going to be really important for internet companies if you want to get the outcomes which society, policymakers, governments expect.
I completely agree, and we were delighted to see that the birth of the DRCF, certainly at OII. I think one of the things that frustrates us a lot at OII, we've been in this space since 2002, so we really have seen this field develop enormously, is that we really hoped that particularly on issues of consumer protection, we would actually see companies competing to better serve their consumers, to provide people with more privacy protecting options, or to provide safer options for families, etc. And yet it isn't really a market that it's a market that still doesn't seem to be able to sort of succeed again in the face of these network effects with the big players. So yeah, much needed. Panel, I'm going to move, if that's all right, onto some questions from our audience, which are coming through right now. So those of you watching virtually, those in the audience, keep typing your questions in. I'm going to take a first question here, precisely on this point that we were just discussing, actually, around different issues, so consumer protection and competition issues. So the question here says the tension between privacy and competition is something that we all recognise. Benedict, how do you see this tension playing out where decisions can build in the dominance of an existing player, perhaps therefore undermining innovation through competition and also chilling the market for startup founders to sell out, start another business, or so on, become a VC? So how do you see this tension between privacy and competition playing out?
Well, I mean, the classic formulation, as I said, is that the privacy regulator says you must make it hard to get your data out, and the competition regulator says you must make it easy to get your data out. And I think this also comes to these sort of formulations like your data belongs to you, which sort of, apologies to my fellow panelists, I think is almost entirely nonsense. In that, if you want to compete with Instagram, if I want to compete with Instagram, I don't really need your pictures. I need to know who follows you and who else they follow, and which pictures those other people have liked, and who's liked their pictures, and what other pictures those people have liked, and so on outwards in a sort of concentric mesh of, and it's all those sort of intersections of interactions between people that creates the data, and that allows somebody to know what you're interested in, what you would not be interested in, and therefore what pictures to show you or not show you. And most of those aren't yours, or at least that data is both you and other people. I mean, the very simple framing is, if I send you a picture, if I send you an email, is that your data or my data? And so then if one goes to Instagram and says, well, you have to let me export my data, Instagram will say, well, you can export your data, but that's not actually the bit anybody wants. And so that, I think, is the challenge with statements like you should own your data, in that most of the value is actually kind of intermeshed and intermixed with other people, and also very hard then for a privacy regulator to understand how you could move that around. And to the high level point, I think a a lot of these companies, or rather a lot of these products are essentially natural monopolies. We would all sort of understand you can't kind of split up a water company and kind of divide the pipe down the street between two companies. And in the same way, it's very difficult to break YouTube up into separate businesses. You could make YouTube a separate company, but that wouldn't make it any easier to compete with YouTube. And obviously, of course, it would be quite difficult for the CMA to do that. The US could do that, which is at the geographic point. But the network effects tend to be internal to the product, not to the holding company that might own 2 or 3 of these. If you're in the advertising industry, yes, that would make things more competitive. But as a user or as an entrepreneur, it wouldn't be easier to compete with Instagram if Facebook didn't own it. In fact, it might be harder to compete with Instagram if Facebook didn't own it. So you kind of have to think about what those demarcations are. Between where is the data, what kind of data are we talking about, who is this useful for? Instagram's data isn't particularly useful to Tesla. In fact, Tesla couldn't do anything with that. It's a different kind of data. Data isn't fungible. It's not all one thing that you can just kind of throw into a pot and then get AI out of the other end. Which kind of comes to the point that I sort of made in the presentation, which is that generally this stuff is kind of complicated and full of trade-offs, and there isn't like a nice simple answer, and you kind of have to go and do the work on each one. I think, I mentioned Web3 specifically in my presentation, but it is kind of worth going back to this again, both as an illustration of like, by the time you've regulated Instagram, no one might be using it anymore. We might all be doing it on Web3. And if you're doing it on Web3, then all the regulatory questions will be different questions. How does privacy work? How does competition work? What does it mean to control who can see your data if it's all running on some public network? But also in that sense that this industry just keeps changing. If you built a social network on a blockchain, it wouldn't be Twitter or Instagram, it would be something else, just as TikTok isn't like a mobile version of YouTube. And so part of the regulatory challenge is sort of which level of abstraction do you go to? You just say, well, all social networks, or do you just say TikTok, or do you try and, how do you find the kind of the path to analyze all of these different questions?
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point about this, the level of analysis, the level of focus. When I look at something like the Digital Safety Bill, going past Parliament at the moment, what should be the correct focus of that? It necessarily, I think, has implications for competition in the marketplace. Quite apart from the fact, obviously, it imposes very significant costs that the larger players will, be much more able to bear. So, yeah, I think this is a really good question. Just curious, actually.
To that point, regulation always tends to be good for incumbents. And partly because it's cost, but also because it does tend to sort of bake in the existing market structures and then require any new company to fit into a regulatory structure that was sort of premised on the old way that you did things.
You've put the point rather beautifully, because I was actually going to turn to Brian on precisely that question. I mean, as we know that the regulation does bake in existing market structures. For entrepreneurs, though, are they looking at that with a view of finding a gap, if you like? Does certain regulation, if you like, provide more opportunity than uncertain regulatory landscape in this field?
I mean, I'm part of a group called Tech NYC, which is like almost like a lobbying group for New York tech companies. And we're I don't know, 7 or 8 years in. And I realized that most of our lobbying work is for Silicon Valley established companies like Uber and Airbnb. That the things that we care about as entrepreneurs are things like, I can't buy crypto in New York. It's illegal. If you say you have a New York address, you can't actually buy crypto, which is weird. When you have a mayor who says that he wants to be the first mayor ever paid in Bitcoin, I really hope he sold it, because it ain't worth a whole lot right now. And all my friends who moved to Miami, we'll welcome you back with open arms now that you kind of want to come back. But the challenge for an entrepreneur, to answer your question directly, is that I can't start a company hoping for regulation that may not happen. So regulatory environments are critical, and when they change, I think to your point about stability and really knowing like what the environment is, it's when they change that's dangerous. There's a whole Silicon Valley theory of, basically break the rules. Uber broke the rules. Airbnb broke the rules. And that's the other side of this, which is, that's a really significant part of what's made these companies happen. So I don't know. I mean, that's the biggest challenge for any of us is, I'm in sustainability, right? And we have tons of regulation happening in Europe, and we have SEC regulations may be coming in the US. And then there's, Fiona, we were talking about, will the WTO allow a border tax on carbon, and what will that do to global supply chains? And all of this uncertainty is my everyday life. I don't know anything that's going to happen, and I have to create a future or believe in a future in which I have some level of control and that I can bring other people along with me. And that includes being here today and hoping that all of you are wise and thoughtful and care about entrepreneurs and also care about the good of everyday prosumers, Wendy, as we go about our business.
Can I say something?
Go on.
Was that a go on?
Yes, go on, Wendy. Yes.
So, two things. One, I totally agree. The phrase, give people their data back is a meaningless phrase. It's a shorthand, because I absolutely agree with the points about, that very little data is actually our data. It's always actually shared with someone else, and it's all that arrangement and who wants what out of the relationship that's important. Take health data as another example. But I just want to follow up that I think that absolutely we cannot predict what technology is going to evolve, how it's going to evolve, and largely that's because we don't know what people, and that's on both sides of the market, the prosumers, as I like to call them, or the companies, that it's very hard to predict how either, because we are in these social machines that work together, and we can't predict what the results will be. So I think we have to take a human-centered approach to regulation. And I think that's what's going to protect us going forward, whether you're talking about what's happening on the internet, like the online safety bill, when you're talking about what's happening with AI. I really think, I see that there's people talking about, so the EU's taking the regulation approach is very risk-based. That's largely based on what the product does, the company does. And the UK's approach is likely to be context sector-based. It all makes sense. But I think at the core of it, it's got to be protecting people. And I actually think that that's what we should be, because that's going to be true, whatever happens, that people need protecting. And so I think it has to be human-centered, which is why I think Web3, some form of Web3 that makes sense for going forward in a sustainable way, that is sustainable for the planet and for our society, is the way to go, and that we focus regulation on as a human-centered activity.
I would 100% agree with that, Wendy. I'm going to move the conversation on to another question. The question's been asked, and I'm going to slightly change the focus because I can, because I'm sitting here. So there's a question here which points out all the different ways in which regulation standards making can have significant implications for competition. And the question points to, for example, changes in internet standards in the IETF, so the Internet Engineers Task Force, for example, which has done a huge amount over the years to generate the fundamental standards and protocols along which the internet functions. And the points made here, it says no competition, or virtually no competition, and consumer agencies are active participants in standards bodies like the IETF, so risk being surprised by changes that come out of these bodies. How do you believe how the panel believe that agencies should address this blind spot? So I'm going to broaden this question. How do any of you on the panel think that people in this room, people sitting in the various sort of regulatory agencies looking at issues like competition and consumer protection, how can they better resource themselves to prevent surprises like this, whether that be sitting on standards bodies or other suggestions? Yeah, what more can they do to understand this, Nick?
I can give a short answer. I guess one of the observations is that in the draft of the DMA, Digital Markets Act, there is a requirement for interoperability between existing instant messaging services. And that's quite a tall order, especially given the context of what Benedict shared earlier. My observation would be that the standard for SMS, for text messaging, was developed a long time before it became popular. Same with the standard for interoperable email. Getting standards right needs to happen before you force organizations to adopt them, rather than to try to impose standards which result in breaking up existing vertically integrated businesses practically, and I think for consumer benefit as well. That would be my perspective.
Okay. Anybody else?
It reminds me of, I think it was a book, but it was talking about how every country had its own width of railroad tracks. And that, it's hard to think about that from a competitive lens in the sense that, would it be better or worse to have all the trains go across countries? But I think that in some ways, those different size railroad tracks protected local markets. And we see that across Europe right now, where because France and Germany and the UK operate very differently, we have protected environments in which to do things. And in some ways, those standards merge everything into one global market. And so I do think that it comes back to the question of who regulates what that Benedict, you raised, which is that if the US is the biggest market and the UK is far larger than the rest of the European markets, how do we deal with companies that operate globally and standards that are truly global? And the more interoperability and the more technical depth, the harder this is to understand. So I love the question. I think it's brilliant. I think every regulator should be a computer scientist. But that might be my personal bias. And I think that,
God, no.
Okay, well, fine.
They should all come to the OII instead.
You should be a computer scientist. Is that what you said?
Well, why not? If I get to be on the panel, I can say it.
Of course you can. But it's got to be. We can't. If you leave the world to computer scientists, the end of the human race will be before the end of this century.
That's a really bleak prospect there, Wendy.
Martin Rees said yesterday, and he gave us 2 centuries, and Stephen Hawking gave us 1.
Wow. God, I feel like I might just give up and go home now.
Benedict,
just on this general question, what more can regulators of all types, but particularly competition regulators, do to prepare themselves to manage these issues better?
Well, obviously the implication of the question is that government needs to give, all governments need to give all competition regulators much more money. I mean, the status question is kind of an interesting one because sort of innovation happens at lots of different layers in the stack. And so sometimes you have kind of a generalized industry standard that everybody builds on, which gets you to things like, IP networks and so on. But there's always this sort of embrace and extend pressure to, everybody building on top of a standardized system wants to innovate on top of it, and they want to innovate faster than the standards can move, and they want to innovate faster than their competitors, and so they add stuff to it. And so you saw that in the web in the 1990s, and I suspect you're going to see it with crypto now, in that everybody wants to be more open than everybody else, but lots of people are kind of going to create their own projects on top to try and create their own value. And it's been a long time since large top-down government-controlled central standards bodies were operating at the same layer as all of the innovation. And if one thinks now about mobile, for example, the standardized layers are buried deep within it. It's the cellular network, and it's IP networks, and it's HTML, and maybe it's ARM, which is a kind of a de facto standard. But all the innovation is 4 or 5 levels further up the stack. So it's kind of challenging to see that much competition question coming out of those agencies, but I don't know. But I mean, the general point is, how much technology regulator do you want? This is always a question, do you have a technology regulator, or do you say, well, the financial bit happens inside the finance regulator and the competition bit happens inside the competition regulator, and so on? Where do you put that expertise?
I think that's probably quite a good question for us to sort of maybe spend the last 5 minutes we've got on. So there's again, and there's a point here from one of the questions in the audience saying, looking at particular issues which might be very, very challenging for regulation, focusing on coercive advertising programs, the use of AI to sort of drive these, if you like, in a way that perhaps are weaponizing against our own instincts. That's an example, it seems to me, of a really sort of tough problem for regulators to deal with that might require either interventions across different regulators, perhaps new interventions. So I want to finish with one last question, perhaps for all of you in turn, which is, what do you think, in terms of, if you look at your future, the technological future we have in front of us at the moment, what poses the greatest challenge from a regulatory perspective? It doesn't have to be just competition. It could be a tech problem, it could be a consumer problem, it could be, a market problem. But what do you think is the greatest challenge that regulators will face in managing these industries in the next 5 to 10 years? Anyone like to go first? Anyone think of one straight away? If not, I'll be a teacher and pick.
I'll go, because I'll just repeat what I said before.
Oh, Wendy.
I think it's really important that we shift regulation to making it human-focused and rather than thinking of it from how do we regulate the technology? Because I think that will be the foundation. Now, I don't fully understand I don't know. That doesn't mean I know what I'm talking about here. That's not the way to say it, is it? I don't know how to do that, but I really do think that is a very, very important thing for us to think about for the future. Because we can't predict what technology, although we can't predict what technology will do, human beings, as Martin Rees and Stephen said, are actually quite slow to evolve. And there's a lot of, my social scientist friends, and Vicky's knows more about this than I do, will have lots of debates about what could we have predicted about what society would have done with the web if we'd known what the web was, a chicken and egg type thing. And because there are certain things that we do, that people do and have done for millennia, and there are other things that are affected by the time you live in. And I think having some foundational principles about what it means to make sure that people are protected from in terms of, I'll say their data, but I realise that's shorthand for a very complicated thing. The data that they generate is a really important shift going forward. And there's no easy answers to what it means, but I do think that's the answer. I do think that's something we should really explore.
Fantastic, thank you, Wendy. So yeah, not regulating technologies, thinking about regulation for human interests, for people. Who's next?
I can go next. I mean, I think there's maybe two constants in here. One of them is speed and the other is moral panic. And, I'm just about old enough to remember when people thought that, it was the joke that, to remember the moral panic around raves, that this was going to destroy civilization. Probably other people in the room are old enough to remember when punk and rock and roll were the end of civilization, and maybe comic books, and certainly TV and rap music. And novels were going to make young women infertile, and the bicycle certainly would. And no responsible parent would allow a French novel in the house. And now we have these phrases like surveillance advertising, or indeed, I think what was kind of in the question, coercive advertising, which to me remind me a lot of phrases like pro-life and pro-choice, in that you're attempting to define the argument and define the question into victory rather than actually engaging with any of the questions. And surveillance sounds terrible. Well, we don't like that, do we? So is that the question? Is that what it is? Maybe it's something else. How do we think about this? And so as this stuff has happened so quickly, and as it's become so sort of systemically important to society, we have a sort of a rush of people worrying, some of those concerns justified, some justified more than others, a rush of people trying to create answers, very often trying to create easy slogans, which was my point about Elizabeth Warren, or indeed surveillance capitalism. And we kind of have to kind of pull those apart and remember when we decided to give people enormous criminal penalties for running a rave back in the early 1990s, and wonder whether that was a good idea. I think the other point I would go to again is speed. That this is not a mature industry yet. It's not like regulating supermarkets or industrial food or aircraft, where nothing much changes from year to year. The whole nature of the market changes a great deal. And I think, both the point I've made and also the point that we've also made about Web3 is important here. If you're using a social network that's run on a blockchain, there's no one in charge. There's no CEO, there's nobody there's no one person who can say we're going to change how it works. All of the data, or large portions of the data, are theoretically public. And so just the kind of mechanics of how you would even formulate a policy and then get that formulated and then get that policy implemented just don't apply in anything like the way that they would if you would go to either General Motors or Facebook. So that is maybe the most kind of concrete kind of question. If Web3 does become the next way that the internet gets built, which is the way people working on it believe, and if we do in 10 years' time use applications that are running on Web3, they will not be limited companies with a CEO in anything like the way that we recognize, and they will not function in the way that traditional technology companies have functioned. And so that would pose a lot of questions for a lot of assumptions around how technology regulation works.
I think that's a really excellent point. Got to be really careful of what we ask for here.
I'm not sure that's true, sorry.
Yeah, Wendy, I'm going to move on if that's all right, because I've only got 2 more minutes. But yeah, I wish you were here in the green room so that we could actually have an argument about this after with you and Benedict. It'd be really good. Yeah.
I'll keep it relatively brief. Maybe drawing one thread right from the start of Benedict's panel about the level of focus on regulation. Clearly in tech, people don't necessarily unprompted focus on regulation. Certainly when we're polling the general public, if you ask someone on the street, what are you worried about in your life? Very few people will say they're worried about tech regulation, being brutally honest. They will say they're worried about opportunities for their kids. They're worried about having good jobs. They're worried about having safe and affordable housing. These are the things which matter to people as human beings. And to take Wendy's point about being human-centered, I think we need to take our responsibility as thought leaders, regulators, policymakers seriously, because we are doing the work on behalf of this citizens, consumers. We need to have their interests at heart, even if they can't articulate these issues proactively. And we need to almost, be very responsible in how we are setting and enforcing these policies on their behalf.
Thank you.
That's it.
I would not disagree with any of that. Brian, you get the last word.
I'll just build on that and say, stepping back from technology even further, we live in a time of great inequality, terrifying, global political tensions. There's a war, not so far away from us. We have onshoring of technology and the bifurcation of the internet. We have political tension that's tearing the United States apart and other countries. And I worry that when we really get to the core issues that we have to resolve, privacy is important, but it may not be as important as some of the fundamental things we can do to make sure that we create opportunity and that we don't tear ourselves apart in this process. I have no idea how you should deal with that, but I do feel like there's a higher purpose here that's really hard to see, at least for me, in my little New York City tech bubble.
Yeah, just a reminder of what we're dealing with, and there are other items out there perhaps that matter slightly more. So yes, think about this, talk about this, get it right from a human perspective, but think about the wider issues too. I need to thank our panel for a really, really fascinating debate this afternoon. Thank you so much for contributing. Wendy, Benedict, Nick, Brian, it's been a really great conversation, and thank you very much for hosting us. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky.
Just very briefly, coffee break now, reconvene at 3 o'clock, please. Thanks very much, Vicky, for chairing into the panel. Welcome back from the coffee and indeed cake break. Thanks very much for being back punctually. Another great panel in prospect, and it's my pleasure to introduce the chair for this panel, who is Sarah Cardell, who is General Counsel of the CMA. She was appointed to that role in September 2013, i.e. the very beginning of the CMA, and is a member of the senior executive team and a key advisor to the board, responsible for all the legal advice across the CMA's functions. So with that, I will hand over to Sarah.
Thank you, and I feel slightly daunted being in such fabulous company, none of whom are lawyers, but I'm sure you will all introduce and discuss these themes with fascinating interest. I think we've had quite a few teasers for our discussions on interoperability over the last couple of days of discussions. I think it's been mentioned in pretty much every session that we've had so far. So really excited now to be able to open up and have a full hour to debate these issues. Quick introductions of the panel. Fiona Scott-Morton needs no introduction, professor at Yale, written and spoken extensively on interoperability. I think your latest paper, Equitable Interoperability, the super tool of digital platform governance, so raising the expectations there. Jan Kramer, another author and discussion of interoperability in a recent paper on interoperability in digital markets. Jan is academic co-director at the Centre on Regulation in Europe and also professor of information systems at the University of Passau. We then have Corey Doctorow, blogger, journalist, sci-fi author, I gather, as well. Corey has worked as the European Affairs Coordinator at the Electronics Frontier Foundation and helped establish the Open Rights Group, again written and spoken extensively on digital competition issues. And finally, we have Vittorio Bertola, engineer, policy expert and activist, currently running innovation and policy at the Open-Xchange. So I'm looking forward to a hugely exciting and fascinating discussion here on interoperability. Starting as a lawyer, I like to go back to basics a little bit. So starting with the simple points. For me, interoperability is quite simplistic as a starting point around just simply the ability for one product or service to connect, to plug into another. But I think we all know that it's a little bit more complicated than that, and that we have a range of different views around the benefits of interoperability, around the differences in the concepts, how far it should go, the scope, the benefits in terms of competition. We heard a lot of discussion yesterday about the interplay with privacy, with security, and obviously big questions around practical implementation. Conceptually, it may be a good thing, but how is that delivered in practice? And from my perspective, particularly at the CMA, what's the role of regulators and how well equipped are we actually to deliver this as an effective regulatory intervention? Before we get into some of the sort of deeper discussions, I'd just like to turn to Vittorio, though, who's going to give, I think, probably a slightly more technical version of my definition there of interoperability.
Well, no, your definition was great, but of course I am an engineer, so I have to be precise, and I want to add something. Yeah. And I will try to be succinct, but I'm Italian, so sorry. And well, interoperability is one of the key principles of the Internet since its beginnings. Actually, if you go to a document from the IETF, which was already mentioned today, and it's a standardization body for the Internet, exactly document RFC 1958 from the mid-90s, that's when, I mean, the leaders of the age from the technical architectural body of the Internet tried to basically write down the principles. And there are two that basically led to this idea of interoperability. One is modularity, so the idea that you should break down things into very small pieces, as small as you can. And the other one is standardization, meaning that once you find a way to create one of these modules and implement it, then the others should do it the same way, maybe not inside the module, but in the way it relates to the others. So the result, if you apply to these two principles, is that you create something which is the opposite of the traditional telco network, in which you had like a monopolist operator which would decide even which kind of phone you could connect to the network. And you get something which every possible supplier is just supplying you a very small part of the entire service and the entire network. And so you can pick a different supplier for each of the modules. And since they speak the same language when they have to talk to each other, you can actually combine things and modules and products that are made by different suppliers. And this is why the Internet creates competition, and it's why it could grow so quickly. And it could actually let people all over the world come up with companies, with products, with services, without having even to ask for a license or for permission. You would just invent a small module that would fit into these standard interfaces and start selling it or distributing it over the Internet. And this is how the key services that we know from that age and we still use, like email or the web, were born, and this is why they could grow. And today, I mean, if you take email today or the web, these are interoperable services, meaning that, for example, you get an email account from any service provider that you want, and you can exchange email with any other user of any other service provider. Or with a web, you get a browser, you can pick among, well, not so many these days, but still you can pick among different browsers, and you can connect to any website. And this is the real meaning of interoperable. And if you compare this with the later services, the ones that were developed this millennium, and like social media, like instant messaging, these are fundamentally different because the market was already so different, and there were investors that really wanted to close it down and get as much money as they could. So this is why these services were built in a non-interoperable way, as walled gardens. And the meaning is that if you want to communicate with WhatsApp users, you need to use WhatsApp. You cannot use any other application. And then if you want to communicate with Signal users, you also have to have a Signal, and then you have to have Telegram. And each of these applications, it is not a technical problem. It could be built in a way that they talk to each other, but they were designed not to talk to each other, but because to protect their user base and to prevent the users from switching to another potential competitor. And this is why competition is not happening. And it will be much more efficient for the users to just be able to pick the best application and use it to communicate with everyone else, like you do with email, in which you can pick your service provider and your application, one or more, and use it. And so there are different ways to frame this. Then there are also different terminologies that we could use. We could distinguish, and I think other panelists will come to this, between vertical interoperability, which is the ability of a module to interact with other modules providing either functions like a browser with a web server, and the horizontal interoperability, which is really this interoperability between different implementations of the same service, like among different instant messaging. But the key message I really wanted to leave is that, there's a difference in which these services were conceived, and it's a difference which is connected to business reasons and not to technical reasons. And now we are stuck with this situation which we call multi-homing. The fact that you can actually install multiple applications, and this is just a poor man's substitution for proper interoperability. Because, yes, you can install many applications, but it's inconvenient. You start not to remember where you had a conversation with someone. And it's also not very sustainable in that, you have to use 5 times the resources on your mobile phone because you need 5 applications running at the same time. And in general, it's not also good for competition because you cannot really choose. You're still forced to have each of these, all of these applications, actually, if you have people on each of these applications. And you are forced to accept the terms and conditions of each of these applications, and you are forced to give your data to each of these service providers because you cannot really do without having these applications unless you want to give up and not communicate with your friends or contacts that are using them.
Thank you so much, Vittorio. And I'm just going to hold us in the present for a little longer, or perhaps take us back to the past a little bit, because Corey, it's very much a buzzword at the moment, interoperability, in terms of the way that digital markets are evolving. But of course, it's not a new concept for us, and it's something that we've seen as a regulatory intervention, a competition intervention and remedies historically as well. Could you perhaps just talk us through a couple of historical examples, maybe where it's been seen to work well, some where it's worked less well, and just draw some lessons from history for us before we look forward?
Sure. I think that when we talk about how we ended up with this winner-take-all internet, we tend to over-theorize network effects, which are in fact how you get firms that are very big. And we under-theorize switching costs, which is how you get firms that are durable and very big. Because while you've heard people say various things about how tech is not exceptional and we shouldn't be tech exceptionalists, there is something genuinely exceptional about digital technology, which is that it is universal, that the only computer we know how to make is the computer that runs all the software we know how to write, the von Neumann Turing-complete universal computer. And that means that historically, in the absence of rules that prohibit new market entrants from building interoperable products, it's always been just a game of cat and mouse, where a new engineer builds something, and the engineers who work for the dominant firm have to figure out how to defeat them. And since attackers have an advantage in any security contest, because the attacker needs to find one mistake you've made and the defender has to make no mistakes, historically they won. So in the early 2000s, I was a network administrator. I worked for a bunch of SMEs as a kind of CIO for hire, and we had all these heterogeneous networks that were dominated by Windows machines, and we had a couple of Macs on every one of these networks, usually a designer, sometimes the CEO, and they were losing. because although Microsoft Office existed for the Mac, it was the most cursed piece of software Bill Gates ever allowed to ship. And if you got a document, it probably wouldn't open. And if you did manage to open it and save it again, no one would be able to open it except you for the rest of time. And this was a big problem. And we solved it at first by buying the designers a low-powered Windows machine and just having them have a document station next to their graphics station. But that was very unwieldy. And so we just beefed up the graphics cards, and we threw away the Macs, and we bought Adobe and Quark Express for those Windows machines. And the way that Steve Jobs resolved this was not asking Bill Gates to improve the build quality of Microsoft Office for the Mac. He had a team of technologists reverse engineer those file formats, and we got iWorks Suite. And iWorks Suite pages, Keynote, numbers, reads and writes all the Office files. They then launched a program, an advertising campaign, tellingly called Switch, that just emphasized the fact that the switching cost was now zero, that you could benefit from the network effects, that what had been a walled garden had now become a feedlot where Apple could go and gorge itself on Microsoft's formerly penned-up customers. And that was a turning point for the Mac. Now, of course, every pirate dreams of being an admiral. And once you've got up the ladder, you pull it up behind you. And so, as you heard yesterday, it's now very important that Apple stop anyone from doing unto Apple as Apple did unto Microsoft, because Apple are the good kind of trillion-dollar cuddly company, and Microsoft was the bad kind of trillion-dollar cuddly company. And it's true. It's often the case that Apple has your interests at heart, but sometimes they don't. And one of the ways to make sure that they do is to have the option to leave. And that is the thing that multi-homing does not get at, and that Vittorio just hinted at, which is that if the firm has policies you don't like, and they have locked up something that you cannot funge, something that you cannot substitute for, like your GRAN, inside their social network, then you will continue to use their social network because they are holding your GRAN hostage. And this is what interop gets you that multi-homing does not, is the ability to walk away from an abusive relationship with a vendor. So we've had instances where this has worked well. We've had instances where it's worked poorly. I only have a few seconds left, but I'll say briefly that the most notorious example of it working poorly is, I think, really just an example of notorious dereliction of duty, which was when we saw the AIM buyout and we saw Apple make, or rather, AOL make an interoperable instant messenger and promise to support it, and then just fail to do so without any meaningful consequences. And so what you ended up with was a very impoverished ecosystem. The main vendors decided not to play. The smaller vendors were forced out. And you got, I think, one of the great problems of administering an interoperability remedy that is based on mandating a standard, which is that when a firm doesn't comply or sabotages or foot drags, it is a fact-intensive question as to whether or not they are engaged in something nefarious, or whether they're doing something that is merely so technically hard that it takes a while to get right. And by the time that fact-intensive question has been resolved, the new market entrants have been starved. The users who were unlucky enough to take a chance on those new market entrants have been disappointed. And the investors have learned the lesson that nobody wins when you bet against the house. And that's the end of it. And so later on, we're going to talk about administering interoperability remedies and different kinds of interoperability, because I do believe that there is this exceptional character to technology, this universality, and that this opens up new competition remedies that are otherwise lacking in other domains. You can't take your Bosch blender attachment and stick it on your Miele without a machine shop. But your neighbor can write a little bit of code that lets you run this program on that computer or access this protocol with that application. And you can download it and you can use it in a way that you can't use the Bosch to Miele adapter that your handy neighbor whipped up in their machine shop. And that is a unique remedy that is available to competition regulators in the digital space. And if we can figure out how to administer it and harness it, we can do things that are faster than all the other great remedies that are very important, like breakups and so on. AT&T, the first attempt to break them up came 67 years before the actual breakup. And so I hope that we can use more nimble tools to take account of the fast-moving technology and its unique characteristics to offer freedom to users that they don't have now. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Corey. And as you say, we'll come back to some of these.
I did go a little long. I
apologize. That's all right. I'll let you off that one. Yeah, we'll come back to some of these really important issues, though, around the sort of practical challenges of implementation. And as you say, I think the real importance of learning from some of those historic experiences as well. Fiona, I think both Vittorio and Corey have sort of touched on some of the concepts that are really hot topics at the moment in terms of digital markets and interoperability, and particularly this question of how far we should go in using interoperability as a way to create and open up the market, create that opportunity for in-market competition. We talked a little bit about the constraints of multi-homing and network effects and switching costs. Could you just unpack for us a little bit some of these competition issues and how you see interoperability as addressing those?
Thanks, Sarah. I'll pick up from what Corey just said. If you remember Benedict Evans' series of graphs where we first had mainframes and then all the different technologies, that's competition for the market. Each generation of new technology, there's a bunch of entrants and they all try to be the winner and then they're going to be the monopolist. Another way, that doesn't yield great outcomes for consumers because we're in this monopoly space. We can't walk away from the abusive relationship. When will the next thing come along quickly enough? We don't know. So an alternative is to have interoperability where there can be multiple entrants and firms competing at the same time because the network effects operate at the level of the market rather than the firm. So we replace competition for the market with competition in the market. And that generates the ability for the consumer to walk away because your gran is not hostage anymore, to use Corey's words. It's therefore, particularly when you've got these entrenched platforms that we've failed to do effective antitrust enforcement on for the last 20 years, a really good remedy for the setting that we find ourselves in now. So if you thought exactly, if you took Vittorio's example of email and applied that to, say, social networks, personal social networks like Facebook.com, you can say to Facebook, look, the remedy is you have an API that allows messages. Let's say we define text and images and video and a calendar, and we standardize those bits as the small units. And then I could belong to, let's say, a social network that was a pro-social social network that designed the feed to be happy, make me feel happy and non-violent at the end of the day. And that would be where my account was housed. And then I could friend anybody across the whole network, including inside Facebook.com, and then I could receive their feeds. But my network would, of course, curate all of that information coming in so that it would have the quality I wanted and it would have the business model that I wanted. Maybe I don't want advertising. I want to pay a subscription fee. Maybe I want certain kinds of advertising. So you could see here that just like you can choose your ISP based on its business model and how expensive it is, I could choose my social network host based on differentiation and innovation and so on, and not be cut off from my grandmother. Okay, so that's the idea. That's an example of direct social network, direct network effects where we all want to talk to each other. You can also have interoperability working at the level of indirect network effects. So let's imagine there's a mobile OS platform and there's developers on one side and users on the other side, and the app store sits in the middle. Well, I could have my operating system have multiple app stores on it. And as long as the operating system is interoperable so that other app stores can get on there, then the developers and the users can choose which app store they'd like to access each other through. And again, we could have price competition. We could have curation competition. I could belong perhaps to an app store that was just very boring stuff for economists who don't need the latest fad, and that would make it simpler. Or I could have a Disney app store that some people want for their children or whatever. So you can think about that solving issues like the app store or the NFC chip, and direct network effects for things like instant messaging and network effects. I'll make one more point, which is that I think we heard a lot of doom and gloom from Benedict Evans, who I think wants the perfect to be the enemy of the good, and interoperability isn't going to work as a regulation, and yet we have all these natural monopolies, which, normally in society when we have a natural monopoly like electricity or gas, we just regulate it. We say, here are the investments you can make, here's the product you can offer, here's how much you can charge. I'm guessing he doesn't like that either. So if you don't want to regulate it and you don't want to do interoperability, then I think you're stuck with everybody having just monopoly outcomes for the rest of their lives or all time, which is not, I believe, acceptable. I think we actually have the capability to regulate in an intelligent fashion. And one of the things that's quite nice about interoperability as a regulatory tool is that it doesn't require you to see the future. You can say, this is a general principle that's going to apply to lots of things for many years. And if we see the entrenched monopolist and we put in place the interface, which in fact the company probably has already built, as Corey will talk about later, then that's a light touch, easy way to give consumers choice without needing to be able to directly foresee what's going to happen in 10 years, yet having a guiding principle about what we're going to do with the next incumbent monopolist that arrives in 10 years. So I think it's just a really important and powerful idea, and has been around for a long time. Our phones work this way. When we had wired phones, it worked this way. Email works this way. It's not a new idea at all, but it's a really powerful idea because it transforms those network effects, which, as we've heard, are really different in digital, and makes them occur widely across the market instead of belonging as the property to one entrenched monopolist.
Thank you. And Jan, I can see you itching to come in there, but I know that you have some slightly different views in terms of the limits of where we should be using interoperability as an intervention, particularly perhaps on that sort of horizontal spectrum, but share with us your thoughts.
Yes, thank you very much. So probably the only reason I was invited on this great panel is because I have a slightly different view on the things. And so first of all, let me say, I mean, we really need to be careful when we talk about interoperability, what we're really talking about. So the distinction that Vittorio made in vertical and horizontal is really key, in my opinion. So vertical interoperability means that we're building systems that are complementary on top. So there's different app stores, for example, running on the same operating system. That's a vertical structure, and that's economically speaking very different from the kind of interoperability where you have two competing networks offering a substitutive service, and you're trying to make that interoperable. So two messaging services needing to become interoperable. I have no reservations at all about vertical interoperability, so I think that is really a great tool. It's been, have a history in telecoms, and actually, therefore, also see some of the things not really working well in telecoms, and I'll come back to that in the past, and that was this very simple service. So vertical is a good thing, but horizontal I have reservations about, horizontal interoperability. Why is that the case? Well, I mean, what we've heard so far was pretty much sort of the textbook case of horizontal interoperability. That means you have firm-specific network effects. You're going to defy those network effects by making things interoperable. Everything is fine, network effects don't matter anymore, and we're good. In reality, it's not quite like that. And I'll give you 4 reasons why it's different. The first reason is that interoperability in practice, and I would even argue especially for digital services, is never perfect. It's only going to be about basic features, if at all, and you always run behind the game in terms of making things interoperable. So let's stick with the example to be specific with 2 messaging services. Right? One is introducing, let's say, messages that delete themselves after some time. That's not an interoperable feature. You can only use it on one network. So what does it mean? It means network effects remain. The dominant network, the ones that have most users, is still more attractive because you want to use the full set of features with the most users. You don't want to be on the tiny network that has only basic features you can interoperate with a larger network. Right? And if you know that interoperability is going to come as a regulatory remedy, then as a dominant network, you might even go specifically and design features such that they defy interoperability. You introduce encryption. Everyone likes encryption, right? But encryption makes interoperability more difficult. So the second reason is that interoperability in practice is really hard, even for seemingly simple services. If you think about interoperability in telecoms, it's a very basic service compared to the kind of services we're talking about. You have a connection or you don't. And yet, standardization in telecoms took years to come. So that is, we shouldn't really be underestimating the technical difficulties. Everyone that's been involved, we talked about standardization bodies this morning, how standards, how long it takes to develop standards, to agree on standards. And then, and that's the third reason, even if you agree on a standard, if you've come to that path on compatibility somehow, it means basically the things are frozen in time. It's really difficult to change a standard once it's been established, especially in a federated system. And we're talking here not about really designing things from scratch a lot of time. So we're talking about interoperability, about systems that already exist. And they're not built with interoperability in mind. And yet, if you have a standard that's been enshrined, like email, for example. So, of course, we like email. Everyone has email. But we would also like features in email that are not there. You know, no one's sending around encrypted emails. Why? Because everyone would be having to adopt a new standard as a collective action problem that's not getting resolved. Or we would like to have, retract an email after we've sent it. That's a feature we would all love, once in a while. It's not there because the standard is from the 70s, basically. And the fourth reason is that I would even argue there are circumstances where interoperability is anti-competitive. We've talked about the competitive nature of interoperability, but interoperability can be anti-competitive when things are not perfectly interoperable. Why is that the case? It's because the network effects remain. And some users will say, well, I mean, if things are interoperable, even a little bit, that's going to be enough for me. I'm not going to install that other messenger as well. I can send a basic test message. But that means the user is not multi-homing. It's not contributing to the network effect of that other messenger. And that means even more consumers will not be installing that other messenger. So interoperability means that it's reducing the incentives to multi-home. Now, Corey has been skeptical about multi-homing, but I'm actually very positive generally about multi-homing because in the digital sphere, multi-homing is very costless. It doesn't take a lot of money or effort, to install a second messenger. You can very easily do that. And contrary to Fiona, I think competition for the market is actually a good thing as long as we ensure that that destructive, that supplanting of the incumbent, that transitioning from one monopoly to another is going fast enough. It's not being there for 10 years. Because with not multi-homing you can use the full set of features on that network. You don't need heavy-handed regulation to interoperate. And you can have, for the full innovation incentive, keep those. And you can actually keep that competition for the market, which means you can actually, and we have a theory model to support that. Yes, there we have, just was running that bit. Yeah. We have a theory model to support that you can actually, the more efficient incumbent can actually win rather with multi-homing than with interoperability in some cases.
Thanks, Jan. I mean, just help me a little bit. So as a regulator, we've clearly got some serious issues here that need to be addressed. I think the whole theme of the last day and a half discussion is that we can't stand still. We need to find the right kind of interventions that are going to address some of these problems. And I hear the concerns around the risks of getting it wrong, the risks of sort of unforeseen consequences in terms of potentially chilling innovation, chilling competition, and that's clearly not what we want to achieve. But at the same time, it seems to me that we need to be prepared to be pretty robust in looking for an intervention that's going to unlock things, particularly in circumstances where it's not obvious that waiting for competition for the market is going to sort of deliver the outcomes. But Fiona, perhaps just a couple of thoughts in response to some of the comments from Jan.
So I actually 100% disagree, Jan. I think that where you see a bug, I see a feature. Imperfect interoperability is exactly what gives incentive for differentiation and innovation. If I can develop a messaging system that lets my children turn the picture of themselves to have blue hair or something, and that makes them excited, then they all join that, and it's fantastic. And then I can still message them, it's time for dinner. I don't need the blue hair feature. It's fine with me if my message arrives just in plain text. And so we've broken the bulk of the network effects because I can tell them it's time for dinner or we're meeting at noon. where there's still lots of incentive for that entering network to provide a value proposition. So you said it's anti-competitive because no one will switch to the entering network. Well, the entering network has to do something interesting, and then I will switch to them if they have blue hair, if they have encryption or something. So I think that that's all really good. Now, you say it's hard. So Andrea tried this on at Florence also. The people who say it's hard have to propose something they think is easier to regulate massive digital platforms that are entrenched. Like you could nationalize them and try to run them. That seems harder. I think interoperability is something we already know how to do. Look at Wi-Fi, look at Bluetooth. They're updated. What letter are we on for Wi-Fi? N or M or Q or something? And there's been a lot of generations of these technologies. The SSOs get together, they change it with great regularity. So we know how to do this. It's false that it's hard to change. What that does, again, is lets the innovation go in a direction that business and industry wants it to go in and not some direction that government wants it to go in. In terms of also being anti-competitive, Jan cheerfully said, oh, well, we just have to make sure that the entrant comes along at the right time. Newsflash, the whole competition world is beating itself up for having missed Instagram. Facebook bought Instagram in order that Instagram would not overthrow Facebook.com. It's very difficult for a regulator to spot the nascent entrant that's going to compete for the market and overthrow the incumbent in time. Okay, so that's why I think interoperability has great promise, because the antitrust implications of competition for the market, the enforcement implications are substantial. You have to be extremely good at your job. You have one chance every 15 years to get it right, because the new thing is coming along and it's going to overthrow the incumbent monopolist, and you can't mess up because the next one will be 15 years from now. And that's a very heavy burden to put on your antitrust authority, and it strikes me, therefore, that interoperability is a nice middle ground, not mandating what's going to come next, but leaving the market open so that innovation can come next. And may I say, the people on the last panel who said, we don't use Facebook.com, you must not have, for example, a child admitted to university in the United States who's told, oh, join the Yale class of 2022 Facebook page, and the school that gives out snow days on Facebook, and the village that runs every social event on Facebook. I mean, they've got hostages, as Corey was saying.
Fiona, thank you. I would like to bring Vittorio and Corey back in, but I suspect, Jan, do you want a 30-second right of reply?
Yeah, just on a couple of points. I mean, first of all, I mean, history from a lot of standardization things, telecoms tells us it's not that simple. Yeah, it's not that simple.
Well, I didn't say it was simple.
And it's actually very hard, and you're always going to run behind, you're always going to be slow. I'll give you one example. The problem with interoperability is that, let's say in the messaging space, you would have fixed a couple of years ago, you would have fixed the technology that is interoperable, the interface, you know. Then WhatsApp comes along, or being challenged actually by Signal, because there is competition going on through multi-homing, and they're rolling out encryption overnight because the competitor did encryption. Encryption would have been possible with interoperability in the first place, yeah, because it wouldn't have been in the standard back then. So those actually, the incentives to innovate are much stronger if you're not interoperable. So you're asking for an alternative. The alternative is to push technologies and to push regulations which are encouraging multi-homing. So why not nudging, if you're on WhatsApp, nudging you, say, hey, there's an alternative messenger, and that's the regulation. You have to notify about the alternatives. You have to tell your friends are also on Signal and so on. You can use Signal, and then you can use that, and then that will actually supplant WhatsApp.
If there are alternatives.
And if you're, there are alternatives. Messengers, there's plenty of alternatives. There's Threema, there's Signal, there's Wire, there's other stuff. Yeah.
Search. So I'm going to
search is a different
pause
thing.
us on
search,
this
we don't want interoperable
scintillating debate, because I've got a feeling we could be here for several more hours, and I'm sure a number of you might want to pick it up in the next break. But Vittorio, just bringing in some slightly different themes that came up in a couple of the panels yesterday when interoperability was mentioned, also in the context of concerns about security and privacy, and how we potentially manage that sort of trade-off between opening up competition and ensuring privacy and security. Could you give us some thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, of course, there are technical issues. And, well, if we are saying that things can be technically hard, well, it could be, but I also like this because that's why engineers like me have a job. So, I mean, we are here to actually solve the technical issues, and I think they are solvable. Actually, we already have interoperable messaging systems with encryption and everything. I mean, there's Matrix, which is a system, an open source, open protocol system developed actually by a British company. There have been others in the past. There are also some for social media, like Mastodon. So it's not like technically these do not exist. They already do, and they work. It's just that they cannot get into the market, mostly because of the network effect and maybe lack of funding and marketing and whatever. But so, yes, there are objections about privacy. And it's true that if we imagine a certain point in which maybe WhatsApp has to open up and send messages to other companies, other service providers, there will be data that first were locked within the WhatsApp system, and they will go to other companies, other places. In the case of messages, I'm still pointing out that the sender, are the person who decides where they go. So if you don't want to message people that are using other applications, you will never be forced to do that. But on the other hand, you can also find ways to encrypt this communication. There are, if you take the web today, the communication on the web is encrypted with your browser and the servers communicate in encrypted ways because there is a mechanism, a technical mechanism at the beginning in which they decide which encryption they support, they exchange information, and they pick the best encryption possible for you. And this could just happen, again, when different messaging systems communicate. So it's nothing new. We already have it. But most importantly, even the encryption, the protection of the privacy when you transport information is not everything. So you can very securely send your information so that only WhatsApp has it. But then if once it gets encrypted, the supplier will just monetize your data and profile you. And then in the end, you get no privacy. So the point is really which companies you want to give your data first in your first place as a user of a specific application. So if we introduce an element for competition, maybe I can stop using applications by certain companies that are known to have a business model which is based on tracking people, and I can pick other applications made by other companies. And by the way, even if maybe the users of the original application, the incumbent, will still get my messages because I will send them, at least they will not see what I do on the application, which is also very important. So tracking the time I spend, what I am looking at, this is especially important for social media, by the way. So there are ways to address these problems. And even the end-to-end encryption, there is indeed an issue, even in email. We've been working a lot to try to get end-to-end encryption properly. The reason why it's really hard to have proper end-to-end encryption even in email is not really related to email. It's related to the fact that we do not have proper identity management over the internet. So it's a separate problem because to encrypt something, especially for one specific person, you would need to get in a secure way the information on which encryption and key and whatever they are using. And this is the piece that is missing, and it's not connected to it being email or instant messaging or so. And this is something that is going to be addressed actually in Europe, partly with the IDAS, partly there are private sector solutions. Again, we're entering into another very concentrated market for identities. But still, it's a problem that we can solve. And actually, this could be a good push to solve it. And finally, in terms of security, yes, of course, maybe some of these services will have to open up interfaces to the rest of the world. That is nothing different from basically what any web server is doing or whatever. So yes, you will have to secure your interfaces, but you already do it normally. And by the way, many of these services already have some kind of open interface. It's just that they do not open it to everyone. They only open it to other partners that either pay money or provide some very limited interoperable service or that they control. So I really think that the technical issues can be addressed. We have to check how, but we will maybe discuss that later. But I think that it's just a matter for the techies.
That's really helpful, and I think really reassuring to hear that these are not sort of insurmountable obstacles. Yeah. But Corey, from your perspective, what do you see as the sort of main practical challenges, particularly, again, with those kind of lessons from history, I suppose?
Well, I think that there's a really hard administration problem with technical mandates, which is not to say that they should always be off the table. But the problem is, especially when you're talking about large incumbent firms that are already have the potential to expose users to a lot of risk and who stand between those users and harm, you do want those firms to exercise their duty of care. In fact, one of the reasons we're worried is that maybe sometimes they don't exercise that duty of care with the diligence that we'd like them to. And so if we say to Facebook, for example, you must open an API and allow third parties running Mastodon or Diaspora to connect to it, and Facebook says, we shut down the API yesterday because our intrusion detection system thought something bad was happening to our 3 billion users. You don't want to presumptively say, well, Facebook, you should be erring on the side of caution for continuity with this open API that we've mandated for you, even if it exposes 3 billion people to identity theft. You do want them to be prudent. And resolving the difference is such a fact-intensive question because after the fact, you need to find engineers who are qualified to understand Facebook server infrastructure, who, to a first approximation, already all work for Facebook. And you have to ask them, was that a pretextual shutdown or not? Meanwhile, you get back to the same problem you had before, which is that in the interim, you're going to have people leaving the new market entrance and going back to Facebook. You're going to have investors abandoning it. And you're going to have individuals who found those firms quitting and maybe taking jobs at Facebook or somewhere else, exiting the field. And so you need something else. You need something that will prevent Facebook from defecting. And I think that's something that at Electronic Frontier Foundation, we started off calling adversarial interoperability, but that shortens to AI, and there's already something else called AI. We call it competitive compatibility, because saying ComCom is fun. So with ComCom is the basket of tools that engineers have used since the year dot to create interoperability where the incumbent didn't want to let them. So it's the reverse engineering, it's bots, it's scraping. And obviously, you need some kind of digital human rights framework to compare this conduct to and say, did you scrape because you're Cambridge Analytica? Or did you scrape because Facebook shut down the API we forced you to operate, we forced them to operate and put your users at risk? Oh, okay, we can see, right? You've adhered to these universal principles that we hold Facebook to and that we hold new market entrants to. Your scraping was fine, your reverse engineering was fine, your bots were fine. So if we clear those legal obstacles, then we create a situation where if Facebook offers a good API and maintains it in good faith, they never have to contend with ComCom. And if they don't, then they enter the hell of guerrilla warfare with other engineers, right, who are sitting there exploiting the attacker's advantage to find new ways to get past the intrusion detection system and the firewall and offer new ways to connect to it, and you create unquantifiable risk for Facebook, which means that you create more opportunities for them to show up at their quarterly investor presentations and say, something we didn't expect happened last quarter. The last time that happened to Facebook in January, you'll recall that they lost $280 billion off their market cap. And the primary people who suffered that individually the most are the Facebook executives who are compensated in shares primarily. And as a consequence, those people, the people who would be the ones who make the decision to do something bad to the thing we've mandated, those people suffer the most if they do it, so you align their incentives as well. And then because nobody ever lost money betting against the hubris of tech leaders, if they go ahead and do it anyway, you've got a remedy. Not the perfect remedy, right? Not something that is stable over the long term. We heard before that scrapers and whatever, you have to keep retooling because it's cat and mouse. But you can provide continuity while the regulator goes and resolves that fact-intensive question. What happened when Facebook shut down the new market entrant? So this is a way to take the rigidity and strength of a mandate and the flexibility but kind of gooiness of reverse engineering and other guerrilla tactics and put them together like you would a two-part epoxy to make something that is both strong and flexible, resilient against all kinds of different attack modes, and one that can resolve questions like, is this a good API that Facebook is exposing? One of the ways that you can empirically test if it's a good API is if the new market entrants who are hoping to use it are instead devoting engineering hours to not using it. That's a really good prima facie indicator that Facebook's not offering what they need. And then you can go back and you can open an investigation or you can address how this can happen. And I think we've got one more chance to talk. I see I'm running out of time and I'll cede, but I do want to talk about how we create those legal protections for interoperators maybe later.
So let's try to pick this up in the last sort of topic because it's been a bit of a packed session as we anticipated. So I think kind of circling all of this together, we've heard about the conceptual debate about when to introduce interoperability as a remedy. We've heard about some of the practical challenges, but I think I'm quite reassured, actually, that to some extent some of those are surmountable. But then there's a big question here about governance. And for a regulator, how do we deliver that? How much, as you say, Corey, can we kind of rely on the market having opened it up through interoperability, then the market to sort of deliver that as an effective outcome? Where does the regulator have to intervene? Going back to the discussion yesterday, how do we ensure that we're tooled up to do that? I'd like to just invite each of you perhaps just to offer a couple of quick thoughts on that, starting with Fiona.
Yeah. Corey raises a really important point. Again, Benedict Evans earlier said that the dominant firm always benefits from regulation. Dominant firms do not like interoperability because it enables consumers to leave. And that reduces monopoly profits, and so we can expect constructive disengagement. And I think this is why Corey's idea here is very clever. But I also think that you need a regulator standing in the background saying, no, if we've imposed interoperability as a mandate, then we're going to enforce it. And we've seen SSOs being captured by dominant firms and working against the interest of competition and consumers. So you really do need a regulator as part of the similar to an SSO type structure that's overseeing the interoperability. So I think that the combination of regulation and these kinds of market-based ideas is a really good idea. Let me just say also, again, Benedict Evans today, I was going crazy during his talk, told us all that if we had interoperability, Russian hackers would be able to take all our data. Under the DMA, of course, that is not true. It says with allowance for privacy and security, and we would expect to see a platform engaging in some kind of appropriate licensing permission type activity where you say, look, you want to interoperate, you have to go through some kind of background check or satisfy these 8 points or whatever. And again, the regulator needs to monitor that to make sure it's appropriate and not pretextual. But we all want that process to both exist and be robust so that the entities interoperating are the ones we expect to see there and creating new good options for consumers. So I think that's the sort of thing a government can do and perhaps not set up from soup to nuts, but be standing there monitoring to make sure it's being done in a pro-competitive way.
Thank you. Jan.
Thank you. So first, let me go one step back on the technical issues. There's one thing I really need to say on this is there's a big difference between designing a system newly from scratch. So if we could go every 5 years and design the internet completely new, design how messengers would work completely new, it's a different thing than trying to interoperate with existing systems. That's what we're having. Right? We're trying for 25 years, we're trying to switch from IP version 4 to IP version 6. Everyone agrees it's a good thing. Still, we're not having it. So it's a very, very different thing. So that's the first thing. So on the technical issues, I mean, Vittorio is right if we could design everything from scratch, but we're not there. We're having existing systems, existing incumbents. So on the governance issue, here there's also one thing we have to be very, very clear on, and this is, I think, where we have the fundamental disagreement. If you have a mandate for interoperability, you need very heavy-handed regulation. A regulator that has a very heavy hand, he has to impose certain technologies because it's a myth that you can make things interoperable for the messengers without compromising privacy and security. It's not possible. It's just a fact. It's not possible. So at least you have to compromise a little bit in security and privacy, and then who's going to be the arbiter of that? And of course, the incumbent, either it has an incentive to be interoperable in terms of vertical interoperability or whatever, then we don't need a regulator. Or it doesn't have an incentive, and then it will play all kinds of tricks, the sorts that Corey has said, in trying to make the interfaces bad, in trying to, the service is not running today, trying to prevent web scraping. So whoever who's want to build a business on that as an entrant, on that kind of flimsy interoperability, good luck. It's not going to happen, and the regulator is going to be too slow with that. And again, telecoms is a perfect example where it's a simple service, it's a very slow-moving innovation service, and yet all these kinds of problems were there, very much so, leading to the fact that despite we have interoperability between mobile and generally systems, the incumbents are still the incumbents. The incumbents that started out, they still have the market share because that competition in the market, network effects don't go away. And that's why I say, well, not do heavy-handed regulation here. There are more promising aspects of digital tech regulation which make much more sense, much less costly, and those you should tackle first, especially if you have in the European Union 80 people only working on it.
So Corey, I'd like you to come in, but also I wonder if we can wrap in one of the questions that has come in, because I think it's sort of on a similar theme. So the question talks about actually a scenario where industry players themselves are prepared to engage in interoperability, so it's not sort of fully mandated, fully imposed, but what should the role of regulators be in that situation? Should we be kind of encouraging, incentivizing industry participation, industry-led interoperability, or is there a role for the regulator even in that scenario? Perhaps you can kind of wrap that into some broader thoughts.
I will, and I want to just touch one last time on this question of messaging privacy and security, and just as a way of trying to resolve the conundrum, point out that there is no such thing as security or privacy in the abstract. That you can only be secure or private from something. The sprinkler system in the ceiling is not a burglar countermeasure. And when we say you have to give some up, really what we're just talking about is talking about whether you're exposed to privacy risks from third parties, from the firm itself, from states. There are lots of different risks that arise in an end-to-end encrypted messaging service. And when we say that there is going to be a change to that, it's not wrong. But I think that's a subject for a different day. But it gets into some very subtle questions of what we mean when we say this is a secure messenger, right? It's secure against what? The thing I want to take up, and it relates to what the question you just asked and what my earlier interventions, is how do we get to a point where it's lawful for new market entrants to go ahead and do that reverse engineering and scraping and bots and all the rest of it? And I think that we are at the tail end of a disastrous experiment in tech regulation where we tried to make the answer to the machine, right? Is there a copyright infringement problem on the big platforms? Oh, I know, we'll just make them build $100 million filters. Well, we still have a copyright infringement problem, and now you can't make the platforms any smaller because they need $100 million to operate that filter. Is there a terrorist content problem? Well, we'll make them build a filter for that. Is there some other harassment problem? Well, we'll make them do something about that. And what you do is you establish a baseline beneath which you cannot shrink them, because these important problems that are really the public's problems and that should be solved in democratically accountable ways are now the private purview of firms that act autocratically and that we have very little insight into. And when they say we failed because we gave it the old college try, we just have to take their word at it. And so what's a better way to get to the point where new market entrants can do things that we have historically allowed firms to police? We have a thicket of these laws that date back from this period. We have things like the anti-circumvention provisions of the European Copyright Directive, Article 6, which are also in the US law, Section 12.1 of the DMCA. We have the much narrower copyright CFAA. Gosh, I just blanked on. I've said that acronym so many times. Someone tell me what CFAA stands for. Thank you. I was having a stroke. We have the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. We have new theories about tortious interference with contract. We have all kinds of this whole thicket that sits between interoperators and doing this stuff on behalf of users. Legislative reform is a decades-long project, and we don't have time to wait. We should fix these laws, but it's going to take a long time. And I'll note, Electronic Frontier Foundation, we have litigation pending to overturn Section 12.1 of the DMCA on constitutional grounds. So maybe we'll fix that one. But then there's still all the rest. So how do we free up interoperators to do this? Well, I think one thing we can do is just wait for these companies to cheat, because they've always cheated and they will always cheat. And then as part of the settlement, we say, here is your special master. And whenever you attack a new market entrant using any of these theories, the special master reviews the litigation threat to make sure that it is bona fide and not a pretext to shut down an interoperator fulfilling the purpose of the law. And there's another really important lever that we have, and it's procurement. It is absolutely irresponsible that government agencies ever use public money to buy technology without extracting a binding covenant from that primary vendor, saying that secondary vendors can service it, improve it, and so on. Lincoln's Union Army only bought rifles from armorers that use standard tooling and ammunition for absolutely obvious reasons. And yet today, we have every school district in the world buying Google Classroom without extracting a promise saying we get to use third-party textbooks or third-party testing tools or third-party evaluation with it. I mean, we should just be telling the vendors, if you want to do business with the public, you have to enshrine the public interest. If they don't like it, they can go pound sand. And in the meantime, there's no way that you could roll out tools to that many customers, government customers at all levels, without it leaking into the private sector, which means that it would be a lost cause to try and block it. So those, I think, are our two big levers.
That's fantastic.
Thank
I just
you.
want to give Vittorio
Yeah.
the very quick final word. As an engineer, what's the role for regulators?
Well, first of all, you should oversee the technical choice of standards. I think that the best solution technically is that all the players adopt the same open royalty-free standard. And that would also help, especially the smaller players, the open source projects, which don't have the possibility to implement like 10 different APIs or scrape the website of Facebook every day because it changes. But in terms of, the tech standards are to be made at the standardization organizations in which you're welcome to come, so it would be nice to see people. But you have to make sure that the output is checked against the public policy objectives, because the standardization organizations are of course, dominated by the biggest company that can send maybe 10 engineers into the room and direct the output of that. So there needs to be be a role of oversight and check that the technical choices meet the public policy objectives.
Fantastic, and in time. You started saying that you couldn't keep to time, but you've done it perfectly. I just want to say a huge thank you to all four panelists. It's been an excellent debate. I'm sure it will be continued. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your caring. Sorry to go a little long there.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, panel. And we'll be back here at 4:20, please. Welcome back for the final time today. Welcome back. We have a couple of excellent final sessions on the possibilities for competition agencies with data technology and analytics, starting with a keynote speech. So we've heard from superstars in all sorts of different fields over the last day and a half or so, but in the field of tech economists, we now have a real superstar in the form of Susan Athey. Susan is the Economics of Technology professor at Stanford Graduate School of Business. Her research focuses on the economics of digitization, marketplace design, and the intersection of econometrics and machine learning. The list of accolades is long, and I won't go through it all. John Bates Clark Medal, membership of the National Academy of Science, and others. So is the list of board positions and advisor positions: Expedia, Rover, Turo, Ripple, the British Columbia Ministry of Forests. So with that, I'm going to introduce Susan and pass over to her for her keynote speech. Thank you.
So thanks so much for having me here today. This has been an amazing conference, and I think every panel could merit hours more discussions. But for my keynote, I was asked to talk today about the topic of this panel, the technology, data, and analytics for competition authorities. And I wanted to bring a couple of different perspectives to that. Really talk about how that's come through experiences I've had in the private sector for big and small tech companies, in academics, and in competition policy work. And I want to highlight some themes and lessons that have come up. Now, talking about that here at CMA and in the context of this conference makes me feel pretty humble, because it seems like the CMA is a leader in the world, and indeed some place that we can learn from in how to bring in new disciplines, especially data science and technologists, into competition authorities. Nonetheless, I'll try to bring in some insights that I've had from other experiences. So I want to start with the business context, and I basically, after about 12 years in academics, I started a second career in business as the consulting chief economist for Microsoft. That wasn't actually something that I was planning to do, but I was recruited, and the problems that I saw when I first stepped in the door, especially in the search engine, were so fascinating and clearly going to be so impactful that it was impossible not to get sucked into it. I think being an expert in search in the mid-2000s kind of gave you a sneak preview of pretty much all the major problems in society, democracy, and competition that we're facing today, as well as a preview for changing science. And I'll come back to that. It changed social science, the way science is done in universities, and even the way universities are organized. So it was pretty profound, and it was hard to walk away from. So when I started there, I was a lone economist, and when I came in, I couldn't have defined machine learning for you at all. I didn't know, what an AI system was, didn't know about A/B testing, and I had almost no experience in competition policy either. And that was not my main focus, although that was the main way I interacted with some folks in the audience, but that wasn't where I was spending most of my time. But to answer the questions that I was being asked, I very quickly learned within weeks that I would never get anywhere if I couldn't learn to collaborate. The first question I was asked within about 5 minutes was, what do you think about competition in search? Is it possible to have two search engines? What would it take to stay in this industry? And is competition even viable? What's the value of data? What's the value of additional users? So those were the first questions. But to get answers required a lot of pieces. Certainly part of the reason that I was there to start with and is that my economic expertise and my ability to think about strategies and come up with conceptual frameworks was really crucial to sort of organize the question, because it had so many moving parts. But very quickly, I also needed to be able to quantify things, and that's a pretty big challenge. The data is all out there, and they had at that time an internal cloud infrastructure. It was actually pretty difficult to get the data. And on the advertising platform, they hadn't really built up an analytic capability yet or a good infrastructure to do analytics. It was a brand new product, basically, and they'd been focusing on getting the lights turned on, but had not yet advanced to doing a lot of analytics. So it was tricky, and I ended up making phone calls, emails, making my way down the hierarchy till I found an engineer with no direct reports who could take her job offline for 3 days and help me get the data that I needed to start doing this analysis. And I sat with her, to get this done. And I still remember the woman very well. And so I needed to be able to, and I, helped write the code. I mean, it was very low-level work in order to be able to go back and meet with the CEO, within a few weeks with answers. And that collaboration, that need to collaborate, and also the fact that, you had billions of dollars at stake. Very quickly after that, they made an investment in Facebook, which I helped value. They started making offers for Yahoo. So, billions of dollars at stake, but yet, the thing that's blocking you from doing the analysis that you need are often data engineering, and there were real bottlenecks in the analytic capability that prevented that. But so it also required a lot of triage. And in economics, my life had been take a couple of years to write the paper. I was doing almost all of the analysis myself, delegating a little bit of coding, having the perfect model, the perfect answers, checking it 15 different ways. So trying to answer a really big question in a couple of weeks was the most terrifying experience of my life, and definitely not what I was trained for at all. But that was one of the most important things that I learned over all this time, was how to move away from the perfection, find the thing that was good enough, and often, very good, and figure out how to pull together the right people with the right capabilities to get the answers quickly. And if I had just relied on, say, the typical economics consultant from the time, it was hopeless. And I did try to rely on them, and wonderful people, but it was just that time, the capacity and the capability to work on those size data sets fluently and flexibly really wasn't there for the traditional firms. So I struggled a lot at first to figure out how to get this done and get it done quickly. And generally, this theme came up over and over again in the questions that I was asked, is putting together cross-disciplinary teams. So the search engine had every kind of problem, whether it's people advertising on racist keywords or selling illegal things, and what do you do with all these objectionable queries. So that was the early days of content moderation. And we would put together teams, and there was a woman who was a philosopher, and we'd get people from the legal team and the engineering team and the business team. And again, we had to often start with a conceptual framework, how to even think about this problem. And that was often why I was in the room, and that was really helpful. But then the second piece was, how do you translate these concerns that you're having into more precise questions? And then how did you come up with an empirical strategy to inform that with data? And the part that was always the hardest to delegate or to find people to do would be those translation pieces, the conceptual framework and translating it into operational empirical stuff. Once you've done an analysis once, then engineers, data engineers, and people with master's degrees are very well able to replicate it and carry it out and do pattern recognition. So it's often the fact that you're doing something for the first time that's tricky. And I think the social science and economics training is much stronger than engineering or even a classic data science in terms of translating a real-world question into an empirical exercise. But often the data scientists and engineers were much faster at implementing and executing once you had done that translation. So those successes led to a lot of influence for people who could be multilingual. And ultimately, I became multilingual because I was trying to do what was sometimes econometric analysis with machine learning trained people, and I needed to understand the machine learning. So I kept asking questions. It turned out I learned econometrics so much better from trying to go back and forth with machine learners, because I had to explain why I was doing what I was doing to people who were quite sure there was another way to do things that was exactly right. And that process teaches you in a way that is hard to underestimate. And so out of that, I'll come back to it, but actually I had won a lot of awards for one research agenda. I came out of it with a completely different scientific research agenda, which was dramatically more successful than anything I had done before. And it came out of that cross-disciplinary interaction. It came out of me pushing and pushing to understand, and them questioning me to solve problems they weren't able to solve. So that's, I think, the magic that can happen when you bring these disciplines together. And I tell all the young people now, that's where the shortage still is. All these universities are churning out, thousands of people trained to train neural nets and to, do basic machine learning problems like a cookbook. But we're doing a bad job teaching people how to think about questions. My students download data sets from the web, and there's like 200 data sets, and they run the same algorithm on all 200 in a loop and produce the results, because that's what you do when you're doing prediction and classification. They don't even know what the Y's and X's are. That's how we teach the thousands of people that are then going to go out and build the software that affects our society, democracy, and existence. Okay, so I'll come back to that as a problem as well, but that was clearly true in the tech firms. Who was building the code? Very well-intentioned young people, but who just hadn't been trained even how to understand exactly what they were doing fit in. Another thing there was that was very important there was just that the way that the things were organized and that everybody was working on their little problem. It was a decentralized organization. And you saw how the AI systems worked. So in a large thing like a big social media organization or a search engine, there's hundreds of teams, each of them small teams of engineers. Each of them has a metric that they optimize for. And then they innovate, and they evaluate the success using the A/B testing platform. So something goes out to users if it passes the A/B test metrics, which means that you have to boil success down to like 5 numbers or 3 numbers or sometimes 1 number that you can measure. I think, at least for a while at Facebook, they did it like as 1 number, which was a weighted average of things. So if you think about, just for a second, if you had something really important and you really have to boil it down to a couple of numbers, and you're going to make 100 decisions in an hour based on those numbers, okay? First of all, it's hard to come up with those numbers. Those numbers are super important. But also, you're going to make systematic mistakes because there's no way those numbers are going to capture everything that's important. So how do you innovate quickly? You have an hour-long meeting, you look at 100 A/B test results, and you discuss 5 or 10 of them. And those are the most important meetings in a week. And every week or twice a week, you ship stuff to customers in the afternoon after looking at things in the morning. So that also, I think the economist, the statistician's perspective on that was like, oh, here's a good KPI. The economist's perspective was, you've created an incentive system. You've created an incentive system for innovation. People are only going to build one type of thing and not others. And actually, one way to change the way this ship is sailed is to change the way that you measure things. So a lot of the work that I did was trying to make that be more long-term, to try to come up with measures that better captured long-term. If you just go in the short term, you get clickbait, you get irrelevant clicks, irrelevant ads, bad matches, because that makes money in a second. But the economist often has to think about feedback effects and equilibrium effects, and the fact that advertisers will disengage, that users will get disgusted. They'll click now, but not like you later. But trying to measure those long-term effects is actually hard, really hard, even if you want to do it. And we wanted to do it. I wanted to do it, but it was still hard to execute on and implement. And ultimately, even if they do your best you can, you're still going to be short-term focused because short-term is easier to measure. So there's a trade-off between innovating quickly and innovating for what you want. And if you wait 2 years, you're dead. So we have to really be aware of how these organizations are done. But also, if you're under competition, you really care a lot about the long term, and you're more likely to work hard at it. And if you don't have competition, it's easy to be sloppy. So, you can let click fraud go on and on and on for years and years in a display advertising exchange because competitive pressure doesn't stop you from doing it. But also, probably the middle managers had more fraud than was profit maximizing. Because it was actually, it's a short-term benefit to keep it there. It's a long-term gain to get rid of it. So a lesson out of that is understanding the technology and the measurement also implies an understanding of the incentives, and they feed back into each other. Also, you can understand where the data is, where the decisions are made, who's making the decisions, and what metrics are guiding them, and what kind of analysis would be done. So those kinds of understanding that I gained, I also felt were easier to translate into the competition. One other thing I did at the time was I started Microsoft Research New England with a couple of collaborators. That was a research lab that combined social science and computer science that it later expanded to New York. They did internal research, and that was and as well as external research. But part of that laid the foundation for some of their leadership in AI ethics. And that was another, and they also brought in external academic collaborators, and we hired data scientists to facilitate that interaction. And I think that external perspective and figuring out ways for external academics to come in and help do these long-term projects or think through these thorny conceptual issues was really beneficial. Okay, so that led me afterwards in 3 parallel tracks. In the competition and regulation space, I did a lot of advocacy around search. And it really took years to educate all the different agencies, because at the beginning, people just didn't understand the tech at all. Nobody knew what A/B testing was, what machine learning was, how it was different from econometrics, how did it work, what were the business models, what were all the back-end business deals, what was the role of rankings, how did consumers respond? I was asked, how could eyeballs rolling up and down the page possibly affect anything? How could that be a real search cost? And of course, everybody in the industry knew that that was central. That's what all the R&D is about, is ranking. Like nobody doesn't think that, but yet that was something that was controversial until we ran experiments. Also, the regulators took time to realize that just getting a dump of data wasn't the only thing they could do. They could also request A/B tests and actually run live A/B tests, which I did to show the vertical manipulation. But also user tests and other things. And I think that was a time where a lot of agencies learned these new toolkits, which were really important, and they could learn from industry about how to do that. I also saw afterwards in business that after I left Microsoft, I made several changes. One of them, as I started advising startups and venture capital firms, and then eventually that evolved into board positions. And so I saw then the role of the platforms, from the perspective of the startups who were trying to raise financing, whose customer acquisition costs were a key component of getting the next round of venture capital investing. I also saw how, in 1 month, 3 firms would all have meetings to say, oh my goodness, our growth is going to be slowed because the price of clicks on Google just went up for reasons we can't understand. And we're going to cut back on R&D because, we're burning too much cash, and we need, that's the way it works in growth startups. I also saw that, especially from executive education and from, educating the rest of the industry about AI, that the hype for a long time was greater than the reality. People would talk about AI, and every bank would come in and say, how much AI is everybody else doing? We haven't really figured it out yet. And they were all worried that everybody else was ahead of them. But they were all facing the same problems. Their data was siloed in lots of different places. They hadn't actually built the infrastructure. They couldn't compete for data scientists against the big tech companies. So for a long time, it was all hype and no reality. They had a few optical character recognition projects, and that was it. One of the things that I'm seeing very recently is that actually now machine learning diffusing for real much more broadly. And a few things have happened there, and those also, I think, impact governments and universities, that the cloud computing environment has gotten much better, and tools have developed so that lots and lots of open source tools, which make it much easier to do analysis and to do analysis at scale. I was writing code in C# to do anything non-standard, to do different kinds of econometric models back in the late 2000s. You'd have to have whole teams of engineers just building basic statistical algorithms. Now, it's all available open source, and it's not just available, it's highly optimized, it's optimized for distributed computing. It's all these things I had to learn and think about just to do basic analysis are now completely off the shelf. The tools for data management and so on. So that as a professor at Stanford or as a small startup, you can ingest large amounts of data and analyze it without a lot of capital. I can spend tens of thousands a year to analyze, hundreds of gigabytes of data. There are still important scale economies, don't get me wrong, but it's become more of a thing in the rest of the economy as a result of this. The talent competition is also just really brutal, and that's something that, of course, agencies are going to face as well. That, any student of mine that can breathe from Stanford with an engineering degree gets, 5 job offers. Like, it's just, it's just so competitive, and the salaries have gone up, dramatically in the last year for the tech firms hiring talent. So it's just really, really difficult. I think work from home gives some new opportunities, though. So last, I want to talk about how this translated in economics. I've already hinted on some of that. First of all, I moved from an economics department to a business school. And why did I feel more at home in the business school? Where, first of all, economics is the core discipline in most business schools, and there's lots of IO economists in business schools, like I was, industrial organization. But in a business school, everybody is confronted daily with talking to business executives, getting pushed back on your assumptions, and getting questioned on your insights. You also bring in guest speakers from all the companies. You do exec ed. You learn what's actually happening, and the general faculty are much more fluent on how firms are thinking about things. What are their strategies? And I think that emphasis and that knowledge, institutional knowledge, is important. You also have people who study entrepreneurship, venture capital, marketing, behavioral, and all of these things actually come together, and those were all different areas that were coming together for me in my business and in my academic research. Now, my research, as I mentioned, it switched. I did some work on the impact of digitization, but I also started this agenda on machine learning and causal inference that was combining the algorithms of machine learning with the types of business and social science and regulatory questions we have, like what would happen if people raised prices? That's a causal question. And so I did research on how to bring that together. And then I also started doing a lot of these large-scale data projects in the university. But then I faced the same problem. I needed people. I needed workers. And now here in the university, I have, master's students and PhD students, but still I needed teams. I used to have one research assistant. Now a project needs multiple people. I have a project now on chatbots that has like 10 people on it. I've got a psychologist and an engineer and a designer, from all disciplines. So I created a lab called the Goal of Capital Social Impact Lab now, after the donation to fund it, and we started trying to bring this tech toolkit to the social sector, because the social sector didn't have the people to do this type of work. I had learned it all in the for-profit firms, but I wanted to take it for more social impact. It also helped solve this problem of our students who were just downloading classification data sets from the web and doing cats and dogs, but they were hungry for more. They would rather help an ed tech company in the summer than get an internship at Facebook and target ads. So this opportunity that I have all these students who want to learn something, and I have all these problems that need to be solved, was something that I tried to bring together in my lab. But I could choose to hire only one discipline, only economists, but instead I have a mix. I have political science, education, communications, engineering, statistics, all in my lab, and the people like it. It's actually an attraction to come and learn from other people on impact problems. Finally, I just want to mention, we also, in a bigger thing at Stanford, founded the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence. And I helped found that. I've been working on it for the last 4 years. The idea there, well, there's many ideas, but some of the big ideas were that, we're not going to be able to have our ethicists and our law people and our social scientists do relevant and good research unless they actually understand the technology they're using. And our technologists and engineers aren't going to build things that are beneficial to society unless they have help evaluating the impact and even understanding and predicting its impact. So we fund big multidisciplinary for-benefit projects. We have ethical review for all of the grants. And people actually appreciate the ethical review because they don't really know how to do it if they're coming from the engineering side. We also have done other things. We've tried to address challenges for people with getting access to data and infrastructure. We have tried to do more education. I'm running a class where we have cross-functional teams where I have business students, social scientists, and engineers all in different roles on a team to work in collaboration with social impact organizations. They did projects on helping educate against misinformation using chatbots. They've helped build personalized machine learning algorithms for an edtech platform, so kind of like Netflix algorithms, but for learning to read. And they also have to consider the ethical implications of what they're doing. And we've also created exec ed programs about artificial intelligence for policymakers, which is something I was really inspired by the importance of educating policymakers around search 15 years earlier. So out of all of that, there's a bunch of takeaways. I just really want to highlight and reiterate that having a really deep understanding of the data, the technology, the organizations, the internal organization, the external strategic incentives is really critical for organizing good competition work in the technology age. You can triage so much better. People are always surprised when I walk in and I say, oh, well, I bet this company has this and this and this and this, and they will have done this study and that study and this study and that study. And, I'm 90% right. Once you've seen one really deeply under the hood, you can really guess how the others operate. And now I walk into all these, lots and lots of firms, and I guess right. I can always guess what problems my exec ed clients are going to have, what challenges they're having. These things are very common. So if you've gotten under the hood, you can really triage much more effectively what's going on. And this theme and really this great thing that CMA has built that we all need to try to figure out how to do our best job at is very important. We're going to need a lot of collaboration because there's big fixed costs of building stuff, and so there's not going to be enough resources to build everything. So I'm just so excited by what I've seen today, and I'm really excited for academia to be able to continue to help government and for all of these agencies to really tool up for the set of challenges that are ahead of us. Thank you.
Susan, thank you for covering such an amazing amount of ground, and luckily we get to explore it now in our final panel. So while the panel files up, I'm just going to introduce the chair of the panel, who is Mike Walker, who's our chief economist here at the CMA. Like Sarah, Mike's been part of the top team at the CMA since it started, and as a key advisor to the board. He's also an academic with positions at King's College London and College of Europe in Bruges. Mike, over to you.
Thank you. Okay, so this panel is the external perspective. What are the possibilities for competition agencies with data, technology, and analysis? We've got a fantastic panel, whom I will very quickly introduce, and then broadly speaking, we're going to run this. Each panelist is going to speak for 6, 7, 8 minutes. Hopefully, they're going to answer some of the questions that I asked them to think about. If they don't, then I'll just ask questions again in the second half. And I'm going to introduce them in the order in which they're going to speak. So first of all, to my immediate left, we've got Julia Angwin, who is a technology journalist, founder of the Markup. Before that, she led teams at ProPublica and the Wall Street Journalist, and she's also a Pulitzer Prize winner. So we have journalistic royalty here. Then just beyond her, Frances Haugen, between Cristina and Kirsten. Frances, as you will know the name, of course, is the Facebook whistleblower. I hope you don't mind being described in that way. Who worked at Facebook amongst a number of tech companies before becoming increasingly concerned that they were putting profit before public safety, and has came out as a whistleblower. And of course, we've read the Facebook files in the Wall Street Journal. She has now testified in front of Congress and parliaments in a number of countries, and is a very impassioned advocate for how can we make social media safer. Then the next speaker will be Kirsten Edwards-Warren, who is an executive VP at Compass Lexicon, and I think deputy head at Compass Lexicon in Europe. She is a gamekeeper turned poacher because she held senior positions in the UK competition authorities before heading to Compass, so she has that perspective, been in the agency, now on the other side, and has been a professional economist for 20 years, and is on all the lists, all of the most recommended, best under far too young, that sort of thing. She's on all those lists. And then finally, Cristina, who obviously...
Cristina needs no introduction.
Who is obviously very shy and retiring and very slow to offer any opinions. Who has definitely been an economic consultant for way longer than she would care to remember. But I mean, more recently, she is obviously a very outspoken critic of competition policy with respect to big tech. So it's not just a critic of big tech, because of course some of the big tech firms, she perfectly reasonably thinks are absolutely fine, but a critic of the approach of competition policy to big tech and the ensuing under-enforcement. So with no further ado, I will hand over to Julia to kick us off.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. It's a delight to be here. I was so impressed when I read Stefan's paper before coming over and seeing how much work the CMA has already been doing in collecting its own data about technology and using automation to collect information and analyze it. And that's because I, as a journalist, have devoted more than a decade of my career to just that pursuit. I grew up in Palo Alto in the heart of Silicon Valley, and I was trained to become a computer programmer, but fell off the track for all the usual reasons that women are not in that industry, and I became a journalist. And what I found was when I entered journalism was that journalists are so outgunned, right? There are, I think, 8 to 10 PR professionals for every journalist. And also, all of those PR professionals make large factors of time more money than the journalists do. And so we, as a scrappy underdog, have to use every tool at our disposal. And the thing that I realized was that journalists could be using much more automation and computation to help their investigations than they were. And so I started at the Wall Street Journal building teams that involved engineers and used their skills to help collect original data and to use that to prove things that were otherwise not that provable. And one of the things that I always say is that you could sort of liken my career to at a very basic level, just trying to increase the sample size of an average journalist article from 3 anecdotes of people I interviewed at a diner to how many data points I could scrape in a month. And so I think, and not every story requires a massive scraping operation, but I do have a real mission to increase the sample size. I think that the public has lost a lot of trust in journalism for reasons that are sometimes unfair and sometimes actually totally justified. And I think it's incumbent upon my profession to bring more data to bear to these conversations so that the readers will trust our findings. And so I want to talk about one project that I led at the Markup that I think really shows kind of the scope and ambition of what journalism could do, and honestly, what I think competition regulators could do. And this is a project that we call Citizen Browser. So basically, I was looking at this challenge of Facebook. They're out there, they say they're going to do X or Y, we're going to ban anti-vax content, we're going to ban hate speech, all these things that, of course, Frances has nicely demonstrated that they know they are not doing. But from the outside, this was before she had arrived on the scene, I was like, how can we prove that they're not doing this? Of course there are anecdotes, right? People come and say, I saw X on my feed, and this violates the content terms. But the problem was you could never really show those were systematic violations. Those just felt like one anecdote, and it'd be hard if you could try to string a few together. So what I realized was that I needed to borrow from social science. And so what I did was I put together a nationally representative panel of people who we paid to install a tool that we built that essentially monitored their Facebook feed. So they would log in, it's basically a custom browser that they would log into their Facebook account through and then never touch again. It just ran in the background. And the reason it's a browser is browsers are really good at running in the background, as you may have noticed. I don't know about you, I never close mine. But so it sits there, it runs, and it takes a little snapshot of their feed a couple times a day. And then we actually built this really intensive data pipeline to redact all possible personally identifiable information. So name, your friends' names, chat names, photos. I mean, by the time we got the remaining data, there's actually very little left on the page. But the things that were left were really important. We saw basically all the news items that were being circulated and recommendations. And so that allowed us to test two hypotheses, which is what is Facebook recommending in its recommendation systems, like recommended groups, recommended pages, and what kind of news content was it surfacing in the feed and promoting systematically. And we found we have a 1.5 years worth of reporting that shows over and over again that Facebook misrepresents what's actually happening on the platform. And I would just say that, like, I think that this is a very crazy thing for a journalistic organization to do. You know, it cost about $1 million, and we raised money for it. It's been a struggle. We're a very small little newsroom, nonprofit, and normally, as a journalist in other industries I've written about, you wouldn't do this. Like, you would, if you covered Chevron, you would go to the EPA and ask for the files on the pollution that they've emitted and when they've been fined and this and that. But because this is an unregulated industry, there's no one to go to, right? And so I sort of liken it to this idea that, you know, Facebook is like an airplane and there's no FAA, so we, the journalists, are out on the tarmac trying to inspect it while it's taxiing, you know? And so this is not an ideal situation. And so I think that I'm really excited about the fact that CMA is devoting so much effort to its own original data collection, because I do think it's really important to recognize in our technological, data-driven world that data is political. Who collects it determines what is collected. There is a reason that there is no reporting in the United States on a national level about police brutality, because no one wants to collect that data, right? And that's why the Washington Post has had to do a 7-year project personally collecting it themselves. And that's what journalists' job is, to do oversight of power. And so competition authorities also have to do oversight of power and limit that power. That is what makes democracies work. And so I think it's important in today's world to invest the time and resources to collect original data. And so I'm just thrilled to see that happening here. And I hope that somebody has extra $1 million lying around to help us fund this project.
Excellent, thank you, Francis. And we will come back to a couple of things that you've raised there. But I first of all want to sorry, Julia, head on to Francis. And in particular, I want to ask you, I mean, this conference has been fantastic, but it's been quite focused on big tech in Europe and the US and the sort of the issues that we face. Are we missing something important by just doing that, or not? Okay.
That is such a great question. So just for context for people, the number of users of, say, Facebook in the United States is only like 8 or 9% of all of its users. It's crazy. When we look at where they invest things like safety resources, though, they're overwhelmingly in English and in the United States. So in the case of operational expenses for misinformation, in 2020, they spent 87% of their misinformation budget on English, even though, you know, a very small percentage point. Actually, it's like 8 or 9% of users speak English. So it's even fewer users are in the United States. It's like 200 million of their 3.1 billion users are in the United States, or less. But the issue here is the reason why this matters. Like the reason I came forward was when we looked at that asymmetrical investment, when we look at who is most impacted by these platforms, we see that people living in the global south are bearing a huge fraction of the entire burden of these systems. That Facebook told us the only way we could be safe was by using AI to pull down the dangerous things. They were like, yes, 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 we understand our algorithms have these problems. You know, Mark Zuckerberg said publicly, engagement-based ranking, you know, the process of saying content that gets reactions is better content, is dangerous because people are drawn to extreme content. You know, parts of our brains are always scanning for danger, are more attracted to things that scare us, and so we engage with them. And as a result, these systems give the most reach to the most extreme content. Right now, the users who live in, say, African countries, in Southeast Asia, in South America, often they have no alternatives to Facebook, even for basic internet, right? That Facebook went into these countries and did something called zero rating. And the number one thing all of you can do to increase the amount of competition is get rid of zero rating or mandate that it has to be done via consortium. have the big tech companies come together and subsidize internet access more broadly. The reason for this is, I went to Harvard Business School. I'm one of those rare algorithmic people who also has an MBA. And it was like the gospel there of entrepreneurship, that the way you take on big giants, the way you become fabulously wealthy, is you come from beneath, you gain expertise on the margins, and then you come in and you eat the lunch of the legacy players. Facebook has been terrified that would happen since the day it was founded, right? That we always need to remember that companies' origin stories become their futures. Facebook became Facebook because they killed MySpace. MySpace became MySpace because they killed Friendster, right? Facebook did not invent social media. Facebook just ate the lunch of a bunch of other social media platforms because they were willing to grow more slowly. They didn't fall over like Friendster and MySpace did. Facebook knows that somewhere, someone is having more fun than they're having on Facebook. And people will find that. Like what happened with Instagram. When Facebook bought Instagram, the reason they bought it was they were monitoring what other applications were being used on people's phones, like what were people installing, because it used to be the APIs were much more fluid. It's one of these interesting things where when we open up data gets used in ways sometimes that we don't expect. And Facebook came in and said, oh my goodness, there's this app and it's growing incredibly fast. We should buy it now. And so they paid I think a little over $1 billion for about 14 employees. It's considered like one of the most profitable per employee acquisitions that's ever happened. And Facebook knows that could happen again. And TikTok is perfect proof of why what they did in response was exactly the right thing, or at least in their interests. So they went into countries all around the world and said, if you use Facebook, your data is free. But if you use anything on the open web, you're going to pay for it yourself. And as a result, even if only 30%, 40% of the users in a given country use that subsidized access, companies converge to say, no, we're not even going to have our own personal websites. Everything is going to be on Facebook. And now if you go look at the polling data, when you ask people around the world, do you use Facebook? Do you use the internet? There's a 10 percentage point difference in more of people who say, I use Facebook than people who say, I use the internet, because they're not even aware they're using the internet. So the reason why that matters to UK consumers, why it matters to consumers in all of your countries, why it really matters in the United States, is where did TikTok come from? TikTok came from the only place that Facebook couldn't play, China, right? That competition can work if it is a level playing ground. The longer we allow zero rating to continue to exist, not only will people be literally victimized, right? Like we've seen Myanmar now, which was hundreds of thousands of people dead from an ethnic violence incident fanned by Facebook's underinvestment in Burmese. There was one person in the entire company that spoke Burmese, and they ignored that person. Ethiopia, where we have hundreds of thousands that are dead that didn't have to die because of another fanned incident. They didn't even support Tigray, which is like one of the major ethnic groups that led the violence, when I left the company, right? There were no safety systems in Tigray. And now we're seeing violence being fanned in Kenya around the election, this time on TikTok. So we can't blame Facebook this time. But we're going to see these things over and over again. Making sure that we have space for alternative forms of social media to be experimented with and spring up is really, really important. And even other products, even products outside of social media, we're not going to get these new innovations coming out of the global south if we allow Facebook to run the internet there, continue to run the internet there. I really loved all your points about how we educate data scientists, but I'm running out of time. One of the things that we should talk about, I'm going to talk about tomorrow morning, but I'm happy to talk about more later, is the way we educate our students right now in data science and machine learning is actually anti-competitive. Because the way of being able to understand how to process those A/B dashboards, how to think in the incredibly multidimensional way that you need to in order to iterate on industrial machine learning, there's like maybe 10 companies in the world you can go to and really learn how to do that today, maybe less. And smaller companies don't have large enough communities of practice in order to actually be able to build their own communities or like redevelop it on their own. But that's a topic for another time.
Okay, well, I'm going to come back to you on that. Thank you very much. So we're now going to move on to Kirsten. I think, Kirsten, what I'd be interested to hear from you is, so you're in private practice, you're at Compass, have data team there and so on. How do you think a competition authority, like us, for instance, in what ways can the application of data science improve our efficiency, but also just improve the quality of the decisions that we make?
Thank you. The first thing I'm going to say is one of the points Susan made was about we need to be multilingual. And I could not agree more about that, because I think even just within the same economic scene, even the same economist can sometimes prepare an economic framework, have their hypotheses to test, and then they design some analysis and they get the results, and then they realize they've assessed the wrong constraint, and that's even within the same profession. I think when you're putting together different professions to tackle a problem, there has to be a really deep understanding on both sides. We were, Compass Lexicon, I was blessed actually, because at the point in time the CMA was setting up the data science team, I was scratching my head thinking we need to do the same. And was extremely fortunate in that one of our economists had left some time before, gone to Deliveroo, and then came back saying, actually, I missed competition policy. And he's one of these rare people, Rashid, somewhere in the room, I think, who is a competition junkie and a data science junkie. So it was great because he came and said, okay, I can think of ways in which data science can really be used to support competition policy. And if you ask anyone in our data science team, how can data science be used to support competition policy, they say three things: be more efficient, be more compelling, do new things. And this applies when you're investigating tech firms, this applies when you're investigating non-tech firms, but it applies to processes as well as casework. So let me just break those down a little bit more deeply. First of all, be more efficient. Stefan gave a really nice example yesterday of his team building, I think you called it the evidence portal, which was a more efficient way for companies to submit evidence. That's a really nice way of how you take something that is something you do already. It happens already, it may happen manually, but using data science, you've made a much more efficient process. So you can make the process more efficient, but you can also make the evidence collection gathering more efficient. You can use algorithms for document extraction, you can scrape websites, and you can do analysis more efficiently. So one thing that we've done for years and years and years as economists on certain cases is want to understand what common customers certain parties have. And I can remember years and years ago sitting down and asking two research analysts to spend 2 weeks going through two parties' customer data and individually matching those customers across the two data sets. And they were sitting there saying, why have I got a master's in economics to do this? It's the most boring thing I've ever done in my life. And on litigation cases, we could spend even longer doing that. I mean, now we can just, we can do it in a couple of hours. There's still some manual process involved in assessing how accurate the algorithm was and how accurate the matching that came out of that process was, but it's much, much quicker, much more effective, and you can actually measure what the margin of error from that matching process is. So on recent cases on IBM Red Hat and on Aon Willis, which were both cases I worked on in front of, which were both commission cases, we were matching hundreds of thousands of customer names, submitted it to the commission, and could explain what we thought the margin of error was, how we tested it, a very quick piece of analysis. And I have to say, the European Commission assessed it in exactly the same way it would any other piece of economic analysis, by sending us RFIs with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of questions. But they really, really kicked the tires on it, but they were very open-minded to receiving different types of analysis that they maybe hadn't received before. I think they're receiving it much more now. So be more efficient. Second point, be more compelling. This is where I get quite excited, because I'm a very visual person, so I've always been a graphs rather than tables sort of person, and I've always struggled when I've got huge data sets to just look down the data sets and identify patterns without a pretty picture. So when Stefan put his dandelion picture on the slide yesterday and started talking about fake reviews, that was wonderful, because immediately I could see, okay, I know what he's talking about, I know what data has been collected, and I know what sort of linkages he was looking for. And I think data science has a real role to play here, because we are all human and we are all trying to understand massive, massive amounts of data and what patterns can be found in them. And to be able to do that and have a single compelling visual that enables you to look and understand what's in a massive data set is extremely important.
Third, do new things. This is what I think we need to all get a bit creative and experiment a bit more. So I think there are new types of analysis. I think we would probably all agree that more evidence is better. We've experimented with some new types of evidence using natural language processing. So on the Aon-Willis merger, one of the interesting questions was about whether brokers could move easily between competitors, between firms. And so we scanned and downloaded all articles from Insurance Insider over, I can't even remember how many years, and ran NLP algorithms on it, and they're amazing. What they basically do is read every single article, identify the ones that are reporting a move by a person from one company to another, identify whether that person was a broker, because we didn't want people working for insurance companies, we were specifically looking for a broker, and identify from the text who it was, which firm they worked at, and which firm they worked to. If you imagine, that's actually extremely difficult to do, because there are so many different ways to say X poached Y, Y left X to go to Z. There's so many different ways to do it, but the natural language processing can actually identify that, pulled all that information, produced a data set that just shows the people who moved from one competitor to another, and then we could summarize it all in one little Sankey graph, which was an awful lot of work that went into one little graph, but very, very compelling. And again, the Commission kicked the tires on the analysis, but it wasn't the case that they said, oh, this is totally different, we haven't seen it. They just took the same constructive approach that they do normally. I also think outside of cases, a question that came up yesterday was, should we be doing more monitoring? And a question that came up for Tim Wu was, should authorities be doing more to understand what consumers are thinking? And I think that's something that could possibly be addressed by data science if you can look at consumer sentiment on websites, forums, Twitter, if you so want. So I don't know whether this will work, and I don't know how successful it will be, but I think we should be experimenting. I think the agencies should be doing what they can. I have to admit, at the point in time I found out a year or two ago that the CMA had a 40-person data science team, I thought, my goodness, they're throwing a lot of resource into that. Is that a bit wasteful for public service? And I'm sitting there now thinking, you're well ahead of the curve, because this is what you're going to need. Mm-hmm. Data is, somebody also said yesterday, every market is a data market, and it's going to go further and further that way. And I'm completely out of time. So I will stop to be a good panelist, and you can ask me a question, I'll finish later.
Okay. Thank you. So, Cristina, in your normal shy and retiring fashion, can you answer this question?
I don't know.
I'm sure you'll...
Or another one.
Exactly. Which is, first of all, how concerned should we be about the level of asymmetric information and asymmetric understanding between the tech firms and the competition authorities? And if we should be concerned about it, I'm assuming we should, but if we should be concerned about it, what should we be doing about this?
Thank you, Mike, and thank you for this invitation. I'm delighted to be here. Let me start with an esoteric dance that very few people do, but I think is essential: disclosure. As someone who works in the private sector, one needs to say who one works for. So my position is I've worked adverse to Google and Facebook, both for regulator and private parties. In the last 3 years, I've done work for Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, News Corp, and Uber. With that out of the way, the answer is emphatically yes. Does it matter that this gap exists? Of course it does. And of course, the CMA is an outlier in this universe. But there is no question to my mind that this enormous gap that exists in skills and competencies between regulators and companies is at least in significant part responsible. I don't mean uniquely responsible, but responsible for the level of under-enforcement that we have seen, for the fact that cases take 7 years and then it takes 2 years to concoct a remedy that doesn't work, but everybody doesn't know why it doesn't work, but the company that knows it doesn't work, and we go around in this dance for another 2 years. So that gap is dramatically important, and as I say, the CMA is an outlier, but needs to be filled. Now, because we failed so dramatically to enforce, we are now pivoting towards regulation. And it is an expression that some don't like. We're not quite pivoting. We are complementing antitrust with regulation, whatever you want to call it. The problem doesn't go away because you call it regulation. There is now a set of rules which are set by the legislator in very general terms. Thou shalt not self-preference. No self-preferencing in ranking. No bundling. And when you're faced with these rules at that general level, you're totally at a loss as to what it is that you should be doing, and you need guidance. But then if you ask for guidance and you say, what is it? Is it anti-competitive self-preferencing? Because we have some guidance in competition law. We know what that means. But no, we're in a different paradigm now. We're no longer in antitrust, we're in regulation. So it's all bets are off. What should we be doing? Well, we don't know yet. Just provide your compliance report and we'll then tell you. So the gap in skills is what fundamentally motivates, and resources ultimately motivates this problem, which is very live. I want to go back to some of what Susan said, because of course, as usual, Susan is inspirational. She talked about concepts like collaboration, which she very much described as an issue when she was working inside business. And this is something which, albeit from the external position, I see as fundamental. The collaboration between the technologists, the data scientists, the engineers, and those who are at the front end, charged with delivering some sort of interface with a regulator is fundamental. And yet you do not yet have enough of that. The question Susan also posed is, should we educate, should companies be involved in educating regulators? Because you can build skills and competencies as an antitrust agency by investing into it. What is the role of the companies themselves, of the targets in this game? And to me, it is something which is potentially very important, because there is a huge amount of knowledge which is there to be effectively shared. In reality, it doesn't happen for two reasons. One, because there is a certain diffidence around the idea of collaboration. I mean, Damien Girardin yesterday said, we don't want to be too collaborative with these companies because there's capture. But there's also the fundamental point that inside a company, when you know that your engineers are going to be talking potentially to a competition authority who does not have equivalent skills, you protect them. You don't bring the engineers to see the regulator, because what are they going to ask them? What's cloud? I mean, it isn't going to be a very productive discussion if at the regulator end, you're only faced by lawyers and economists who don't know their technology. So I think this is the reality we're faced with today. So how does one overcome it, briefly? I think I've always thought that in principle, if companies are doing nothing wrong, they should have incentives to share some of the data and the information that they have, because there is no better proof than to say, well, you know, here it is. I'm not self-preferencing. I'm not doing anything like this. But reality is that you need to have some sort of incentive-compatible mechanism to induce companies to come forward and share that kind of knowledge. And there needs to be some sort of mechanism that ensures there's no fear of retribution if you are sharing that kind of information. And perhaps the way to think about it is there should be monitoring, or there should be this kind of exchange outside of a case. It should be an ongoing kind of process, which doesn't happen only in the adversarial context of a competition case. Because to me, there's no question that the industry ecosystem is incredibly well positioned to provide helpful information if the incentives are right for this to happen in a way that is not adversarial. And we should be thinking, regulators and companies should be thinking about how to set that up. And that extends to things like, one needs to be very clear also to companies. They cannot sign any kind of agreement with gags that they cannot tell a regulator if they've done a deal with someone about the implication of that. I mean, we've seen it in Jedi Blue, we've seen it in Bernanke, we see it in the Texas case, which has been exported everywhere. But I think in general, we need to facilitate information flows without concerns about retribution. Perhaps, again, the best way to do it is to somehow erect structures that allow you to have this exchange in a way that is outside of a controversial, an adversarial case. And finally, the last point I'll make is that in terms of analysis, I think what also needs to be done, and where I think, again, there can be a great deal of learning that comes through collaboration, is that where the important piece of the frontier for the required tools, it seems to me at this point, is tools to detect biases, preferences, and really provide explanation for algorithms. Because it is absolutely not going to work to just tell a company, just give us gigabytes of data. We observationally will tell if you self-preference. You know, it doesn't work. You cannot just look and ingest this data and somehow fathom that there is self-preferencing. You'll miss variables, you leave things out. So no, just let's have some discussion, some tools that can be used to examine that, and this is something that can only be done collaboratively. You cannot look at it from the outside.
Okay, thank you. Going to come back to that point in a bit. Can I just move on to Susan? I mean, Will at the beginning said, you know, sort of slightly throwaway remark, oh, and she's won some awards. I mean, you know, she's won the John Bates Clark Medal. I mean, in economic terms, we have a minor deity here. So, so Susan, I mean, feel free to comment on anything you've heard, but I'd also be interested in your answer to this question, which is, yeah, it's a two-part question, but one is, given everything you talked about and we've since heard, should competition authorities be aiming to hire more people from within big tech? Easy question. Harder question, how do we do that? How can we convince these people that they have a career path within a competition authority rather than within, you know, the big tech world?
Well, I think I've seen a real change in the last, 5 to 7 years among the students about how they think about big tech. And so, there used to be sort of this cool premium that is turned into a sort of, don't want to be part of killing democracy detriment or something and generally I think the understanding of the market power and the overall power has really changed the dynamic. So now I think it's more that people will go to some of those big companies because they have the best training programs, they have the best resources. Like it's a great career training to do it for a couple of years, but people, and they want to pay back their loans, the master's students, but I think people also I'm not hearing my students say, this is my aspiration to work at some of these companies forever. And so then the question is, well, what is their alternative? So that's part of what we're trying to do in introducing students to some of these social impact firms and so on, to try to expose them to alternatives. And I think government can sort of draw on some of those same themes. I think early on, people, if they are good economists, which they may or may not be, but if they're doing their dynamic programming, other than after paying back the student debt, really early in your career, the dollars you're making in those years are less important than the skills you're building. That's how we recruit postdocs and things too. They're getting this training, which will then help them later. So if they are able to work in an interdisciplinary environment, if they're gaining the skills of not just being a cog in a wheel, funneling data into a dashboard, but they're actually helping, think about questions, and in this kind of impactful interdisciplinary environment, I think they will gain valuable skills. So I think it has to be a little bit of a human capital acquisition story and an impact story. But it's hard. I mean, it's really hard to recruit. People turn over very quickly. Partly that's part of the model that's challenging. And then I guess to respond a little bit to some of these other things, I was grateful that when I was at Microsoft that they essentially funded me to create educational materials, which I then shared broadly. And, I worked with great partners at Keystone Strategy and so on who had engineers and other folks to pull that work together. But in some sense, it's a little bit, it's not optimal to rely on that, right? I mean, Microsoft felt very good that they had nothing to hide, and so they were willing to share, and people asked them to do experiments, and they ran experiments, but that's sort of not the typical case. And so I do think hiring people who have the knowledge themselves is beneficial, and then over time, as the knowledge diffuses in the economy, it's easier. Of course, we do need to watch out for capture. I mean, we've seen it in financial services, we've seen it in a lot of industries where the regulators become captured. But I think I think we've got a little bit of room to play right now, especially with the young people who as a group, I don't think they're very captured. Okay. They're lobbying their own employers to change most of the time. They're kind of the young people are sort of a lot that they're motivated by ideals less than careers, and that can be sometimes annoying when you're trying to get them to do something you want them to do that's not fun. But I think the young people are so motivated by ideals that it's not so it's easier to find people who aren't captured.
Okay. So, and Cristina, you talked about the importance of collaboration, and obviously Susan just touched on it in terms of capture, and Cristina, you talked about trying to make that non-adversarial. But the bottom line is, we are talking about firms which have got substantial market power, and they want to exploit that. That's why you try to generate substantial market power. And on the other side, you've got competition authorities and regulators who, we're not wild about firms exploiting their market power generally. So, in a sense, how can it not be adversarial? And I'm going to first of all ask that to you, Kirsten, since you are on that other side. You are working in the private sector. Is that a relationship that is naturally going to be adversarial, or do you think actually there is scope to make it non-adversarial, despite the fact that we do seem to have these differing incentives?
How to answer this? I think I don't work for any of the big tech companies, but I suspect with some of them it's always going to be adversarial. But I also think that one of the really important things for the data scientists and the technologists within the authority is that they're plugged into the community. Because if they're at the authority for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, they're just going to get further and further away from what's happening in the tech companies. So if I were at the authority, I would be thinking about secondments. I would be thinking about, how the people in my team were plugged into that community in other ways. I'd be looking at the firms which are maybe similar structured, but not the big tech companies, but the similar players or some of the older players that still have the data scientists in their teams that are a bit more amenable to coming in outside of investigations and having those conversations with you. Because what I did agree with you on, Cristina, is that if these firms have nothing to hide, they should actually get benefit from coming to talk to the authorities, because if they don't talk to you and you don't understand their business model, you're going to take a cautious approach when it comes to investigating them always. If there's any element of uncertainty, the authority is always going to take a conservative approach. So they should, in theory, be amenable to having those conversations.
Okay, so that's quite optimistic.
I'm always optimistic.
Okay. Cristina.
When I say not adversarial, of course, if you are in the context of an investigation, there is a presumption that people are on the other side. But the point is there is such a gap in knowledge, just to be quite blunt. When you are going to talk to a regulator about cloud, and who's facing you has no idea, hasn't even read the website, frankly, in terms of what cloud is, we're not going anywhere with that. And so there's one side of it, which is, of course, regulators invest and build up skill, but the other side has got to be somewhat hearing, listening. Now, I don't think that there is a world in which, of course, the companies want to come in and discuss it, and there is a risk of capture, but that needs to be managed. Otherwise, we remain in a situation in which there is such a distance in understanding that you take 7 years to do a case with 17 RFIs and 100 questions.
Julia and Francis.
I just want to speak in favor of adversarialness as a person who feels like that's my motto in life. But like I have seen this as a technology reporter. I started writing about technology in 1996 at the San Francisco Chronicle, and have been a reporter on this topic since then. And I saw most of my colleagues, I apologize for saying this, but captured early on, and because there was, and for such a long time, like technology journalism really only became adversarial to this industry in the past few years, and it was because they were completely snowed by the words, right? The cloud and the whatever, and we're running multiple relays, and just all of that stuff. And the only advantage I had was that I had grown up in that industry and I knew how to code. And I personally, right now, cannot code a single thing, right? Like my literacy is very minimal. Last time I coded was in Lisp, if anyone knows what that means. Okay, so that was a long time ago. And it's just that I knew enough to not be snowed. That's really all I knew. And that allowed me to be more skeptical and ask tougher questions and bring in experts when I needed them. And I will just tell you that I, as a journalist, for sure, was way more underfunded and under-resourced than any competition authority, okay? And I would just like to say that if I could scrap and scrounge at the Wall Street Journal, I stole programmers from the graphics desk and, found grad students to do things for me, that it's not impossible to do an adversarial examination. I do want to take one issue with something Cristina said. I was worried we weren't going to fight on this panel, but luckily you provided me with a nice lift, which is about the explainability of algorithms. I do not agree.
So can I just interrupt? Because I want to come to that immediately after Francis.
But I have so much to say on it. Yes.
I gathered that when I made a throwaway comment in the green room. But I think Francis wanted to come in on the capture point, I think it was.
So one thing is I learned a phrase from you today. Was it game ranger becomes the poacher? What was the phrase?
The gamekeeper.
Gamekeeper. Yes, the
poacher.
gamekeeper becomes the poacher. Yeah. I think we should also remember there's like the flip one, which is like there's a lot of people who work in tech who go in there because they have limitations on their lives, right? Like being 21 years old and having $150,000, $175,000 of debt is a really scary thing. If you come from a family that made $60,000, $100,000 a year, right? And these students go in there and they often experience trauma, right? Like seeing things that you believe are wrong and having to go along with them or having to stay quiet is really hard. And one of the things I always try to remind people is you can run targeted ads on those employees, right? LinkedIn is real, right? Like LinkedIn ads work, or like, you can do ads in other places. There's a lot of people who want to do something different, or they want to be able to contribute. And I always talk about the idea that there's a continuum of whistleblowing, that we have a very distorted concept of whistleblowing because you see me, you don't see all the people who were much more subtle. And so even though there are 100 times as many people who did something more subtle than what I did, but still something meaningful, we don't have the right cultural norms. So investing together in this idea of how do we spread the idea that there's a lot of different ways that you can tip off the competition authority, the FTC, various other people is really important. And then the last thing I was going to say was on doing a lot with a little, like scraping up resources. Thinking creatively about harnessing resources, there's a lot of incredibly good coders internationally that are incredibly high quality, but they're just not priced into the market. And so remember, having international and distributed teams, you can get a lot done for a very affordable amount of money. So thinking more broadly in terms of those efforts.
Excellent. Julia, do you have anything to say on algorithms?
I do. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. So I feel very strongly about this particular issue because I've been really adversarially auditing algorithms from the outside for years now. And I hear a lot of talk from particularly the companies that make these algorithms that those algorithms are their trade secrets. You can't ask to look at them. It would be giving away the jewels, and therefore can't be audited. And I will just say I've never seen one of those algorithms, and I've done all my auditing, and it's been fairly significant. And I think and I want to tell like one or two stories on that. So Cristina mentioned, and I'm sorry, I'm going to take issue with the self-preferencing. I know, I'm excited for this. The self-preferencing, right, is a question that is, it's a legislative question right now, a regulatory question. How much are the platforms advantaging themselves? when they're both a player on the marketplace and the marketplace owner. And so I've tackled this question multiple times in my reporting and at the markup with other reporters taking the lead on it. And I've never seen on any of those what the algorithm is. And in fact, if you ask those companies, how does Google search ranking work? They can't answer, right? It's a machine learning algorithm that at any moment in time, they can't tell you what all the factors are. And so asking that question is the wrong question. But what I have always done is just audited the outputs, right? Take a snapshot of all the outputs. So we did this with Google search, just scraped thousands and thousands of search results, and then literally measured how much room on the page did the Google ones take up versus the others. And, big shocker, it was about almost 50%. And so that's a lot. And by the way, it was all weighted towards the top, right? That 50% wasn't not evenly distributed through the page. And similarly, we did an even more sophisticated analysis with Amazon because it was really confusing to figure out how to measure the real estate because the Amazon search results go across, like in those little squares. And so instead of measuring the page, and we were having struggles with what was the top result, we decided to limit our analysis to just the first result. Because sometimes, one of the things I believe strongly is you do have to, as a journalist, we're the first draft of history. We're not attempting to be the final draft. And so we have the luxury of doing, better than 3 people in a diner, but not as good as peer-reviewed IRB-approved paper. And so we took that first result, and then we actually used machine learning to analyze it. We used a decision tree to say, if you built a prediction model to predict what would be in that first spot based on the 15,000 searches we have, what would that model say? And the model said that the most important factor to get to that top result, by a factor of 8 to 1, was being an Amazon brand. Right? It was no competition with stars and reviews. And so that is how you do an audit from the outside. Now, there may be multiple reasons why that was true, and I'm sure that Amazon will go into the regulators and tell them that, but it's still an important finding of on-the-ground truth.
Sure. Christina, I think
I don't disagree with you in terms of a screening tool. You want to do that as a screen and put it in the public domain and raise questions and get the regulator interested? Absolutely. But then I don't think that's the end of the matter, because no one can rely on data which is being scraped and analyzed in that way for coming to a final decision. The regulator is in a position to ask more and detailed and appropriate questions. And the question cannot be, give me a ton of data and observationally I can infer if there was some self-preferencing. No, just show me in a secure environment, how do you come up with this recommendation? What is the algorithm that's behind it? You can't tell. The company does, and the regulator can have a dialogue about it. So my point is that the European Commission spent 2 years looking at the data set and came up with a view. Is that the best way to do it? To ingest this enormous amount of data and just kind of scratch your head and say, well, we're going to be trying to predict through this and that. You leave out variables, omitted variables. This stuff isn't definitive. You need to have a discussion about, in a secure environment, what it is that you're optimizing for. If you have those results at the top, what it is that you're optimizing for, why do they come out? Are you putting a sum on the scales when they come out? If so, show me. If not, show me.
So I want to be really clear. There's been an evolution over the last 20 years of how we write algorithms. So if you had been on search in the mid-2000s, because I was on search in the mid-2000s too, we could tell you exactly how important being an Amazon brand was, because there was literally a list of factors and a list of weights and an equation where I could hand over the equation to you. That was totally true and the norm, even at Google, until 2014. But we need to remember that we are now in the era of neural nets. So what she described there of a decision tree. Decision trees were the early way we did machine learning, where we had little factors and weights, and it would go down a little tree and tell you what to do at the end. But we need to just be honest here, which is they can tell you what data they fed into the neural net. They can tell you how they trained it. They can tell you if there's twiddles, things that put things in at the end, maybe they inserted their own product in at the end. But they're not necessarily going to tell you, after they heaped this huge thing of data into the neural net, what the neural net did, because they don't even understand the neural net. So just as long as we're honest on the difference between those things.
Susan, I think you wanted to come in.
Yeah, so these are long conversations.
Yeah.
Like I've sat in entire days on explainability and interpretability and AI and everything. Just a few things to layer on to what's been said already. In general, maybe to restate what Francis just said, like there's kind of a black box algorithm which really can only be analyzed. You can't just look at how it's constructed. Even a decision tree, it splits on one variable, but it might have all gotten the same answer if it had split on a different variable. Yeah. So I teach my students not to do that kind of model inspection, that it gives you misleading answers. But for some of the things, there still is kind of a thumb on the scale, because, say, for Google to get the result it wants, it has to do something afterwards. And so that is factual. And by the way, lots of people know that, getting back to Francis's point. Like, these are distributed systems, and lots of people touch them. So that knowledge is there. It's gettable probably even without subpoena authority, but it's certainly gettable with it. But you can also audit. On behalf of the European Commission, I ran randomized controlled experiments on re-ranking. Early on, as I mentioned earlier, people didn't actually believe that the ranking mattered that much. The reason they didn't find the observational data credible was that you don't know why the thing on top got more clicks than the thing in the second position. Yeah. It could be that all of Google's stuff is just better. And if you put it in the third position, it would still get a lot of clicks. So the gold standard answer to that is to run a randomized controlled test where you flip the results. And instead of taking 2 years to analyze, it did take us, like, I think, 6 weeks to run the experiment, because we had to get approval, because it was actually making the user experience worse. So we don't do that very often, but we did it for the European Commission, because they asked nicely. And this, by the way, Microsoft wasn't being investigated at the time. They were a complainant. But so you did the experiment, and then after that, the results are 100% clear, because it was a randomized controlled experiment, and then you don't have to spend 2 years to analyze the data. And this actually relates back to a competition point. As a remedy, just giving people historical data, it's sort of useful. It's certainly useful for finding representations of what's going on, but it's not as useful as being able to run live experiments on users, because you can very quickly get answers that take you a day to analyze instead of months to analyze, and you still don't know what it means at the end. So I guess I think of all these things as complements. I did exactly what you suggested first. Like, we looked at the observational data, because you could do that in an hour and see, what was getting done, what was getting ranked where, scrape pages, et cetera. You can do that very quickly. But then to get the definitive evidence, instead of having to have experts argue and bill millions of dollars to the clients to get this done, you run an experiment and then get a very definitive answer. So I think we should be, but you can do that. And we should do more of it. If a question is really central to a case, then you can use some of these other tools.
At least
30 seconds.
Very quick thing. At least for the really, really big players, we're talking like Google, probably Microsoft, a couple of the others. They likely have run ablation experiments historically, where they'll just like knock out factors and just see how the system works. And so they might even have that data laying around on the relative importance. But they can't. It's not like they intended it. It's more of an after the fact, like understanding it.
Okay, so I'm under strict instructions to make sure we finish on time. So thank you very much. I'm going to take 2 things away from this panel. One, that actually there's way more agreement about algorithms than I thought we were going to get. But algorithms really matter, and how we deal with them really matter. And then the second thing, which is more of a surprise to me, is the importance of how can we free ride on the education that big tech provides to data scientists, and how effectively can we make that a public good without the commensurate capture problems. But on that, I will say thank you very much to a fantastic panel.
Thank you.
You stay.
Thanks very much. I'm just going to make a very few quick closing comments. So what we've tried to do over the last day and a half is pull in some new voices that the competition and consumer community don't normally hear from. At least from my perspective, I think it's been pretty successful. I've enjoyed quite a few of the debates and the tussles. There have been a few of those too. It was great. I really really valued having Bill Kovacic and the heads of agencies give their perspective to begin. It's really useful to get the viewpoints of the heads of agencies and to see that they're all really committed to building these kind of teams and really, really behind it. So we set out two things that we were going to try and achieve over the day and a half. So the first was getting to new and evolving challenges in the tech industry and digital markets. I can just say, I feel like I've learned a bunch in the last day and a half, and I think that's great. The privacy panel, 4 completely different perspectives, really, really interesting, some fascinating tension. The futures panel as well, very, very different perspectives. And then interoperability. Again, I know so much more about interoperability and the issues than I did just a few hours ago. The other half, though, was on how agencies can and should be developing their technical capabilities and expertise. So, I shared some thoughts on the paper that the CMA published that I wrote on Tuesday, and I was delighted to have, now I've got 6 colleagues from around the world who was able to join me up and have a panel together, and we're just really starting to build this community. This morning, the 4 agency insight presentations I thought were excellent. If you didn't catch those, I would heartily recommend, all the material is going to be available online. If you want to dip into 1 or 2 of those, I think it'll be next week. We're hoping to go live for that. Please do. And lastly, Susan's keynote, this panel has been really wonderful food for thought. Susan, I'm going to take away a few things. These are all actually elements that I had in my material, but I particularly like the clear call for the importance of experiments and how much value they can have was wonderful. Just want to call that out. The idea of building machine learning into economics and vice versa. I think it's going to be real. I think we're just beginning to do that in the competition space, and I'm pretty excited about that. And the call for multidisciplinarity. You've obviously gone through a huge personal learning over the last 15, 20 years, and I think we're just starting to do that as a community. And Francis, we're going to completely come back to you when we're trying to hire data scientists and data engineers from the tech space. We're going to hold you to that. So where next? We've talked about, and this has come up obviously multiple times, the potential for agencies to work together. We've got a whole day on this tomorrow, so we've got an agency-only day. So we're really looking forward to building these networks. It was great to see again in the agency insight presentations, the idea that we can really start to think about working on code together, developing stuff together. We can really benefit from the direct network effects of doing that, which could be really huge. I particularly like the algorithms work. I love Sally's presentation this morning, and the idea we can really work together to build our capability to work on algorithms. And Susan will also be holding you to account, you'll have a huge amount to add on that as well. So thinking about the code. So we had Jens presenting on BidViewer this morning. The idea that we can get a bunch of agencies to work together and start developing that code and making it better, making it available globally. But there's much more besides, like when it becomes scraping code. So Jens talked about other tools that we could do. We could be looking at price scraping and issue detecting to the prices. Outside of tools, there'll be data pipelines, more fundamental capabilities like natural language processing, scraping, these kind of things. We can really start to build on this. So it turns out on Tuesday, for the first time, the CMA's team, we open sourced some of our scraping code, Selene, some of the scraping libraries, a whole bunch of stuff we haven't open sourced as well that we're going to keep private for the agencies. I think this is just the beginning, and I'm really excited where we're going to go. So I'd definitely give one final call, because I think I can get away with this, is suggest this paper that we published on Tuesday that I wrote. Definitely, I think it's worth dipping into for a few things. In particular, there's at least one section that I wrote was specifically trying to help my data science and data engineering colleagues from other agencies, was talking about the technology that you guys need in order to be really successful. This is basically cloud, access to GitHub, these kind of technologies. Please feel free to use that and take it to the senior people in your organizations and show you that's why I wrote it. But it's really important. Now, I'm going to ask the people in the room to stay for an extra minute or two, and we'll say goodbye to our virtual audience in a second. Just want to say, well, As I said when we opened up, this is the first conference, but it's not going to be the final one. We've committed to this every 2 years. So I'd really like to just thank all of the speakers that we've had, all of the wonderful panel chairs. We've got Mike, my boss, next to us, and many others, Sarah, many other people. So I'd just like to give one final round of thanks, and that's part of the formal streamed conference. So thank you, everyone, again.